Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph on Let's Talk Live. I need my moderators to come in. All right, let's talk. Today's speaker has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things people, I need my moderators. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about. Peoples, you guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I need my moderators to come on in. I need all of my moderators to come on in. Hello, Miss Break His Heart. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you tonight. Um, Break His Heart. I need you to come and I need you to sign up on the the Facebook channel because I need to talk to all of my moderators. So I need you to sign up to the group. Let me go ahead and I'm going to call up the group so you can see what group I'm talking about. And I'm gonna send a link into the chat here and then copy that link, but then come and sign up to the group. I need all of my moderators because I'm trying to get in touch with everybody, but I can't get in touch with everybody because I don't have everybody's things. So once you sign up, that's the link. Copy that link and come to the group. I'm going to go live and I'm going to do a private live with just only my moderators, and I wanted to do that tonight. So I'm trying to get in touch with everybody. So here, and let me share my screen so you can see what the group looks like. So if you are signing up for the group, okay. So type in the private chat if this is you or not. You know, type in the private chat. Um, if this is you that just sent a text to join into the group chat. Okay, so it's the DANTS. So that was you, DAN, and then T, and then S. So that's you, DAN, and then the T and the S. Because I don't want to have nobody else to sign in. So that's you. Okay, so okay. So you should be in. You should be in now. Okay. And so I'm going to add you to the I'm going to add you to the I'm going to add you to the Okay, cool. All right. Good. Good. So now let me add you to the Let me add you to the instant message. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. So I just added you to the messenger. All right. So let me go ahead and send the. They should be here by now. All of my moderators should be here by now. Okay. So you got in. All right. So let me go ahead and send a text message to everybody to let them know. Okay, we're here. Going to go ahead and yeah, it's only members only. It's only just for my moderators. So I'm trying to get in touch with all of the moderators, so then that way, um, we all can have we all can have a chat because I wanted to do something on tonight. So you should be into the instant messenger on there. Hello, Gina, to you. Okay, you said yeah. So what time is it? 5:43, 6:43, 7:43, 8:43. Okay, so you're 8:40. Oh yeah, I'm just here early live right now because I'm trying to get a hold of all of the other moderators to let everybody know that and if everybody can check the Facebook Messenger because that'd be the quickest way because I don't have everybody's number. So that'd be the quickest way of getting in touch with everybody. So I'm just here live right now to just let all of the moderators know that I need them to come on in so I can go and do this private. So because not everybody is checking the Facebook Messenger. So I just added Miss Break his heart. So now I'm telling everybody I am live now. So I can get a sense as to when we can go live, when everybody can chime in. So I can get everybody all at once. So let me just individually text these people and let them know that, I'm live right now. And then chime in. Okay, so you 2 hours away and Gina is 3 hours away. So I'm texting all of the other moderators to let them know I am live right now. Okay. All right. So we are doing good. Texting all of the other moderators to let them know y'all come on in so we can get a good start up on this thing here. And then to check the okay, cool. Check the okay, let me get Vicky Davis. Yeah, I got it. I'm just texting all of the other moderators to let them know I'm live right now and that they need to come on in. Well, my son, he's going to be 12 years old. He's going to be 12 years old in a couple of days. So he's getting there. He's getting there. So this live is going to be for all of the moderators. So I'm waiting for Brazy. I'm waiting for Little Bo Peep. I'm waiting for Vicky Davis. Waiting for everybody. Yep, he is going to be 12 years old in a couple of days. Ain't that something? Waiting for Carla. So I just text everybody to let them know I'm live right now, so we all can come together, and then we can arrange a schedule to where we can all meet up and things and stuff, and then do some things in the chat room, so then that way we can be able to communicate with each other instead of me just having to wait till I go live, to try to do some things, so that's what we're doing. So I hope they go ahead and check their messages and things, so then that way we can be able to be all on one accord and do what we do. Yep. So that's cool. So how did you guys like the live on last night and the other day? Boy, we're doing good. We're doing real good. Channel was growing, everything and stuff. We making some progress and things. All right, come on, peoples. Now, I told you guys earlier what we was going to do, and I need you guys to come on in. I need you guys to come on in. Need them to come on in, so then that way we can be able to get some things done here. All right, they're trying to. I'm going to have to go to this website. Tell them that I'm not trying to sign up for this thing here. So I'm just waiting for the rest of the people to come on in and things. They can't say that they didn't know. I told everybody and stuff. So I need them to come on in, so then we can make this thing private and we can be able to converse with each other and stuff. So this is just not not a regular live just for everybody. I know everybody else is coming in and watching and things, but we're going to change this to private, and we're going to have a powwow with all of the moderators and things. So we're going to get together. We're going to grow this channel. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I'm trying. I'm trying out some new things now, and I want everybody's input upon the new things that I'm trying out and stuff. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. I am excited to be doing some wonderful things, some new things. I am really excited to be doing some new here. And so, just to keep things going and everything. Okay. I am really excited. now I didn't sign up for this thing. I mean, I signed up, but I'm kind of like, look, I'm not trying to pay for this thing because I signed up for it, but they kind of like, okay, well, we're going to charge you and stuff. I said, no, you're not going to charge me. See, I've only just signed up just to do the free thing, but now they're trying to bill me, $60 for this thing. And I'm kind of like, nah, I've only just wanted to do the I just wanted to do the free thing. I'm not trying to do this, on a regular basis and stuff. So I'm gonna cancel this subscription. And see, they ain't giving me no information to cancel this subscription. And that's what I'm trying to do. Trying to cancel this subscription. Wait. That's it. I don't know what salt this is. So I'm just looking behind the scenes. People, don't hold that knife in your hand like that. You're going to cut yourself. Yeah, I'm trying to find where I can cancel this subscription because I didn't go to try to sign up for this thing. I just did the free trial thing, and then now, they're trying to see. I've already got the editing programs and stuff, like Canva and all of the other things. So I was just trying it out because it was something new. But now they want to charge me and things, and I'm kind of like, well, no, you can't charge me, people, because I didn't sign up for it like that. So I'm trying to see which email did I use. I had to call up call this up. Let me see payment history. So I used one of the emails. So I don't know which email that I used. So let me change this thing. Okay. I'll probably have to call them because they got my credit card information. And I'm like, no, you got to take that off your account. Take that off because I ain't trying to pay for this thing. Not trying to pay for this thing. So it's one of the things that I don't know which email did I use. There's only one or two. So it's one or two emails. Okay, let me see here. All right, peoples, y'all come on in. Where's the other moderators? Boy, I done told everybody that this is what I wanted to do, and everybody, okay, yeah, we're gonna be there and stuff. But now, I need them to go ahead and check their Facebook and things and come on and connect so I can get a sense as to what everybody's schedule is, and then we can come up with a great time for all of us to get together and things, because I know everybody's on a different time frame and stuff. So I just want to try to get a sense as to when people can do what. Yeah. All right. So let me see. Okay. So I'm looking for this thing, looking for the subscription, but this must be the thing here. But I'm looking for where does it say the subscription at? Manage your account settings, subscription, my credits, payment history. All right. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to call. Oh, wait. That's right. They sent me an email. Okay. So I got to just use that email that they sent me. All right. Duh. Okay. So it was this email right here. All right. So let me go ahead and call up that email because I'm using the wrong email. So let me sign out of here and use this email that they. I mean, I forgot that they sent me an email, so that's where the account is with that email. Oh boy, people, if it had a voice or if it had legs or anything and stuff, then it would just slap me in the face and it's just like, hey, all right, so this is the email, and okay, so there it is, but I don't see where doesn't say no subscription anything. All right, so then I'm going to have to manually call them and tell them that they're going to have to cancel this thing. But they're not giving me no. They don't give me no. They're not giving me anything to. All right, so let me see. They're not giving me anything to be able to cancel. So I know I'll put my community pricing. Okay, language community. See, they don't give me nothing to be able to call them to tell them, look, I don't want this. So they make it difficult to try to cancel. Because like when you sign up for things, you put your credit card in, you do the trial. So I canceled the trial before it even tried to take money out my account. And so now here I am trying to get in touch with these people, but they don't have no settings to where you can contact anybody. So it's nothing to where you can contact anybody. So I'm looking for anything to where I can contact anybody, but it doesn't give me that option. Okay, there it is right there. Help center. Okay, account settings. Let's see that. See if I cancel my subscription, I want to get a refund. But I just want to cancel my subscription. Let me see. Hello. All right, people. So I'm working in the background. So I'm working in the background, so you guys can converse with each other. Hello, Island Girl. I'm waiting for the other people to come on in. So we got three of the moderators now. So I'm waiting for the others. I sent everybody a text message and told them, when I was going to be on and stuff. So and told them what I wanted to do. So we got three. So I'm waiting for the others to come on in and show up. So And then I need you guys to check the Facebook Messenger, because that's one of the quickest ways of me getting a message to you. You know, if I don't have your number on, that's one of the quickest ways of getting a message to you. So then that way, I can be able to be in contact with you guys. Okay, let's see. I'm unable to handle your query. I cannot connect with a human. Wait, greetings. I am Full Tour Bot AI powered assistant. How can I assist you today? If I'm unable to handle your query, I can connect you with a human agent. I'm just going to say human agent. Connect me to a human agent and take my credit card off. Okay, apologies. I didn't get that. Could you please rephrase your question? Select one of these options. Talk to a human. Okay, cancel my subscription. Would you like to cancel your subscription directly? Yeah, cancel my subscription directly. All right, no problems. Okay. How to cancel your subscription? If you no longer need to renew your subscription, you can cancel it yourself. If your subscription was purchased in filter, no, let me go to human agent. Let me go to human agent. Not trying to read articles just to try to cancel a subscription. Talk to a human. Okay. Your email along with a specific question. Get back to the email. All right. Next, I will share this conversation with the fortunate police. If you have any additional details, you must provide the more. And please watch watches. Have a nice day. Please watch out for the update email. Okay, so I sent the email to him, told him to cancel the subscription. So I think I'm good. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that out and stop. And that's good. Oh, right. Where's that at? Okay. Man, it's some good juicies that has surfaced on today. I want to play this live and things, but I want my moderators to come on in here. I don't know what's up with everybody. Everybody's on. I see everybody is online and stuff. I need them to come up in here, you know, so we can be able to have a powwow conversation and things, and get some things going. You know, this is I need to talk with everybody. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to play back this live, this little video that I have played. I'm not going to save this live and things. I'm just going to play something back until they come on in. But I'm gonna go ahead and still try to reach out to them. So it's very irritating when you speak to the people. Yeah, I'm going to be there and all like this and stuff. Now we're here and you're not here. You know, I need you to be here at least this one time, so I can get in touch with the people and let them know what the game plan is and stuff. I mean, damn. You know, this is the most frustrating thing because kind of like, hey, need you guys to come on in. Okay, so cool. So they're canceling my subscription. That's cool. All right. Let me go ahead and share this video. This was shared to me. So this is about Zaria Walls. Same old phone. So we can watch that until the other moderators come on in. And that way we can have a powwow conversation. So I'm gonna play that until they come on in. This is going to be a very interesting. It's going to be very interesting, peoples, because Zaria's mother, she's a trip. That woman is a trip. And I'm gonna tell you my feelings, peoples. My feelings is simply this. Uh, I think this is another Kanika Jenkins case. I think that girl ended up getting murdered. To tell you the truth, I really do think. I think that she got murdered because I mean, peoples, help me to make this make sense. How many people have life insurance on your children at an early age? You normally don't do something like that until you're like really up in age and things are getting close up in age. But having life insurance on a young adult, no, that's highly, highly, highly unlikely. I haven't heard people have life insurance and their kids is like 30 years old or 20 years old or something. You don't normally do it. I mean, I'm not to say that it doesn't happen, but what I am saying is that I've never heard of anybody having life insurance on their children that at that age, that young. And then I ain't never heard of a mother and a stepmother having life insurance on the same girl. That's crazy. She had life insurance on her daughter, and then her stepmother had life insurance on her as well. So they both name was on the policy. Their both name was on the policy. So you go figure, peoples. Y'all go figure. Does that sound like anything that is of the ordinary, peoples? It just doesn't sound right to me. Doesn't sound right to me. Not to say that it can't happen, but I mean it's just unlikely that somebody will have life insurance on a girl that age. Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of the Kanika Jenkins case too, because TM had life insurance on Kanika and she was only 19. But from what I hear, she had life insurance on all of the family members. So are they planning on taking out all of the family members? I mean, shit, she got paid good. And she got a multi-million-dollar settlement. And I'm glad that this YouTuber went and make this live and stuff because she feels the same way I do. She feels that it was something nefarious that was going on, that she was pushed up that boat. That's what she feels. She feels like she was pushed off that boat. I feel the same way. And this girl that was supposed to be working at her shop and things, she said that she lost her keys, but then the very next day or so, the place gets broken into and they take all of her stuff. Jealous, these MFers is jealous. These girls is jealous. Mama jealous. Everybody's jealous. They wanted this girl out the way. I'm gonna talk about it too. I don't care. She gonna have to just strike my page again. I'm gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Shoots, people's nah. This is too juicy for me to just let this sit by and things. And she's cursing the people out up a storm. And I'm kind of like, really? She's supposed to be a grieving mama, but she's so sassy. She is so sassy. I'm like, man, look at here, boy. Look at here. All right, I'm texting these people and I'm telling them I need you guys to come onto the live so we can talk. Or give me a time to where you guys can you guys are not busy so we can talk. And I got my community wall up too for the community. I'm downloading this video, so it should be ready. But let me go ahead and share my screen so you guys can see some of the updates on the channel. So let me share my screen, people. So you guys can see some of the updates on the channel here. So let me go to my channel. So, well, I guess it's just only on my phone, but they had a thing to where you can see the community on the on your phone. They had some updates for YouTube. So let me go here. Let me show you guys what's going on here. Let's see here. Where is it at? This is we're doing some good things, people. So let me go ahead and increase this a little bit so you guys can see. So we got 3.3 thousand views, and then the watch time hours is up by 1.4 thousand views, so which is really good. And so on my Kanika, Who Are You Really? We had 195 views. Fed Up, which I just did just last night, we got 111 views. Jay-Z, You Are the Father, we got 90 views. So that's pretty good for a little channel like mine. That is pretty good. Anything over 100 is pretty good. And so we're staying in the algorithm. That's pretty good. We're staying in the algorithm, and that's what I want to do. That's why I wanted to get you guys insight. See, a lot of people say, oh, well, you're not doing no numbers and all like that. Well, I mean, shit, for a channel like mine, this is good. And when we start to go ahead and collaborate and start to change things up a little bit and whatnot, it's going to be even better. And then it's going to start growing. I want to do some infomercials and things and stuff. So, just want to switch it up a little bit, change the tone, change the settings and stuff. So, we'll be able to do some wonderful things. But it's all takes to the help of everybody, You need everybody to get their input and stuff. And
It's a little something I can put something to, kind of a little something, because I want to do. I mean, these are just test music and stuff. I have to really go up in here and take a look at it and listen to different clips and things, so I can get a sense as to what I may want to use and stuff. But that's all good. I mean, it's for a starter. I mean, those are the little freebies, but I don't mind paying for the music, as long as I can find something that's good. But they have different genres that I can choose from and things, you know. So it's like that's dance and electric, that's country, American, that's hip hop, that's ambient, that's jazz, that's pop. Let's listen to pop and see what they got. Listen to a few of them and stuff. All right, where is my moderators at? Y'all come on in. Oh, okay, that's that familiar tune that everybody can playing on TikTok. Okay, so that's a little something that YouTube got. And see, since you guys know a lot of different music and things, you guys can give me some ideas as to what I can play and stuff, that I won't get copyrighted on and things. That's just what YouTube has. But see, I don't know the music like you guys do. So you guys can give me some insight as to something I can play. And would it be good? Be real good. This is the whole purpose of the live. Okay, it seems like everybody done checked out. I left everybody a message, but everybody done checked out. Okay, so so for tonight, right now, people, since I got three of my moderators, I'm just gonna just play a little something, but I'm gonna reach out to the other people. Hopefully they'll come in, and then
we'll try this thing again tomorrow, and I'm gonna contact them, uh, and I'm asking them for a schedule. Give me a schedule, that you guys can come on to the live, and I'll put it on private, and then we all have a little nice powwow chat and things. So I want everybody to be here. All right, so I'll put that in the community thing on Facebook. So hopefully everybody will go ahead and check that, and then that way we all can be on one accord. But in the meantime, in between time, peoples, let's go ahead and let's take a look at this video here. Let's take a look at this video that this young lady had did and stuff. And as the moderators come in, then we'll go ahead and I'll reach out to them while the live is going, and then try to get a schedule with everybody and stuff. So I've already contacted everybody individually to the degree that all of the people who had signed up in the group chat, and then the other moderators, I don't have their number. I don't have no way of contacting them. So that's why I'm hoping that they will come on to the live tonight, so that way we can get a greater understanding. Now, I'm just saying, people's, I'm just saying, I've already got the call out to the people, so I need them to respond. And I'm only going to give them 1 day to respond. Now, if they don't respond, well, then, I'm just going to have to take a little aggressive measures and things, because, I mean, shit, I text you, I've told you, you've seen my live, you've seen what I asked you to do, and then you just purposely, for whatever reason, you can text me back and say, okay, well, I'm busy, or, I got some things to do or whatever, but just to fucking totally ignore me, that shit ain't happening. So I'm just going to have to take some aggressive steps in things, and that's just the way that it is, Hello, Cherish. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. I mean, this is what a moderator is for. I'm reaching out to you guys, reaching out to everybody and things. Hello, Edwina Burks. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. So I reach out to my moderators. I need them to come and contact me and let me know what's up. Let me know what's up. All right, peoples. I'm just waiting for my other moderators to come on in, so then everybody can let me know and give me a schedule as to what's going on with them, so we can all get together and things, and let's get a powwow chat going and things. Now, if they don't want to participate, then just let me know. I mean, it's no biggie. I'll just take the wrench and, everybody just do what they do. But it ain't no excuse. No excuse. I have notified everybody, and this is my expectation. I need the people to come in here. I need the people to sign up on the Facebook, and so I can get in touch with everybody, and then we can all collaborate and, make this experience for everybody a wonderful one and things. But in the meantime, in between time, peoples, let me go ahead and let me share my screen. I'm going to share this video that this young lady had did This is a good video, peoples. This is a damn good video, I tell you. Damn good one. And she did her thing on this one. All right, people, let's listen in. Let me share my screen. I'm gonna see if I can share it this way. Let me put that in. Yeah. Y'all hold on for a moment. I'm gonna put this in my downloads. I'm gonna put it into my downloads, and it should be long enough so you guys should be able to hear it. So let me go ahead and copy it in my downloads and show it that way. All right, so there's in my downloads. Let me call it my downloads, and I'm gonna share it that way.
Oh, it's a video. I didn't know. I know, right? Love you, baby. Love you so much. Love you, bye.
Many of you that are here, you guys know who she is and what it was. She was a celebrity stylist, and she hardly ever broadcasted it. Sukiana called me, light-skinned Keisha. And that's just a handful.
Now you profiting off my baby. A lot of people didn't know that I was her real mother. They like, oh, I didn't know you was Zahari's mom, because I don't be in the shop. I don't be in that mess. I'm an event planner. I'm not in the beauty world. You are so dirty and you know it. You always try to play victim. You are the cause of all this shit. The truth out now.
Walls was with a group of friends on a boat in Lake Michigan near Navy Pier, and Chicago fire officials say she somehow fell off. The U.S. Coast Guard found her body 1.5 miles from shore. She was taken to Northwestern Hospital, where she was pronounced.
We don't know 100% what happened.
I'm not going to do this on Facebook. I'm not going to, you feel me, throw you under the bus, because I ain't even that type. You know what type I am. You know how I come for you, bro. Y'all ass ain't real, bro. And I wish I was dead, and on my grandma, I wish I was dead. Because one thing I always said, no one gets left behind.
I remember that girl, Zari Walls, that drowned in Lake Michigan during Black Yacht Weekend. For those who may not know, she was a hairstylist as well. Tell me why somebody broke into her shop and stole her stuff. They stole wigs, hair tools, all the hair products. They literally was stealing everything out her shop. Like, she just passed away. Why are y'all stealing her stuff? And even if she passed away, why?
I want to thank all you guys for coming out for my baby. I knew she was special when I first gave birth. I was only 19 years old. I just knew I didn't want my baby to struggle the way I did. I supported her in everything. She left a legacy. At 27 years old. You did a good job. You did a good job. She only had the opportunity to be 27 years old for 3 months. You did it. I'm trying not to question God. but it hurts so bad. But I know one thing, my baby loved me.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my baby loved me. And she knew I loved her. She loved creating stuff so that I could start acting crazy. I'm sure my God did. Get my mom. She called me King Lolo when I was acting crazy. I don't know how I'm gonna bear.
Just 19 days before her own tragic death, Zaria Walls took to social media to share a post remembering her best friend, Kanika Jenkins, a name and tragedy many of us still know and question to this day. But what no one could have known then was that Zaria would tragically pass away on June the 21st, 2025, in a way that many have said is suspicious and unsettling. Today, we're doing a deep dive into Zaria Wall's case, who she was, what her mother believes happened to her, and why so many believe there's more to this story than what we were told. We'll also look at her connection to her best friend, Kanika Jenkins, and more. If you appreciate true crime deep dives beyond the headlines, please be sure to like this video, drop a comment below, share this video, and subscribe to my channel.
Oh, I see a lot of y'all speaking on what happened in Chicago, and I just want all of y'all to shut the fuck up for real, because now y'all starting to annoy me. Like, y'all know, even when we go to Miami, we are not on the boat with no life jackets on unless we're finna get on a jet ski or we finna jump in the water. So why are y'all on here? Oh, why she didn't have no life jacket on? First off, why are you even saying some shit like that? Like, it's not even the time to be speaking on why she didn't have something on. Like, that is weird and wrong as fuck. Like, because if that was one of y'all family members, y'all wouldn't be on this bitch.
Now, the mother of a woman who drowned on Saturday says she believes her daughter lost her balance on a boat because of the lake's strong currents.
My baby was special. From birth, she's always been a talented young lady.
With the support of family and friends, Kizzy Wells Dixon is finding the courage and strength to speak about her daughter, 27-year-old Sahari Walls, who was found unresponsive in Lake Michigan near Navy Pier over the weekend.
It was just time for my baby to go, even though I don't want to accept the fact.
Kizzy says her daughter went boating with friends in the playpen on Saturday afternoon, describing it as a rare break from Sahari's busy schedule. As
it is time for her baby to go, even though she don't want her to go. I mean, people, think about it. Listen to that for one moment. It is time for her baby to go. Who says that? It's time for her baby to go, even though she don't want her to go. I mean, would any of you guys would have said that about your child? It is time for your baby to go. You know, it is, this whole shit is so suspicious because, see, she has life insurance. Hello, Honesty. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Honesty, I need you to come and sign up on the Facebook group chat. I'm gonna send you the link to the Facebook group chat. Let me share my screen on there, because I need all of you guys to sign up. So let me share my screen with the Facebook group chat. So this is the Facebook group chat right here. So I need you to sign up so we all can have a powwow chat. All of us can have a powwow chat. I need all of my moderators because I'm trying to have a conversation with everybody, and you know, seems like everybody is just whatever. So we'll put the link in the chat. This is the group chat right here. I need you to sign up, so then that way we can get in touch with you, and then we'll all have a conversation. And then give me a schedule to where you can be able to be contacted in the evening. You know, if this is a good time or a little later than this, I'm normally home about 5:30. So, but I need to contact all of you so we can be able to converse and get a greater understanding. So here. And Randall too. Randall, I need you. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on tonight. I need you to sign up as well. Sign up to the group chat, because what I'm going to do with all of my moderators, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a live like this, but it's going to be a private live, and then we all can be able to converse with each other and stuff. But one of the quickest ways of really conversating with everybody is up on YouTube. So I need you both to click that to sign up on click that link and to sign up, and then I'm gonna add you guys to the honestly, I need you to sign up to the group chat. I need you, Randall, you just signed up. I need you to sign up to the group chat so we all can be able to converse. Randall, I'm gonna add you to the messenger. So then that way we all can be able to communicate in things. So let me add you to the group chat. Yeah, you should be in, Randall. You should be in. You should be in there now because I just added you to the group. So let me check to see all of the members here. Okay. Let me see. Did you get added, Randall? Because I had added you. Let me go back to the group chat thing. Because you just sent this, so I added you. Okay, let me do that. I think I added you, Randall. Let me see. Did I add you? Okay, Randall, click that again and let me add you to the group chat. Honestly, I need you to click the link so I can add you to the group chat. I need all of my moderators, every last moderator that I have in here. I need all of you to click the link and sign up to the group chat. Okay, so you just sent it. So let me. Okay, there. I seen your thing. Okay. So now you should be added in. So let me go to the group chat and let's see who's all the members there. So I'm trying. Okay, here. Let me go to the group chat. Let me go to the group. Let me go to the group and let me look at the group here. See who's all the members in the group here. Okay, let's see here. Who's all in the group? Yep, Randall, you're in. And so now I need to. So I think I just added you to the I think I just added you to the what you call it. I think I just added you to the instant messenger. So let me see if I added you to the instant messenger. Okay, let me see. Okay, yep, there you are. I just added you to the messenger. All right. Honesty, I need you to sign up to the group chat so I can add you to the messenger and I can add you to the channel. Your moderator here, I need you to sign up to the group chat on Facebook. So click the link that I just put in the chat room and then sign up to the group chat. Do I got the link up there, people? Here, let me go back. Let me take this off and put it up on here. So yeah, okay, there it is right there. Yeah. Click on that. Copy that link and then come on and sign on into the group chat so we can add you to the thing. I'm just contacting Brazy now. He just hit me up. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. We have breaking news, peoples. I said we have breaking news, peoples, and so we are interjecting in the live one today because we have some breaking news that we need to go ahead and we need to address on today, peoples. This is breaking news. This is breaking news, and so I'm just going to go and dive right into it now, peoples. Let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples. I said this is breaking news, peoples, and so let me go and let me share my screen, peoples. You guys, hold on. Okay, peoples, I'm back. Driver missing after tractor trailer plunges off Delaware Memorial Bridge into river. It says a tractor trailer cab plunged off the Delaware Memorial Bridge early Friday, triggering a mass underwater search for the missing driver. The cab, which did not have a trailer attached, veered across 3 lanes of I 295 traffic around 3:40 a.m., then smashed through a concrete barrier, plummeting into the water. The Delaware River and Bay authorities told WPVI, and photos show a huge gap in the barrier where the heavy vehicle smashed through. And that is just really crazy, peoples. I mean, this is just absolutely insane. Totally. This is totally insane, peoples. I mean, a tractor trailer driver just tends to plunge off the bridge. Really? Going across 3 lanes of traffic and plunging directly into the water? What's going on? It says a massive search is underway Friday morning after a tractor trailer cab crashed through a concrete barrier and went off the Delaware Memorial Bridge. I mean, the bridge is already, commandeered right now and things. The tractor trailer had literally driven off the bridge. I mean, this is literally insane. And then this is another picture of the bridge, peoples. That is crazy. I mean, how often do you see things like this, peoples? It says emergency personnel worked on the south band span of the Delaware Memorial Bridge following the crash. And then this is another picture of the bridge. These little postings and things, yeah, it's just crazy. All of these ads and stuff that they have. It says a Coast Guard helicopter searches the Delaware River on July 11th, 2025. Now, it's amazing because you would think that they will have closed down the bridge because, but this is crazy. I mean, this just doesn't happen, peoples. So, honestly, Mariah Lavender has said she wonders if the man fell asleep. Well, yeah, that can be, because normally truck drivers and things and stuff, they go and they do long hauls and stuff, but In this case, the man did not have a tractor trailer that was sitting behind him. So, you know, he still may have been tired and stuff and just kind of like fell off the bridge or whatnot. But I mean, either way, man, this is just, it's really amazing, people. It's really amazing. And, you know, we're losing people right and left. We are literally losing people right and left. And this is just absolutely crazy to even see something like this. It says officials are not yet sure how the crash happened. The Coast Guard dive teams and local fire companies were still searching the water looking for the driver. It was not clear if anyone else inside the truck at the time, the outlet reported. Officials are still investigating exactly how it happened, but no other vehicles are thought to be involved, the outlet said. And so there you have it, people. This is the breaking news. This is what we wanted to come and break into to give you a little bit insight as to what has transpired, peoples. Stay tuned for more breaking news, peoples. Stay tuned for more breaking news. You know, we're trying to do something a little different on the channel, kind of break it up a little bit in things and, you know, bring you a little bit more current events and topics. But back to our regularly scheduled program, peoples. And thank you for watching. I thought it would be regularly scheduled programming, peoples, but I don't know what I did with the live that I was just playing. I think I cut off the live. I hope I didn't, but I think I did because I don't see the video that I was playing. Oh well, you know, this was just trial and error today, people. You know, you kind of start off with something and then you kind of want it to go flawlessly and things. But hey, you know, it's just trial and error. We was just trying out something for things, but you know, it is crazy. All right, well, since I can't find the video, people's, I am here and I am live, and you know, we can transition into something else in things because I can't find a video. I think I had closed it out, and I don't want to go through and try to search for the part to where I was on. But it was due by popular demand that the people wanted me to come back and come live and play that particular live again. I don't know what happened to the first one. I think that it's still up, but if it's not, then yeah, I was playing it again and things. But I'll go back and I'll review this live, and then I'll do another live, and I'll come back and I will go back and play back the portions that wasn't played up on this live and things and stuff. But it was due by popular demand. I got so many emails and text messages from different ones to, you know, go back and take a look at some of the videos and things that I did back in the day and stuff. And I'm appreciative of that. I'm really surprised that the people have literally, you know, watched the lives and really interested in certain lives and things, which is really good. So that is really insightful. And that's, you know, to the degree that the people are really engaging as well and stuff. So I'm so happy about that. So people, there is a couple of videos that I want to come on and present and things. I was working on this behind the scenes, but I think that this is a good time to go ahead and talk about this and stuff because, you know, what I want to do now, people, is I want to encourage all of my moderators to send some content and things so we can talk about different things because there's a lot that's going on in our world. And I want to just bring awareness to a lot of different cases and things that we find, you know. And it really doesn't matter what it is and stuff, people, but it'll just be something of interest that you are interested in and things. And it's always good to bring awareness to the people because, again, people's, yeah, we do have set videos and set things that we do here, but also, I really want my moderators to get engaged and to really bring some content to where they are interested in. Because see, the thing is, just coming up and just sitting in the chat and things, yeah, that's nice, blocking the people, yeah, that's nice and stuff. But as a moderator is one that really helps the channel grow. And I want my moderators to be more engaged. I want them to come to the panel. I want them to talk about certain cases that really, inspires them and things to inspire you, and it can be something good, something bad, something ugly. It doesn't really matter what it is and stuff, something delightful. But it's just for everybody to get an opportunity to, break out this little shell and come out and really just showcase your talents and things, you know. And that's what it is. And so when you have different topics and stuff that you're bringing to the channel, it really engages the people, and then the people really be engaged and whatnot. I don't want to be a channel to where I'm just up here and just giving a narrative to different things and stuff, and then everybody just sits back in the chat and just chimes out and whatnot. No, I want to be a channel to where it is all inclusive, everybody. Now we got a name out there, everybody comes, and when I come live and stuff, there's a lot of people who comes and watch the channel and things. And so I want people to feel comfortable, and I want people to be engaging in things, and that's what helps grow the channel. And we're growing, people. So we are definitely growing because the views is up. The views is up. And so I want to talk about current events, things that other content creators are talking about, and then I want to go ahead and talk about cases that other content creators are not talking about, and I want to bring awareness to a lot of different things that's going on and whatnot. And that can only happen if you guys take it upon yourself to just do that of what I ask, to post in the chat different contents and things and stuff, so I can be able to just bring it to the channel and bring awareness to it and things, and then that way, the shout out comes to you with the things that you bring forth and things, and then it makes you feel good because one, you're getting shout out. Two, there's a topic that you are wanting the channel to discuss and things, and and you want to bring awareness to the people. And so that's really good. It's really good. And it's really diverse and it's really different, And a lot of people will get used to that and stuff. Now I see that the numbers fluctuate because depending upon whatever topic that we talk about, people come in and then people leave and stuff because, they feel that they're not interested. I know everybody wants to talk about the Kanika Jenkins case, and I know as soon as I talk about that, I mean, the numbers will be astronomical, but I don't want to just be known for the Kanika Jenkins case. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kanika Jenkins has run its course. And although it's still vibing in the arteries and in the veins of the people, I just don't want to talk about Kanika Jenkins. And so if that means that my channel have to suffer a little bit, well then, hey, so be it. But we're just going to continue to keep pushing, and we're going to continue to keep doing and stuff, because at the end of the day, the people will come back. I know, that I'm not worried about that. The people come back, and I've always have Kanika to fall back upon. But I want to do something different. And if that means, trial and error, doing the lives that I do and stuff, well then, so be it, because Everybody has to crawl before they can walk, and then they have to walk before they can run. And then they have to run before they can fly. And then once you have taken off and once you're soaring, well, then you continue to keep doing things to stay up there. You know, R. Kelly said it best: I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. I think about it every night and day. I spread my wings and I fly away. And so that's what I am doing, peoples. I'm spreading my wings and I'm taking off and soaring higher than I possibly can. And that means trial and error. That means testing different things and stuff, and putting a few little things together, and you know, doing the little things a little different and stuff. And I need all of the participation and cooperation of everybody. And that just helps to try to grow. And so, that's what it is, peoples. And we'll get there. It's not going to happen overnight, but it's just trial and error. It's just testing out different things and whatnot, and doing different things and stuff. And so, that's what it is. And so, you'll find that little niche, and once you get that little niche, then you capitalize on it. I've sat back and I watch a lot of content creators and stuff, and what a lot of them do is just show the news. I don't want to just show the news. I want to engage with the people. Particular I want to find a particular case that I can be able to talk about, and that will generate with a lot of people. Like the Kanika Jenkins case, that generated with a lot of people. And I know there's a lot of other cases out there that will literally touch the heartstrings of the people and things and stuff. So, I just have to keep searching, keep, doing what I do and stuff, and keep testing different things out and stuff. Because, see, one thing I do notice, people's, is a lot of my naysayers and stuff, they want me to fail. They want me to falter, and they want me to fail. They want me to fail miserably. But see, peoples, I'm too smart for that. I'm too smart for that. It will never happen. Although they want it to happen, but it will never happen. I'm too smart for that. And so, me, I'm very charismatic, and I'm very intuitive. You see, I understand riding the waves and stuff. Everybody, when a juicy comes out, then all content creators come and want to be the first to put it out there and stuff. So it drives the numbers up real quick and things. But then after a while, it tends to die down in things, because you're being overly consumed with it. Me, I'm just unique. I'm just a unique person. I'm just one that just shoot my shot and do what I do and stuff. And so by me doing that, I have developed a following that literally just loves what I do, regardless. You know, I've got a group of moderators that just loves me and things and stuff, and how I am and the way that I am. And, they don't get bothered behind that. I know many of you do, because many of you are not used to me, and you're not used to what I say and how I say things and whatnot. And but see, this is the thing though. The wonderful thing is, regardless of how I am or what I say or whatnot, you continue to keep coming back. And that right there says a lot to me. It says that regardless of whatever Joseph may say or do, you still come back and you still watch the content. And I'm appreciative of that. Regardless of whether you come to the panel or whether you don't, regardless of whether you type in the chat or whether you don't, you are always here and you're always watching to see what is the next step that Edward Joseph is going to do. What is he going to bring? And I greatly appreciate that, people. That makes me feel good, because it's letting me know that I'm accepted regardless, period. End of story. You guys just love it. or you may just even hate it and you just love just to see, but whatever it may be and stuff, the bottom line is that you still continue to keep coming back. And so because you continue to keep coming back, well, I'm going to continue to keep, switching up, changing up, doing different things to see what works and what doesn't. But the only way that I'm going to be able to find that is I got to test the waters. I got to push it and things, I really have to push it. And I have to get in here and just really hammer down a good, wholesome way of doing things and stuff. Now I got a whole host of old lives that I can present. And that's what I've been doing for the last couple of days and stuff, while I have been doing my research, while I have been putting together some other content to bring to you and stuff. And it just so happens that, hey, every time I talk about Kanika or show anything about Kanika, you guys are there. So, I'm not always going to fall back on Kanika, but I'm going to continue to keep pressing forward. But, just to make sure that my numbers stay up, yeah, I'll go back and show some old lives and things and, rally the troops back up again and stuff and bring you guys in to keep me in the algorithm and whatnot. But moving forward, people, this is what it is. This is the way that it is. It's just going to be an impromptu session, and we're going to be talking about cases that is of a current event, like I did on last night and things. That was a trial and error too. But unfortunately, we didn't have enough content to be able to talk about the young lady on last night. And for some strange reason, the news is no news. There's no videos, there's no postings, there's no pictures, nothing that the news has ever talked about this case. Now, that is strange to me, and I'm still looking into it and stuff because I'm kind of like, wow, a person can just disappear and then there's absolutely no news, clippings, articles, nothing up on it whatsoever. That is just strange to me, people. It's really strange. And see, those are the type of cases that I love, because those are the type of cases I love to dig down in and to try to discover anything new or anything different and whatnot, because those mystery cases, ooh, man, that intrigues me the most, and I really like to take a deep dive into it and stuff. And so what I'm doing is I want to first encourage my moderators, because they're the first and foremost hand that will be so prevalent into growing this channel. So if I can just continue to keep encouraging my moderators, to post. Now they're up on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and all of these other platforms and things. And, they watch other content creators and whatnot. It doesn't take that much effort just to post something that you're interested in. And if I can just really hammer that down, post, and post, put a lot of postings in the group chat or in the on the group website and things. That lets me know, and that gets my juices flowing and stuff, because I have such a variety of things to choose from. But when you don't do it and you just show up and you just hello everybody and stuff, well, that is not doing what I am asking you to do. And it's very disheartening in things and stuff, people. It's because, it's like the simplest little thing that doesn't take nothing but a quick second just to go ahead and copy and paste a link. It's nothing. But when you just don't do it, that is a different story. It's a different story. So it just makes me look at you a different way, because again, I don't know how many times I need to be encouraging. I don't know how many times I have to nod and prod to say, hey, moderators, you're part of this channel. I need you to step up to the plate. I need every one of you to do something, and that is post. Now, you guys are already here. You guys are showing up in numbers and stuff. I appreciate that, but it's more than that. I need every last moderator to go to the group chat and to post something in the group chat, something of your interest, so I can be able to highlight it when I go live. And it shouldn't just be just a few people. It should be everyone. Now, I'm looking, I'm observing, and I'm seeing who is following the directives as to what I give. Now, if you don't do it, it's going to be a certain amount of time. And then when your rent should be taken, well, then don't you complain, because again, I have encouraged each and every one of you to do something. I am asking you. I'm not telling you. You're grown. You can do whatever you want and all. But if you're going to be here, there is a mandate for each one of my moderators to do. And that means every last moderator that has a wrench, I need you to post something in the group chat. Now, my patience is wearing pretty thin, and is going to get thinner as the days go by, because when I don't see anything from some of you, well, then the next time I go live and you don't have a wrench, don't you complain. I'm telling you, don't you complain, because just for your lack of due diligence is just going to be the lack of due diligence that I'm going to yield to you. And it's just that simple, peoples. Post in the chat. Post something of your liking and stuff. Don't just come to live and hello everybody and stuff and then just let it be. I need each and every one of you to come to the panel at some point in time to talk to me and talk with the people and express with the people, you know, your feelings about different things. That is the only way that the channel is going to grow. Now, I'm saying this again, and you know who you are who haven't posted. I shouldn't have to call names, but now if I have to call names and stuff, I'm going to call your name, and then I'm going to totally, you know, just really just bring you to the forefront. And I know that you don't want that to happen. I don't want it to happen, but then you leave me no other choice. You leave me absolutely no other choice. Now, the simplest thing is to post in the group chat and then come up to the live. I don't know how many times I gotta keep having to ask the people. Now I'm getting to the point where I'm not going to ask you no more. I'm just going to just totally just ignore you. I'm gonna take your wrench, and then when you come in, you say something, I'm just going to ignore you. I'm not going to even call you up. I'm not going to do nothing. And then you can choose to stay or you can choose to leave. It really doesn't matter and stuff, because at the end of the day, that's what I feel right now by you not doing the various things that I'm asking you to do. Now, if you can come to the live and you can chime out in the chat and stuff, you can definitely go to the group chat and you can post some things. It is no excuse. You have absolutely no excuse whatsoever. Some of you are doing it, but some of you have yet to do it. And you know who you are. And so now my encouragement today, again, is simply go to the group chat, post something in the group chat, and then by sometime this week, meaning tomorrow through Saturday, and I'm going to go live. And the ones who haven't been on my panel to go live, well, by next week, if you didn't do it this week, you won't have a chance to do it by being a moderator on this channel. Simply put, you know, it's just that simple. I'm going to take your wrench, and then I'm just going to say thank you so much for nothing, and then just let you be. And then we're just going to move on with the people who do want to do things and who do want to participate and who do want to grow this channel. Is that all right, peoples? Now, I've already put the mandate out about a week ago or so and tried to encourage the people and stuff. But it just still seems like some people just don't get it. And I don't think that they really understand what being a moderator on this channel means. It means helping out It means growing the channel. It doesn't mean sitting back and just giving salutations to people. It means doing some work, putting some work in. Now, if I can put some work in, and if I can sit back and I can go through all of this content and sit on here for hours and talk about it and things, well, darn it, you should be able to do something to contribute. Is that all right, people? Now, that mandate goes to all of my moderators, whether you're here and you participate on a daily basis or whether you're not here, because I know at some point in time you do watch the lives. And if you don't watch the lives, well, then, you know, that's just be your demise and things, because, you know, I made it clear to everybody, and everybody should participate. And if you don't participate by this week, then next week, when you don't have a wrench, then don't worry about it. You know, I gave you the opportunity. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so since I couldn't find the video and things, we're gonna do a little something different and stuff. My moderator, she had posted in the chat, and she had gave some good juicy content, and we're going to take a look at this, people. So we're going to talk about a couple of things that was given, and we're just going to bring some awareness to it. There was a couple of things that the people had sent, and so I wanted to go ahead and kind of put a nice little banner and stuff to it, but we're just going to do impromptu right now. Is that all right, people? So let me see. That article that I just read, I think I've already completed that one. So let's go to the next one. But that's really some people said our tractor trailer drivers and stuff are literally, I mean, and I say literally, are dying. And dying for what? That doesn't make no sense to me. But yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy, peoples. But we're going to take a look at this. Uh-oh. Let me turn this down. So we're going to take a look at this other girl who had ended up coming up murdered. And her name is Sade Robinson, peoples. And so let me go ahead and let me type that in. Let me see if there's any news clippings about this particular young lady. And we're going to bring some awareness to this particular case and things. So let me see, y'all. Oh, okay. No. Okay. I thought that I canceled the live, but I mean, the live is still here. I still got it here. Okay. So it's still here. So, that's interesting. That's interesting. I thought that I clicked it off, but I didn't. All I did was just change to different. I changed the tab. But anyway, this is what we're going to do. We're going to look at this Sade thing, and then we're going to come back to the video I was showing about. I need my moderators to come in. Is that all right, peoples? So let me go. Let me talk about the Sade case right quick, since we're on this right now. I'm gonna post her name in here, and we're going to take a look at this right here. Yeah, this is crazy, people. Wow. This probably be another one of those juicy cases, but I'm going to call this up. And now, is this the Sade case? Let me see. Yeah, it is. Okay. Man, I mean, just looking at this, people's, this is going to be grotesque. So let me go ahead and let me do my my video for something like this, peoples. So people don't complain. So let me put this up real quick here, peoples, and play this right quick. Put my disclaimer up because this is going to be a little bit grotesque, and I don't want nobody to get sick behind it. And so here, let me put up my disclaimer right quick, peoples. Okay, people, so I just posted my disclaimer. So now let's go ahead and let's take a look at this Sade case here, people. So let me share my screen. Now, I don't want to go and try to sign up for all of this stuff and whatnot, but CNN reports, peoples, and it clearly states right here, Milwaukee man gets life in prison for killing and dismembering a woman on the first date. And there's no way let me see if I can reduce this down some. Okay, there we go. It says a Milwaukee man who killed a 19-year-old college student on their first date and spread her body parts around the area was sentenced Friday to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A jury convicted Maxwell Anderson in June of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, arson, and hiding a corpse in connection with Sade Robinson's death last year. He maintained his innocence throughout the trial. Parents lashed out during a sentencing hearing. This was by turns sober, emotional, and horrifying. Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Laura Carvalho repeatedly questioned how Anderson could commit such a heinous crime. Prosecutors related details of how Anderson cut up Robinson's body and dumped one of her legs near a playground. People, how sick can people just get? Robinson's mother, Serena Scarborough, said Anderson messed the entire community up and deserves no protection in prison. That means get the man's buns busted, beat, brutalized, mutilated, or whatever. And I'll tell you, people, they're going to beat his ass big time, because this was a beautiful black young lady that he literally had just dismembered and spread her body all throughout the community. That's crazy, people. Who would do some heinous madness like that? I don't understand that at all. But my God, this is crazy. Judge, I'm asking this demon be respectfully returned back to hell as soon as possible, Scarborough said. Robinson's father, Carlos Robinson, just suggested to the judge that someone dismembered Anderson. Everything that he did should be done to him, he said. No man should be alive after what he did. That's just how I feel. I can't get past this. I can't. Mandatory life sentence. First degree intentional homicide in Wisconsin carries a mandatory life sentence. The only question for Anderson was whether the judge would allow him to seek parole. Well, I mean, if it's mandatory life sentence, how could the judge go ahead and allow him to seek parole? Come on, people. Now, come on. If it's mandatory, right? Anderson's attorney, Tony Cotton, asked the judge to make Anderson eligible for parole after 25 years. You think after 25 years, they're going to let this sucker out? You kidding me? Really? Anderson's attorney, Tony Cotton, asked the judge to make Anderson eligible for parole after 25 years. He argued that Anderson served in the United States Navy and suffers from obvious mental health issues. Well, they should have addressed that while the man got out. Cotton acknowledged that Anderson has been convicted of multiple misdemeanor disorderly conduct counts in Connecticut with domestic violence, but they're not significant offenses compared to most homicide defendants. He added that he has concerns about Anderson's safety in prison. Well, they need to just, what they need to do. And that's just how I feel about it. I don't know what you feel about it, people. That's just how I feel about it. You live by the sword, well, damn it, you die by the sword. Period. That's the real consideration, Cotton said. At the end of the day, there is not mob justice in this county or country. Anderson said he didn't do it. Nigga, you did. They got you. They put you on trial. They got all of the evidence. They couldn't prosecute you and convict you if they never had evidence. So you can proclaim your innocence all you want. But the thing is, not only did you go and you had a first date with her, but you went on ahead and you took her life, you dismembered her body, and then you spread it around in the community. I mean, how heinous can you get, peoples? It's crazy. That is a real consideration, Cotton said. At the end of the day, there's not mob justice in this country, really? Well, I think it should be. Anderson says he didn't do it, y'all. Anderson told the judge that he's innocent and plans to appeal his conviction. He didn't elaborate, although Crivello later noted that Anderson had told an investigator that some stranger must have kidnapped Robinson after she left his apartment following their date. Now, y'all, look at this beautiful black chocolate. I hope true justice will be delivered, Anderson said Friday. Unconscionable crimes out of a horror story, judge says. Crivello refused to offer Anderson a chance at parole. Thank you, judge. She dismissed Anderson's claims of innocence, saying his view of reality differs from the rest of the world, trailing off at times and shaking her head. She said he's irredeemable, called his crimes unconscionable, and likened the case to something out of a horror novel. It's beyond imaginable to not know whether your child is dead or alive and then learn they're dismembered and disgraced. It's beyond understanding, she said. She also sentenced Anderson to 7.5 years on the dismemberment count and 1.5 years on the arson charge. Online court records indicate she dismissed the 4th count of hiding a corpse on Friday after Cotton argued Anderson can't be convicted both of mutilating and hiding a corpse. And so it was the first date that turns deadly, peoples. It says Anderson and Robinson, a student at Milwaukee Area Technical College, met at a bar in March 2024, a week before her death. Surveillance video and cell phone text and tracking records show they spent the late afternoon and early evening of April 1st drinking at 2 bars before heading back to Anderson's apartment. Photos of Anderson's phone show Anderson's groping Robinson as she lay face down on the couch. Prosecutors have argued she was incapacitated and couldn't resist. Surveillance video shows her car leaving his apartment early in the morning on April the 2nd and arriving at a park alongside the Lake Michigan shoreline. Prosecutors maintain that where her cut body where he cut her body into pieces. He later burned her car behind an abandoned building and took a bus home. Searchers discovered one of Robinson's legs in the park and the other leg and a foot near a playground close to where he burnt the car. A human torso and an arm believed to be Robinson's remains washed up on a beach in suburban South Milwaukee. Her head is still missing. Peoples, her head is still missing. Totally incredible, peoples. Absolutely incredible. Her head is still missing. This man meets this girl, goes out on a date, brings her home while she's highly intoxicated, lies on her back, and then cuts her up like a rag doll, spreads her body all over everywhere. Y'all hold on for a moment. This young lady right here, peoples, this man had literally mutilated, cut up, and spread her body all everywhere. And just imagine your little child is going to the playground and stuff, and then all of a sudden she sees a torso, she sees a leg, she sees an arm, she sees a foot, or he. Do you know that that will be horrifying? That child would never ever get over that. Never. And the head is still missing, so they can't find the head. I mean, people, it's one thing to cut up a chicken, cut up a turkey. It's one thing to cut up a bird like that and stuff, but to come up a human body like that, just to cut up the body, and then not only cut up the body, people's, but to go ahead and take the person's body and spread it all around everywhere, just like a rag doll, just didn't even care. To cut this girl up and to spread her all everywhere, that is unconscionable, peoples. That is unthinkable. It's crazy to me. We got some sick bastards out there. And then he's going to say, "Oh, well, I've been in the army, I've been in the Navy, I have literally served in the armed forces and stuff." Okay, so what does that mean? You want a cookie? Do you want a biscotti for serving in the armed forces and things? Do you? People, this is just crazy. How often do you see some madness like this, to where people will go ahead and cut up a human body and to spread the body parts all over everywhere for people to find? And they got the evidence, peoples, because that's how they were able to track this man down and convict this man. They got the evidence, peoples. They got the evidence. And so it's nothing that this man can say to prove his innocence, because the evidence is right there in your face, peoples. Evidence is right there in your face. And what is it that anyone can say? You can't. You can't say a damn thing because you're guilty as sin. You are guilty as sin, peoples. It's crazy. There's another video that I want to bring to you, peoples, about truck drivers that is missing. I want to bring you that right now, peoples. I'm going to bring that to your attention. So if you guys bear with me for a moment, I'm calling that video up right now. But we got some sick bastards in this world, people. I mean, absolutely sick. All right. Let me call up this other video, peoples. Let me call up this other video. Some sick bastards, boy. Just crazy. This is the kind of shit that really just drives up your blood pressure and stuff when you learn of these things and all, because, you know, you tend to wonder, why would anybody would go to great lengths to go and do some shit like this? I don't understand it. But let's listen in about the missing truckers everywhere, people. These are the things that these gentlemen is going to talk about. Let's take a look.
All right, it's going to take just a moment. About, was it 30 something seconds that we decided? All right, come on. We're still waiting for it to kick in. Still waiting.
I was like, where's my phone? Oh my, it's been a long day. It's been a long day.
It's been snowing.
Is it popping up yet?
Okay, all right, we have advertisements, so we do have sound.
We're going to press. Appreciate you guys being here an hour later. Missing truckers. Good evening, Hurricane.
Good evening.
Chewy Boo's over on his bed next to his window with his blanket and his
pillow
and his mattress and his couch.
And his pillow called Purr.
Jeff Edwards, what's going on? This is a pretty serious video, so I don't want to make it too lighthearted at the front of it. It's actually pretty frightening, this video. And I've got a couple of my own stories. Hurricane didn't really experience much of what I'm going to talk about.
No, I haven't had to so far. But I've had a couple of experiences that were pretty sketchy. Michelle, good evening. And I'm not gonna say hi to people as you come in. We will stop tonight and do some questions since it's a Sunday night. But let me get this out. Missing truckers. Yeah.
Missing truckers. This is a business, number one, that you can disappear if you want to. You can come out here on the road and you can disappear, especially if you're over the road or if you're regional. You can come out and disappear. You know, keep all your socials off, travel to the picks and drops, and just be left alone. But you're not left alone out here on the highways and byways of America by the demons that are restless right now. You want to, where's the picture of the guy? David Schultz up here in Iowa. Miss Pamela B, what's going on up here in Iowa? David Schultz. This is him. I don't have StreamYard hooked up yet up here, so that's a picture of David Schultz and his two kids. I guess that's his truck behind him. It's a long nose. It's David Schultz. He's 43, I think is what it was. November. That's good. November. And I'll put these pictures and I'll put the link to the video, or pardon me, the link to the articles that I'm talking about in the description once we're done. He was coming out of, let me show you the map on this. He was coming out of, there you go. I'm going to show you on the map where he was coming out of.
We're high tech.
He was leaving out of Eagle Grove, Iowa, which is right here. And he was coming over to Sac City, SAC City. He was delivering hogs. It's about an hour and 20-minute ride. Coming across 20, and it was about 11:51 at night, they saw him on a traffic camera in his truck coming
west on 20 out of Eagle Grove to the hog delivery place. He was delivering live hogs like you deliver the live beef. They saw him on this road. They saw the truck. They took a picture of it. Initially, they thought there was somebody with him, even though he drives solo, which is kind of freaky. But they said, no, we think he was by himself. He never showed up, but he's on this road heading this way. They find his truck on 71. You'll see the arrow sticking up. Matter of fact, this whole map is the screen cap of the video that you're watching now. They show his truck, or they found his truck because he never showed up. They found his truck northbound on 71 coming away from Sac City. And you can put that down now, babe. He had all his stuff in it, even though he wasn't in it.
It's crazy.
They found his jacket on the side of the road, away from the truck, on the side of the road, the other side of the road. His cell phone, all his stuff was in the truck. And I'm gonna tell the story, but I want to ask you guys that are watching, what's happened to you in these kind of situations? The guy was a younger guy. He had 2 young kids. He and his wife, don't know if they're having any problems, but here's the thing. His cell phone was left in the truck, you know?
The man's cell phone was left in the truck. He's driving live hogs to the slaughterhouse and stuff, and he comes up missing. Now, the one question I have to ask is, was this man black? Was he white? Was he Hispanic? You know, what is the dealio? And see, people's, you know, the thing that the strange thing about this is this happens more often than not. You know, the little bit of research that I have done before I start to play this live and stuff, this shit has been happening way, way, way too often. And frankly, to tell you the truth, I thank God. See, because the one thing is, peoples, we have to literally be obedient to what the Lord says and what the Lord does, and we have to keep our eyes open to the warning signs and stuff. Because see, I was going to fly way out to Virginia to purchase a vehicle, and then I was going to drive it back, be on the road, and you know, I was going to go to a lot of different states and see my favorite YouTubers that support me and things as I was driving back. It was going to be a week-long event. But blessed be to God that my settlement hasn't come yet for me to fly out there to Virginia to get the vehicle to drive back. Because see, the thing is, peoples, I could have been a statistic. Do you understand what I'm saying? I had planned on coming down to Chicago for the Kanika Jenkins unveiling for her tombstone. And I was going to come that Saturday, but TM, she had different plans and she didn't do it on that Saturday. So I lost money for my plane ticket and things and stuff, which is okay because, you know, like I say, my life is still saved. She did it, I believe, that Monday. It was a beautiful event and things, but, you know, just imagine Edward Joseph being out there in the city of Chicago. I talk about the Kanika Jenkins case, and I would have appeared at that gravesite and stuff. And, you know, at some point in time, had I said anything, somebody could have recognized me and whatnot. And then, you know, hey, there's Edward Joseph, and let's get him. He's the guy who's been talking about the Kanika Jenkins case, and, you know, Lord knows whatever and things and whatnot. But that didn't happen. Thank you, Jesus, because again, I didn't get my settlement. You know, although I already had the plane ticket already purchased and stuff and was going to fly out there and things, having that settlement would have gave me a little extra money and whatnot. So I was on a very, very, very tight budget. But I thank God that I didn't go, because that could have been a very traumatic experience and whatnot. And so I say this to say, people, is that, you know, looking at all of these truck drivers and things, Lord would have, you know, who would have known whatever would have happened to me and things, you know? I mean, the content creators and the YouTubers and Facebookers and all like that, that who I would have stopped by to, you know, say hello with and stuff, you know, coming into their states and stuff. Who would have known whether or not they had any ulterior motives and whatnot, you know? Maybe they say, oh, yeah, well, we like you while you're live online, but now we see you in person. Now we don't like you. And I've been holding this grudge up against you. Now I want to do things to take you out. Not to say that that would happen, but, you know, just being out there in the middle of nowhere, not knowing whether it was a sundown town or something that, you know, I was driving through, not being familiar with all of the area and things. You know, that's crazy, peoples. You just would never know. But see, thank you, Jesus, that he all the time gives me warning. He gives me warning. And so if it's okay, then, you know, there's nothing that would impede me from going. But if there's something that's going to impede me from going, well, then that's a warning. And that means I don't want you to go because it is not safe for you. I'm trying to keep you away from hurt, harm, and danger. And so you need to take heed to my warning. And I said, well, you know, thank you, Jesus. You know, you kept me from going. You kept me from hurt, harm, and danger, whatever it may have been and whatnot. And I'm grateful for that. You know, I'm totally grateful for that, because not everybody has your back. Not everybody, you know, would see any good for you or anything. And not to say that, again, that any other content creators or any other people who I would have seen that supports me up on YouTube would have done anything, but just being out there on the highway, not knowing, you know, the landscape, the areas and things, I could have ended up just like this truck driver. I could have. You never know. But if it was okay for me to go, the Lord would have saw fit for me to go, and that settlement would have got here, and I would have been traveling from state to state to state. But the Lord didn't see fit for that to happen. And so here I am, still up on YouTube, still shooting my shot and bringing awareness to all of these different cases and things, which I thank God for, because, you know, I'm still here. I still have my life. I still able to do the various things I want to do and I need to do. And that's amazing, people. So I love that. I thank God for that and stuff. So that's just how I am tuned with my Heavenly Father, more so than whoever you pray to. You know, my God protects me, and I listen to his voice, and I understand the telltale signs and things and stuff. And so, but to do these type of lives, people, I just want to bring awareness to that is going on around in our communities around the world. Because you got some sick bastards out there who literally just don't care. You know, I mean, you got some crazy people, and you got to literally stay prayed up, and you got to watch yourself. Now I'm going to be going to I'm going to be going on a 7-day cruise to the Bahamas, to the Catalina Islands and things. And it's 7 days and whatnot. And so, and everything is already paid for. I'll make sure that all of that stuff was paid for in advance, because remember, I was supposed to go last year, but then the accident happened. And so the Lord prevented me from going last year. That's when I got into the car accident and stuff. Not my fault at all, but, you know, it had repercussions. Now, this year, I am going on the same cruise and around the same time again this year. But this year, everything is paid for. So there's no hindrance nowhere in things. And so I said, well, thank you, Jesus. So now I finally got an opportunity to go ahead and be on a 7-day cruise. And I don't foresee anything happening, because if it was, then I wouldn't have been able to pay for the cruise. I wouldn't have been able to pay for my hotel accommodations. I wouldn't have been able to pay for my flight and I wouldn't have been able to pay for my excursions, while I'm out there in the Catalina Islands, you know. And so I thank God. So everything is paid for. So I'm just set to sail and things. Now the only thing I need to do now is just continue to keep looking on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all like that to see what accessories I can be able to purchase while between now and then that will help me out on my trip. And I just need to go through a thrift store and buy some clothes back from the 70s, 80s, and the 90s and things, and dress appropriately for when we have those little things, to where everybody dress up for that occasion and just party all night and things. So those are the things I need to get, and just a few more little clothes and whatnot and stuff. And I'm gonna be set, peoples. So trust you me, I'm doing a lot of research into, how I need to conduct myself while I'm on a cruise and what I need to get and things. And so that way, I'll be prepared for what may come and whatnot. And so I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to 7 days upon the high seas and just really just letting my hair down and enjoying myself and things. So, so I've been looking at a lot of different cruises. I've been looking at the Disney cruise, Carnival cruise, and then all of the other cruises that sails the high seas and stuff. And see what the protocol is, see what the hidden things is, see what you can do and what you should take and how you should pack and how you fold your clothes and do all of that stuff. So I've been doing a whole lot of research. So by the time that time comes, I am well aware of everything. Because see, it's not like I never took in a cruise before, but this will be the first time I ever be on a cruise for 7 days. Now, 3 days was like, wow, okay, but I didn't stay outside to where I got, sick, because being on the water and stuff, and you're constantly looking at water and you don't see land and things, and then the boat is rocking and all like this and stuff. Yeah, you get sick real quick. But I never stayed outside. I stayed on the inside, and went to the casinos. I stayed in the I stayed in the sauna, the pool and things. They had a lot of recreational thing and stuff to do and all. And so, and then plus it was my birthday weekend, and it was our class reunion, so we had took a trip. And so it was absolutely beautiful. I really enjoyed myself and things, and had a chance to be with all of my friends and and stuff, and we just had a grand old time. And so now this trip is going to be 7 days. So we're going to be on the water for 7 days, and that's going to be very interesting. So it's going to be like 4 days longer than what I did be on the cruise originally. But it's going to be fun because we're going to be docked at a lot of different islands and things, and be able to get out and enjoy the culture and stuff, and eat the food and go snorkeling and do all of this wonderful stuff and whatnot. So I said this time around I'm going to let my hair down just a little bit, because I don't eat exquisite cuisines like octopus and shark and all like that and stuff. Now I'm saying this now that I may try it, but I know when I get there I don't think I'm going to be eating all of that exquisite food. Just give me, a red snapper or something to that effect, and I'm good. I'm not trying to eat all of that other stuff that they be eating and things. So, but I know I'm going to have to eat. So if I don't like what they're cooking on land, then I've always had a cruise ship that I can come back to be able to make sure that I have, something that I know that I'll love to eat and things and stuff. So, like I say, people, so I'm prepared. I'm ready to set sail and things. I'm ready to do this thing and stuff. But you just have to be aware of your surroundings, peoples. You have to be aware of your surroundings. You have to be aware of the people who you politic with. You just got to stay vigilant, because at any given point in time, anything can happen. But most importantly, you got to stay prayed up. Now, I'm not saying that you just have to walk out the house with a total heighten of awareness, and you got to all the time look over your shoulders and things like that. Now, if you ain't did nothing, then you ain't got nothing to worry about. Ain't nobody going to be after you and stuff. But you got to keep a certain level of alertness to make sure that you're not out in some form, whatever, and stuff at night and things, and it's just you by yourself and things. You need to all the time let somebody know where you are. Somebody should know something about where you are at all times and things. So then that way, if anything happens, then they have a location to track down and whatnot. But, just live life, but just be cautious and don't put yourself in unnecessary dangers and things. But in this case, the man couldn't do it because this was his job. I mean, he was transporting hogs to the slaughterhouse and whatnot. But his tractor trailer ended up getting commandeered. And I'm just curious to see if it was a black man, because now, it's black men are targets. Black men are targets. Black men are not just only killing themselves now, it's people out there who's killing them. It used to be a time that it would be black on crime and stuff, but you don't hear about black on crime too often now on the news or anything. Now you're seeing ICE and all of these other vigilantes and things that is coming in, killing the people. So you have to be totally aware of your surroundings and what you're doing, peoples, because, hey, at the end of the day, it is your life that is going to be taken, not mine, especially if you do dumb stuff and be putting yourself in situations and things. And so the days of old, the days of just letting your hair down and just being carefree, well, you cannot be carefree no more, peoples. I'm telling you, you can't be carefree no more, because, the times has changed. Situations has changed. People has changed. Things has changed, peoples. So you can't do that no more, like how it once was. And so I say that to say, peoples, this is the purpose of what I'm doing right now, because I do want to bring awareness to the people. And I do want to bring all of these cases to the people so the people can be aware as to what's going on. You may be one that's just sitting back being complacent in things, but the time of complacency is over with, peoples. The time of complacency is over with. Now, you have to just be a little bit vigilant, but a little bit smart into the things that you do. Is that all right, peoples? Let's sit back. Let's watch this a little bit, and then we're going to move on to another segment of this live and things. I greatly appreciate my moderators who had brought me this content and stuff to bring awareness to these things that is happening in our communities, in our states, in our residential areas and things, in our houses, on our jobs and whatnot. It's crazy, people. It's really crazy. But yeah, stay aware if you care. Let's go.
He didn't have anything with him except what he had on his body. I don't know if he had his wallet in his. I don't carry a wallet on me. I never ever have a wallet on me, ever. That way, if I get robbed, I just got to worry about me.
In fact, ladies, I don't carry a purse anymore, or British people say handbag. I don't carry a purse. I don't carry a purse ever, even now when I'm out of the truck, because of grab and snatch or anything like that. Because I've learned from being in the truck not to carry a lot of stuff with me because of that. So I only carry like my wallet and my phone when I'm going to buy something when I come back. Otherwise, it sits in the vehicle, obviously not seen. So, yeah.
And I didn't see in the article that his wallet was left in the truck, but his cell phone was, some other things were, maybe his wallet was, I don't know. They haven't found him. November 20th of 2023,
They have not found him. He never delivered the hogs. The hogs were in the back of the vehicle. The truck's pointing away from where he's supposed to drop them.
Like the opposite way, isn't it?
It was pointing north on 71. You got to go south on 71 from where he was to get back to the hog farm to drop him off. And there was no call for help. There was no call to his company. There was nothing. Now, I'm going to tell you what I think. Now, the wife she's had some psychics get involved. And they've said they've seen him, they say it's bad. And they see him in their psychic revelations, which that's just talking to demons. But demons know what's going on. That they see him tied up and bound and gagged in a room. Don't know if it's true. The police have no leads, because you would think if it was anything where he was maybe he had somebody riding with him, and she was a side piece, and the side piece had a side dude that's, hey, well, let's rob this guy tonight on the run. When you're with him, I'll meet you on this road. Tell him you want to go down this road to do this, and I'll meet you. You pull over, act like I need help. If it was one of those things, you would think they would have found text messages, emails, because doggone well the police have gone through all his text messages and his wife's text messages. Because the other thing, too, is the very first thing they do when somebody goes missing, especially if you're married, they're going to check your spouse, too, because maybe she had him, something happened to him. Maybe she had a little bit of something going on with that. So you can't rule anybody out. Mm-hmm. But she's not a suspect, apparently. There was nothing on the phone records. They just say he's just disappeared.
Nice silence, complete, just off the grid.
And I tell you all that because it's tough enough out here in trucking.
Yes.
And you want to help, you want to stop, you want to help people. But nowadays with the activities going on, you almost can't risk it. Especially as a female, you cannot risk it. Mm-mm. I had a couple incidents. You want to show the picture of,
yep.
I have another map for me.
Moving into a new commercial space, managing IT, security, and cabling can feel overwhelming, but it doesn't have.
I was coming down to Laredo. When I first got with GNP, I drove all the other stuff. Hold on a second. I drove all the other stuff they had with GNP, and about 2 months in, I said, hey, can I get on some of these runs going to Laredo? Because I was willing to stay out for 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, even though you didn't need to be with GNP. I'm like, I want to get my experience, man. I want long runs. I want to stretch it out. I don't want to do this Charlotte to Atlanta. And luckily for me, a hurricane hit in Louisiana and hit down in the eastern part of Texas that year. And some of the truckers in our company got caught down there and they couldn't get back through because of the interstates. And they said, hey, will you run some of this stuff? Because you've asked us if you can go down there and run. I said, yeah, I'll go down. Gladly. But see, that's the thing too with, when you get on a run like that, like I was begging for it, I wasn't about to mess up and let anything get in the way of that. I'm like, I'm going to run. I'm going to be out for 6, 8 weeks. I'm going to be your best long-term driver or long distance driver that doesn't expect to do a 34 because I ran recaps. I'm like, I'm going to run recaps, run 7 days a week. I'm coming down out of Charlotte, picked the load up in Atlanta, and I'm coming down and I came the south side of Houston. This is Laredo down here. I came the south side of Houston because it said that 10 that night, it was about 6:30, but the sun was going down. And it said that 10 going west had a major traffic jam over here near San Antonio. Even though you can take a feeder road south of San Antonio, I'm like, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to jump down and take this back road. This back road is an authorized truck route, and it only adds about 15, 20 minutes to the trip, but you are in rural areas. So I took this route right here to get down to Laredo to try and avoid this traffic jam because I couldn't stand sitting in traffic. You can put that down, pretty girl. Is it legal to have blue eyes as blue as yours are? So I took that road. And let me preface this story with the fact when I lived in Virginia Beach, when I was there, you had a couple feeder roads into the beach. You had 2 bridges, actually 3 bridges that came into Virginia Beach. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 bridges that came into Virginia Beach. The 2 on the Hampton Road side that fed into Virginia Beach. One's a tunnel, one was just a bridge. When you get off those bridges and off those tunnels, you hit some feeder interstate, like the I-295 versus I-95. they had people getting robbed all the time on those because people would be pulled over at 2 a.m, acting like they had a flat tire. They'd have some, little fine tenderoni standing out by the vehicle looking all, I need help. Somebody pulls over and all of a sudden the dude steps out of the back of the car and goes, hey, give us all your money. They had that kind of stuff happen a lot more than they talked about. If you know anything about living at an oceanfront area, they don't ever report the true crime numbers that are going on. They don't want to scare people. So that kind of stuff happened a lot where people would get held up because they were trying to be a good Samaritan and stop at 2 a.m. I'm coming down that back road heading into Laredo. And again, I hope they find David Schultz. It's been this long. There's been no word. God bless him.
Not knowing, I think, is the hardest thing, isn't it?
I was coming down the back way, coming out of Houston into Laredo. I'd been driving trucks for maybe at this point, maybe 5 months. I was still just a puppy in tall grass in trucking, but I wasn't a puppy in tall grass in life. And I was coming the back way into Laredo, and I could see up ahead of me on a 2-lane road. I had tree line to my left because there was a bunch of trees on one side of that road for quite a bit of miles once you get out of some of these smaller cities. I saw up ahead of me about 1.5 miles, I saw flashing lights, 4-ways. And I thought, well, somebody's broken down. I get up close, and there were like 4 or 5 guys in a full-size, looked like a Chevy pickup truck. And I know vehicles because I used to, run car dealerships. Full-size white Chevy pickup truck, quad cab, full 4 doors, full cab. And they were all standing outside of it. And the truck was actually almost blocking the lane they were in. They were coming the opposing way. And they were almost blocking the lane that I was in, but not quite. And they were coming this way. And I'm going, so they're coming this way. I'm going this way. They were coming northeast and I was going southwest. That's the best way to put it. But there was 4 or 5 guys. And it was probably at that point, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30 by the time I hit that area, maybe 10, but it was totally dark. Wasn't a ton of traffic because that road's not heavily traveled. It's more local and regional traffic than it is, truckers. Most truckers take 10 and then drop down into Laredo off of 10. And these guys were waving me down to stop. And I'm like, I'm a big guy. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think so. There's 4 or 5 of you guys, you got to have a cell phone. This was only in 2016, 2017, actually 2016. Because I got the GNP in February of 2016. So it would have been September, October. And they're on the road trying to wave me down to slow me down. And I'm by myself. And at that point, I did not have my pew-pew with me. Because I was a good boy because GNP said you can't carry your pew-pew. I've never, just an aside note, and you didn't hear this on my channel. So if I asked about it, just Men in Black, boop, you didn't hear me say it. I've never met a retired police officer ever in my life that said they didn't carry wherever they went, regardless of state laws. Never had it told to me. And they said, I'd rather be, judged by 12 than carried by 6. So, but I didn't have my pew-pew with me. And even though I'm a big guy, there's 5, 6 guys standing outside this big white pickup truck. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense, man. You got cell phones. What am I going to do? Tow you? No, I'm not going to tow you. And at that point, I was going down with the load. So I was under, under a load. When I pulled tanker in the oil field, actually, I pulled off-road diesel in Pocatello for about 6 months. Everything shut down, and I had to go up to Billings, Great Falls. I had to go up to the Great Falls tank farm and get some off-road diesel to bring back down to the mines that are down there in just south of the border in Idaho, just past the border. There's some mines up there in the mountains, and I had to cut. And when I came back through, I'm like, well, I want to allegedly avoid the way station that's on that main interstate. So I went the back way and came through Yellowstone at 2 a.m. Same thing.
It's crazy.
There was a van that was pulled over to the side of the road. I was going south. The van was going north. It was a 2-lane road. They were pulled over, 4-ways on. It was a woman standing outside trying to wave me down. But I saw a guy standing on the other side of the van. And I'm like, Man, I don't. You surely have a cell phone. And I know that they might not get here quickly, but here's the out I had there. Pulling hazmat with the company I was with, they were adamant. You don't stop for anybody, anything. You stop for the POPO and DOT, and that is it. You stop if you had an accident, that is it. You don't stop for anything or anybody. You don't stop to try to render aid. I know that goes against some people's, I want to be a good person. I went by them and began slowing down because there was a lake to the side of where they were, where they pulled over. And I began slowing down a little bit. And I'm going to finish the story about the Latinos in Laredo, or heading to Laredo, and with this same story. As I got by their van, it was a little green or dark blue van. As I got by it, I saw the woman very clearly. I saw the guy on the other side. I couldn't tell if there was a kid inside. And as I got by, I began slowing down and kind of pulling over, going, well, I know what we're told about stopping, but should I? And I began to pull over and stop like a knucklehead. And another dude stepped out of the back of the van on the side of the lake, away from the road. So he stepped out on the side. So now there's two dudes and a woman he stepped out like, okay, this guy doesn't see me. I'm going to step out now. Who knows what they were wanting to do? Who knows? I just know that nowadays, and I'm getting witness to what I'm saying because I remember both of these incidents clearly. I remember them viscerally too. Like I feel the emotion of it. You can't stop, man. Nowadays, you cannot take the risk. Even if you have a pew-pew with you, you can't take the risk. The ones in Laredo, I kept going around them. I did slow down, but I kept going around them. I pulled over further. They're screaming, they're hollering. I thought they're going to shoot me through the window, And you're that close to the border on top of that. They let me go by. But I was like, I'm ready to push. I'm ready to push the pedal to the floor if I need to. These people coming in the back way of Yellowstone, going back down to Pocatello, same thing. I'm like, man, this could get ugly very quickly because I don't know what they have, don't know what their intentions are. I want to believe they have good intentions, but you can't believe any of that anymore. Not nowadays. So this trucker, no text messages, no emails.
Very odd.
His jacket's on the side of the road. His stuff's in his truck. He's facing away from where he's supposed to go drop. Now, could he have just disappeared? Could he have just said, you know what? I don't like my life. I don't want to be doing this with my wife. I'm tired of the life I'm leading. Let me see if I can just, could it be? Yeah. They've had truckers say that they've had truckers disappear. And when they get found, they say, well, I had amnesia. I think that's funny as I'll get out. I had amnesia. I must have had amnesia. I don't remember what was going on. True story. Look some of these things up. The ones that are scary, though, are truckers. And these are true stories, I'm telling you. And I'll put them in the description when the video's over. A couple truckers have pulled into distribution centers.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And a trucker had pulled over to use the restroom. He was out in the woods like the bears. And while he was in the restroom, while he was using the restroom out there, because that's God's restroom, he's looking down in the weeds and he sees a body. So he comes back out. He calls the police. They come out. That was a trucker that had gone through the gates of a distribution center in town where he was driving through. He was heading that way, driving through. The guy that stopped to go to the bathroom. A trucker had gone to the distribution center in that town 15 miles down the road, gone in, dropped his trailer at the door, went over and parked where he was supposed to park, and disappeared. And they said, we didn't see him leave. We didn't see anybody swing by and pick him up. I don't know. I don't know if there was an inside job and they're like, no, we're gonna pick up old, Randall over here and go take him out and, take his wallet and stuff. I don't know. Sometimes I got to believe some of these people at these places, like when I got, a stalker under my bathroom door in New Mexico.
Oh, that's freaky.
I got to believe that sometimes people know who it was, because even like then they said, we didn't see anything. We didn't see anybody come out of there. I'm like, listen, there was somebody in there with the orange jumpsuit on under the door. Anyway, the people at this distribution center said that they didn't see anything. They said there's nothing on cameras. They said they saw him check in. They had a note from the gate guard showing where he checked in, where he parked his truck. They saw him drive around the building, park his truck.
He ended up down the road 15 miles unalived. And I think it was about 2.5 months after that is when this trucker pulled over to go to the bathroom and found that guy's unalived being.
Now, peoples, don't that sound like the young lady whom we had just talked about on last night? They didn't find her car until 9 months later, after they found out that she was murdered. 9 months later. It's crazy, peoples. And that was, well, his experience, was a little somewhere else, but he had mentioned about Virginia Beach. And I was going to go to Virginia Beach to go purchase the vehicle and drive it back. And so I would have been on one of those roads and things, coming back from Virginia on my way, to California. And not knowing the landscape and not knowing, the ins and outs of the highways and things and whatnot. I mean, I could have been easily, something could have happened and stuff at one of the rest stops, or me just wanting to just pull over in some foreign neighborhood and stuff, needed to rest up for a couple hours. Ain't no telling what could have happened, because you don't just all the time just go and get a room, and stay the night at a room and things and stuff, especially when you're on the highway. You're doing long road trips like that and stuff. That's one of the joys of being on the road like that and stuff. So you can all the time pull in one of those truckers gas stations and things. You can shower up there, you can freshen up, you can get you a nice little breakfast meal and things like that and stuff. That's why they have those places like that, to where you can freshen up and things while you're doing those long trips and things, because you don't necessarily have to go and get a room for tonight and spending all of that money just for a room. You can go to the trucker's place. They have all of everything that you need and stuff, laundry, showers, and they have washing places to where you wash your clothes, and eateries where you can sit down and eat, watch movies, and do all of that stuff. Because when I was living out in Oregon, they had all of those trucker things, alongside the highway at different intervals and whatnot. And so it was very, very interesting, And then even in places in California, like when you're driving down to Los Angeles, they have them all side the road as well and things, which I never went to. I mean, I've always went to get gas, but I never went to kind of like shower up or anything like that, because we didn't take long road trips like that other than just going to LA and back and things. But even when I was out on the road, going different places and filming different places all over the United States, I've always got a room and stuff, stayed for tonight, and then went on my merry way and things. But I would love to do that one time, just to kind of get a feel for what that's like and things. So when I get my new car, I'm going to take a road trip, and I'm going to do that. Instead of getting renting a room, I'm just going to go to one of the truckers' places and things, and hang out there, take a shower, and do all that stuff. Sit down and watch a movie and things. Kind of like be like a trucker, but in a car, so to speak, and go to a couple of states and stuff, and just check out the sights and things and all. So that would be kind of interesting. But man, oh man, boy, and I miss my time in Oregon. I miss my time. Oregon is just like about 10 to probably 12-hour trip from California and things. It's a long trip. You go up these winding roads and in the mountains and things and whatnot. But it's a beautiful, absolutely beautiful and very picturesque terrain that you go through and stuff. You see a lot of trees, a lot of foliage, a lot of deers and things like that. But I miss it. I am going to go back to Oregon and things, to go visit some people who I made friends with out there and whatnot. Oh, if you've never been to Oregon, people, the water is fresh, the air is clean, and it's very cheap. Very, very cheap. You can build you a mansion out there. And then, there's no state taxes. So if you're ever going to purchase anything and stuff, go down there, purchase all the electronics and come back. And just make a road trip out of it, But don't go down there and just purchase a TV and, just because you ain't paying taxes on it and stuff. No. You're going to go down there and make all of your purchases, buy all of your clothes and house appliances and stuff. Fill the car up, make it worth it. Make it worth the trip and things and stuff. So if you're going to go down there and spend money, go down there and spend money and go down, buy all your appliances and everything instead, come back and shit, man, you'll have, I guarantee you'll have a car full. You go down there with a couple of $1,000, shit, you'll come down there like a king. You'll be coming out of there with so many clothes and a car full of stuff because $1,000 goes a long way. A couple of $1,000 goes even further than that, So if you're going to go down to Oregon, you're going to purchase some electronics and stuff, take you a couple of grand and have a nice shopping spree and come back with a car full of everything, brand new everything. For like a 40 or 50 inch color TV out there, it'll probably only be about $500 or $600. Out in California, it'd be about $2 or $3 grand, for a big TV like that 4K TV. So you can see the difference. And then plus you pay taxes up on that. But in Oregon, you don't pay no state taxes. So whatever it is, that's what it is. So if the candy is $1.25, well, you only pay $1.25. That's it. No state taxes. And the gas is cheap, Gas is real cheap, but you're getting a lot more bang for your buck in Oregon. Now, is there much to do in Oregon? It just all depends on where, what you're used to and things and stuff. But in Portland, Oregon, there's a lot of stuff to do, whole lot of stuff to do. And I loved it. But the only thing with Oregon is it rains most of the time. So if you're not used to the rain, well, then, it just rains. It rains damn near 7 days a week. Rain, 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 rain. But now during the springtime and summer, oh my God, boy. Yeah, when that sun come out, ooh, and the flowers is already blooming, and then you smell the whiff of the pine trees and all of the other flowers and stuff. Oh my God, boy, it is just like heaven. But now during the winter, well, when I came, it was the worst winter storm that they had. And I mean, the snow had literally came up to the driver's side window. And in some cases, it engulfed the whole car in snow. Like, the kind of snow that they have out there in Chicago and New York and places like that. You have to shovel the snow off and things. And then the roads is icy and things. So you have to make sure that you had snow chains on your car. And so I made sure that my car was in tip-top shape because you can't get it. Well, I mean, you can get around, everywhere without a car and stuff. You can get to Portland because they have a train that extends down from Portland all the way down to the other end. So you can't get around without a car and stuff, but it's just best to have a car. So, you can venture out into other areas instead of just having to be committed to the line that takes you everywhere and stuff. But yeah. And I took the train out here. We call it BART, but I forget what they call it out there. But it's beautiful. it's beautiful train and things. They have it out in Sacramento as well as I'm sure that they have it in Chicago and all of these other places and things and stuff. But yeah, Oregon is just beautiful peoples. I mean, absolutely beautiful. The air is fresh. The water is crystal clear and clean, and the water tastes so damn good, and it makes you feel so damn good. But it's natural. It's natural water. You know, no preservatives, no additives, no nothing and things. You can even go to the river and just fill up your bottle and just drink it from there. But they don't really have bottled water because, I mean, what comes out from the tap is just natural spring water that comes from the mountains and things. And it is so crystal clear and fresh. So you don't see people walking around with bottles of water and stuff. You know, you can just go to any water fountain and stuff, and it's all time clean and everything. Just drink the water. You know, you go to a restaurant, ask for some water, and give you a tall glass of crystal clear, ice chilled water. Oh man, it's so wonderful. And I tell you, the food. Oh my God, man! They had a place called Voodoo Donuts, and it was a place to where you can get all sorts of donuts and stuff. And if you ever like donuts, man, you got to be careful because you get sugar diabetes eating all of those donuts and things. You know, you have to be very, very careful. But they just have a lot of eateries. Even the joint says, you know, the street places to where you go buy food and stuff. It is so delectable. And it's almost like a 3 to 4 star dining experience, you know, because the food is so damn good. And not for a lot of money either. So if you got a job that pays you very well and stuff, you know, the apartments, you can get a plush 2-3 bedroom apartment for what, maybe about $1,100. But something like that out in California, that's about 2 or 3. No, it's more than 2,000. It's about 3,400 or above that. You know, average apartment out here right now runs about 2,300, and that's just, you know, 1 bedroom, little nothing, little hole in the wall, whatever type of thing and stuff. So, but out there in Oregon for that price, shit, you can down there get you an apartment that's almost like a house. And so, man, it's just crazy. But it's absolutely beautiful. And then the clothes, the clothes that they have and stuff, it is very hardy clothes. You can get you some designer clothes and stuff for cheap. You know, it just depends on where you live. But Oregon with no state taxes and stuff, you know, you can get you some Chanel, you can get you some all of the name brand clothes and stuff for cheap. You know, bottles of perfume. I know some of you like perfume. You can get it for cheap out there and things with no state taxes, you know. Randall Robinson has said that the landlords be on drugs charging that much. he said, I rock with donuts. I don't eat them often. Well, yeah, I'm a donut fan. You know, I gotta have me a cinnamon swirl. You know, the big cinnamon donut thing. That's about all that I eat right now. I mean, I used to eat donuts like it's water, but now since I'm older, you know, I don't want to consume, you know, that much sugar and things. So I got to watch my intake as well and stuff. See, when you get older, you got to watch your diet because you don't want to go and eat a lot of sweets and things that is going to affect your health and whatnot. Mariah Lavender had said, "It's very expensive where you live, Mr. Edward." Hell to the yes, it is. Hell to the yes, it is. Just the common little 1 bedroom apartment will run you about $2,500. Yeah. But see, you know, it just depends on who you know and what type of arrangements that you can get and things and stuff on, and then what type of program that you're on. So a lot of people, you know, if you've been living out here and you was able to acquire some property, you know, way back when, you can go ahead and rent out that property for a reasonable price and whatnot. You know, that's good and stuff. I'm so happy that my son and daughter, because they're disabled, you know, they got them a beautiful place. God have blessed them with a beautiful place. So they got a 1-bedroom apartment, and you know, it's in a beautiful location. No crime in their areas and things, and you know, they're keeping up their places very, very nice, and I thank God for that. So I'm glad that both of them really settled down and got their things together and doing what they're doing and stuff. So you know, that's a beautiful thing. So I thank God for that. But yeah, you just have to see, you know, in negotiating your rent and stuff, you get a good, cool landlord, and you tell them, okay, well, I'm here and I'm here to be here for quite some time and stuff. So, you know, work with me. And a lot of the landlords said they'll work with you. You know, if you're going to be a long-term tenant and things, and you keep your place up very nice and stuff, well, shoots, man, they'll try to keep you there forever. You know, they'll try to keep you there forever and never raise your rent and things. I know where I am. I've been here for, I think he said 10 years now. And I said, it's been 10 years? Really? I got to go back and I got to look at the lease, because it just only seems like about five or 6 years that I've been here. But he said I've been here for 10 years. So I'm kind of like, well, all right. So from my last job that I got and to this job that I got now, it's been 10 years, really? Oh my God. Man, I'm kind of like, okay, well, you know, that's cool. But he never raised my rent. Never got a rent increase in things, because I've always kept my place really nice and stuff, and you know, did what I do and all. So we got a good relationship and things, but you know, I want to move to something different, because I have to cross the bridge every day. and crossing that bridge is costing me $8 a day. That doesn't include the gas and things that I have to pay in order to get to work. So, but you know, again, you know, I make very good money on my job. So that's one of the perks and downfalls of living in California. You make very good money, but your money goes for all of your amenities and things like your rent, your PG&E, your cell phone bill, you know, the gas, your cable bill, you know, and all that stuff. That's why I say, you know, what my moderators, look, hey, I'm flipping out money every month, flipping out $100 just for the internet, which is unheard of. But I mean, I got super fast internet. I got fiber optics and stuff. So that's why I'm able to go live and have everything produced in 10K, 1080p. You know, I can even go up to 4K or 8K. I can stream in 4K or 8K if I want to, but there's no need to go that high and things, because I'm not a high level YouTuber, so I don't need all of that to be just ultra sharp and crisp. But what I'm running right now, I graduated from 720 to 1080p. And so that's why I stream everything in 1080p now. You know, that's high definition. So that's just a little less than 4K. But I want all of my videos to be crystal clear and crisp, and, you know, things that I show and stuff. So And I see that you notice a difference in all of my lives and stuff. And you see how crystal clear and crisp my lives is and stuff. And, you know, the displays and everything is very sharp. And so with a high internet that I'm running right now with fiber, shit, all of the stuff just comes up just like that. You know, I got a blazing fast computer that can handle it. Then I got a blazing fast internet that can handle it as well and stuff. And, you know, I can call up things just like that. I can play simultaneously, you know, 4 or 5 movies or however many movies and things all at once and never skip a beat, you know. And that's why I was showing you, you know, to the lengths of what I do and stuff. So, you know, I can interchange from one video to another video to another video and things like that and never skip a beat and things. And so I couldn't do that with just my regular cable. But when I transferred to fiber, oh my God, this was a game changer. And so with this being a game changer, me changing my internet speed and things, well, now I had to change my platform of how I go live and stuff. And so this is why I asked all of my moderators and stuff to send me content and things, because like I did on one live before, you know, how I switch from one picture to another picture or a video or something like that. It gives me time to splice all of those things up and, you know, talk about it and things. And so that's what I want to do because I have the platform. I might as well just go ahead and utilize all of the tools that is at my disposal and see, I got an extra hard drive now that it is 28 terabytes. That is a hell of a lot of memory. 28 terabytes. That means I ain't got to purchase no new hard drive for another 3 or 4 years because it would take at least a year to fill up 8 terabyte things. But I got 28 terabytes. So that is a little over 3 times the amount or 4 times the amount, you know, of memory. So that's 4 years of high definition videos and stuff that won't even take up a lot of memory and things. And so that's why I purchased it because it was on sale. So I said, well, shit, let me just go ahead and get it now and have that at my disposal because now since I'm running 1080p, you know, a lot of that video is being captured and, you know, I save everything that I do. So then when I want to go back to watch it or whatever, or splice up some videos, I can. So I don't just let YouTube just go ahead and capture all of my video footage. No, I save all of my video footage, everything, every live that I ever did. I got it on my hard drives and stuff. And so I had to be smart about it and get some hard drives that, you know, I can increase the memory. So then that way I'll never run out of memory in things. And so this was my commitment to my channel and things, you know, to seek more graphics and things and do a lot more than what I ever can do. And so there's a whole lot more that I can do and stuff, but you know, all of that stuff, it just takes time. It takes time and it takes experience. And so for me to really be a lot more creative than what I am doing now, I just got to take the time to just go ahead and just do it. But I just be tired, peoples, because, you know, when I get in from work for the week, on the weekends, I just want to sit back and I just want to relax. I just be tired because during the week, I really can't get that much sleep and things because I'm spending an hour in traffic going up, almost 2 hours coming back. And then when I get in, sometimes I go live, you know, and I'll be sitting, even though I'll be sitting down, I still be tired and things. Then I got to go live late, then get up early in the morning and do the same thing over and over again. So, you know, you just have to kind of, you got to, at some point in time, try to get you some rest. And so now with days like this one, I just have absolutely nothing to do. but just go live and talk to you guys. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm enjoying every last moment of it. And so, although, you know, I'm resting, making sure that I get my rest and things, but I'm also am doing what I love to do, and that is going live. And so, you know, and so I'm just sitting back looking at all of the creative things that I can be able to do and stuff, and, you know, taking a look at things, see what I can spice up and whatnot. But it's all good. You know, I just love what I do. I really do. I just love what I do. And I'm looking at all of these content creators, and I'm scanning to see what programs are they using, you know? What things are they using? Because see, I know it's more than just StreamYard out there, but StreamYard is what I've been working with forever and a day. And so now I'm ready to go to a whole new platform that will give me a lot more bang for my buck and things. Now I can go and I can go up to a business setting on StreamYard, which will give me a lot more creative value and things. But with that, it will only make sense if I had the support of the community. Well, I don't have the support of the community like that to you know, go and level up to another level like that. But here, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Since this is just impromptu live and things and stuff, let me go ahead and share my screen. Let me share a different screen, and we're just going to talk about some things, people. So let me go here. Let me do a new one. And then let me call it StreamYard. I just want to just be open with you guys and let you guys see what's what. So you guys can get an understanding as to what I do and things. So this is a thing, it's called Riverside. It says StreamYard is for streamers, pro creators use Riverside. So see, I use StreamYard, but they have a new one. It's called Riverside. And so let's check that out instead. And see, with Riverside, this is all of the beautiful things that you can do. This is what a lot of the creators is doing and things. And so this is pretty much what I'm getting geared up to right now to go do. It's a new platform. It's called Riverside. So you can stream on YouTube, Facebook, X, Indeed, Instagram, Twitter, and then I don't know what this last one is. But see, this is how their platform is and stuff. And so with Riverside, versus StreamYard, let's go ahead and let's take a look at this. Let me increase that a little bit. Riverside, you can stream in 1080p, which StreamYard you can as well. You can do local recording, which StreamYard, yes, you can as well. And then you can do simultaneous streaming, which in StreamYard you can do as well. Omni Chat, which is in StreamYard, you can do as well. And let me just jump before I do that. Audio quality, theirs is 48 KHZ, which is a lot greater, and the quality of the audio is a lot crisper and sharper. Well, in StreamYard, you only can do 44.1, which is cute. Okay, so let me go back. Let me jump back. So AI editing, Riverside, you can do that. StreamYard, it says no, what you stream is what you get. So you can't do AI editing in StreamYard, but you can do it in Riverside. Okay. And then video quality, you can stream up to 1080p, or you can have 4K resolution, but 4K is only for desktop, not up on the phone. So you can do it in StreamYard, but it's only for the desktop and not for the phone. But in Riverside, you can do it both desktop and phone. The audience, you can stream up to, or you can have up to 1,000 people. And then StreamYard says they won't say secret safe with them. Okay. Guests, you can have up to 10 guests. Well, StreamYard says up to 10 members, more than merrier. So in Riverside, you only have a total of 10 guests. But in StreamYard, it says up to 10 members. So I'm thinking that, okay, yeah, it can be 10 members, or maybe that's the max and things for that. And then screen sharing, it says best believe it in Riverside. And then StreamYard says, yes, sharing is caring. So they can do it as well. Lower thirds, Riverside can do it. And then StreamYard, yes, everyone's lower third, thirding. Okay. So customization, hell yes. Riverside, yes, customization is your heart's content. Well, I don't see too much customizations in StreamYard. So, you know, I got to give them an X up on that one, because I tried to customize, you know, a little bit more than what I'm doing now and stuff. And I don't see StreamYard being able to customize like some of these other content creators are doing their channels and things. So trust me, I've been on this thing and I've been trying my best, but StreamYard, no, it's not there. And it says recording quality up to 4K videos, 48 KHZ audio, and then StreamYard only does 1080p HD. Riverside, yes, recording saved locally and uploaded. And then StreamYard says yes, but everyone's doing it these days. So they're doing it as well. So it's pretty much what they're saying. Riverside, magic audio for studio level sound quality. And then StreamYard says none, bring your own fairy dust. So they don't do it. Live monitoring, yes. And then StreamYard says yes, peekaboo. User interface, highly intuitive and user friendly. And then StreamYard, think of it as a flip phone of interface, so they do it as well. Text-based editing, yes, edit audio, video, editing, text. And then StreamYard, they don't do it. No better, sharper than those scissors. So they don't do it. Multi-track editing, yes, remove cross-track controls, volumes, layouts. StreamYard, they don't do it. No, mono is the new stereo. AI voice, yes, text-to-speech in your own voice. StreamYard, no, keep those vocal cords warmed up. They don't do it. Magic clips, yes, automatic highlight creations. StreamYard, no, manual magic only. Audio cleanup, yes, remove silences, filter words. StreamYard, they don't do it. No, every pause and cherish. Transcriptions, yes, audio transcriptions and 100 languages. StreamYard, no, brush up on those typing skills. And so now you see the difference between Riverside and StreamYard. And so this is what I'm going to be transitioning to, peoples, because I've been looking at this for quite some time now, and it's called Riverside. And so now I got to see what is it? And it says Riverside paid $19 a month. You get what you pay for. StreamYard, shit, you already know what StreamYard is. It's like $49 a month. And so Riverside, it gets 4.8, and then is 865. And then StreamYard, out of 4.8 is gets 4.8 out of 5, but then the reviews is 865 for Riverside and 287 for StreamYard. So guess what, peoples? Guess who is going to be transitioning over to Riverside, because it is a cheaper platform, but you get more for the buck. Now, I must say StreamYard is doing very well in, changing a lot of the things that they're doing, and, they're really trying to keep up with the Joneses and stuff. But right now, to the degree, half the price, you get more with Riverside. So does it even make sense to spend double the amount and get less? It doesn't make sense. And so, I think I'm going to transfer over to Riverside. So it's going to be a whole new platform, but it's only going to be $19 a month. And so, I mean, that's half the price. But see, the only thing with StreamYard is that I have so much video content on StreamYard that I will have to download it first before I do anything, So I have to download all of this video footage first before I do anything and stuff. So Riverside is the way to go. Riverside is the way to go for if you really want to enhance a lot of the things that you do. So now let's not totally throw out StreamYard. So let's see what changes StreamYard is making. Okay, so I have the advanced version of StreamYard because I'm paying only $49 a month. And so, I have all of the core, but I have extra right here. So I can stream up to 4K, multi-stream 8 destinations, extra cameras, 15 backstage participants, pre-recorded streams, 4 hours, on-air webinars, 1,000 views, custom fonts, download transcripts, and, so forth like that. Okay, so now for $298, I can choose the teams and I can have everything that they have in all 3 of these, but even more. So instead of 4 seats, I can get 10 seats. And then for the business plan, I have to contact them, to see exactly what the prices would be and stuff. But even still with that, even still with this, this is the way to go. Riverside. Riverside is the way to go because I have all of that and then some again for just half the price. I get all of this and then some for just half the price. And I'm like, that's a no-brainer. But see, StreamYard, the only reason why I haven't transitioned just yet is only because on StreamYard, I have all of my videos that has been uploaded to their platform. And so if I cancel StreamYard, well then I literally cancel all of my videos and stuff that I need to download. So until I download all of those videos, then I'm still going to have StreamYard. But while I have StreamYard, I am going to sign up with Riverside, and I'm going to get that up and running. So then every day I'm going to start, getting all of my videos off of StreamYard and things, and then still working with the Riverside platform to see what that's like. Now, they have another thing, it's called EV Mux. This is a whole new platform in itself. Now, see, this is very innovative because, as you can see, you're able to go and do all of these different styles and see. Set aside from StreamYard, you can't do your screens like what they're doing here. You can change and you can put, different the one good thing about this is that you can have, different little sections that you can put people on and things. Like with StreamYard, it's just basic. It's just right here on the side, and then on the side of where I'm speaking, you just have this platform right here. Oh, let me share my screen a different way so you guys see what I'm talking about. So let me share my screen this way. So there's you only just have preset modules that you can use and stuff, but it takes away your creativity. So see, this is automatic right here. So if I want to change it, I'll just put it down here. If I want to change it, put it like that. If I want to change it, put it like that. Want to change it, put it like that, or put it like that. So these are already preset. So I can't take like the box right here and try to move it down or anything, or resize this or whatever and stuff. It's just presets and whatnot. So that's the bad thing about StreamYard, because you can't set this the way that you want it. But in Emux, you can. You can take the box, you can just have yourself in there and speak, or you can do it that way. So many different ways you can do it. You can put your logo right there. You can move the box. You can straighten all that up. It do a whole lot of stuff. So this is cool. I mean, the way that they're doing this and things. That's one of the advantages of having this. But what other things can you do with it? So that's good. That's good. So let's see what is it. So I'm not trying to sign up or anything. I don't want to do all of that right now. All I want to do is, and see, they won't let you see anything else unless you confirm. And so they want you to register before they show you their platform. So I'm not going to do all of that. So maybe we can't see it. Maybe you can't see it. So let's see. Okay, so then here we go again. So this is even cheaper than StreamYard and whatnot, but yet in the short thing, you can do a little bit more. In the short thing, you can do a little bit more with this, because you can have the latitude to shift all of your visuals and stuff the way that you want to set it up and stuff. Like with StreamYard, it's already come preset. This, it gives you the latitude to really change that of what you want to do. So this versus StreamYard, yeah. Well, so far from what I've seen, just by looking at this without having to go in depth in things, this is the only advantage of what they're showing now on the screen, is that you can change your screen to however you want to set it up. And StreamYard, you can't do that. But I don't know what else that this can do. So I don't know if this is better than Riverside. I don't know. But we've already seen what Riverside can do. See, in StreamYard, you can't do this right here. You can't move the visuals. You can't resize it or anything. You can't move your logos, your banners. You can't do your lower thirds and stuff. See, it gives you 4 different styles that you can do that. And that's the advantage of Emux and things. But is that enough to change the way that you want to go live? Because all of them still stream on all of the major platforms. But in this, it gives you the latitude to change your face. And so that is a major advantage. Now, if StreamYard ever incorporate this and stuff, man, shit, boy, I tell you, they will be in the mix. Well, they still are, because everybody started with StreamYard and people are comfortable with their platform and things. And although they made some changes, is the changes enough to keep the people who they have? So they're constantly making changes, and I appreciate that. But, you know, again, I want the latitude to be able to do what they're doing right here and stuff. And so, you know, so StreamYard needs a little bit more improvement. I mean, you know, they still have my money for a short period of time. But so far, you know, this is not enough to make me live. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm still happy that I'm still happy with what StreamYard has offered so far and things. So, you know. So that's what I'm looking into. So I am going to get an account with Riverside. I am going to establish myself with Riverside and things, and you know, start building up that platform. But those are the top three peoples. Those are the top three. EV Mooks, and they had one that I had once before. It's called Stream Labs, but I didn't like Stream Labs. I tried Stream Labs out for a whole month. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I loved the graphics and everything, but it wasn't really, you know, something that I wanted to stay with. And so I left there and I came back to StreamYard. But now looking at Riverview, I think I'm going to go with that more so. I mean, Riverside, I think I'm going to go with that more so than StreamYard because they give you a lot more bang for your buck and it's only half price. Only half price, peoples. So it'd be $19 instead of $49. And I mean, shit, with that, that's a significant that is a significant price, you know, jump. And so I'm fit to start getting all of my videos off of StreamYard and start transitioning to Riverside and stuff. So see, here's my library right here. These are all of my videos that I haven't downloaded yet to my computer. So I got, and they're just small videos and stuff, you know, but I got like 27.6 hours of video footage that I have to download. And I just been lazy because I really haven't been feeling like just going through and just clearing my Kachi with StreamYard. But I am going to do it. I am going to do it. I'm going to get all of these videos up here and stream it to my computer and things. And then that way I can get rid of StreamYard. But in the meantime, in between time, peoples, you know, I'm going to go and check out Riverside. I'm going to get an account with them. And I'm going to start working on their platform and send all the wonderful things I'll be able to do with it and stuff. And then, you know, we will go live with Riverside. So I already like their platform right here. I already like, you know, the web base that it shows and things. I would like to see a demo as to, you know, what all that you can do, because see right here, just right here is just good, but this ain't really giving me all of the how you pretty much can how you can set it up and stuff. I know this is the comparison and things. This is good, but I want to go beyond that. So I want to see what the layout is and things. So let me see if it. Okay, it says getting started. So I think that is just going. See, I really don't want to go and try to sign up for an account because I want to see a demo. You know, see, they want you to sign up and things and then look at the demo. No, I don't want to sign up first. I want to see what you can do first before I go and sign up. So they just only give you a little bit and show you what their platform looks like. And that's all. So I guess that's the way to draw you in. So as soon as they got your email, then they got you. Then they're going to start sending you all kind of stuff about, you know, their platform and everything and stuff. But like I say, from the comparison, I'm liking what they have. I'm liking what they have, you know, from what they're offering. And then only for $19 a month, shoot, man, that's just a huge significant difference. And plus you get a lot more based upon the comparison that they're doing and things. You get a lot more features with Riverside than you do with StreamYard. And just for that alone, man, that's something. It's really something, peoples. And so this was just in the back burner what I have been planning for my chat and things. And so Island Girl had said, does anybody want to do a video chat like we did on yesterday? So moderators, if you guys want to do a video chat, you know, just chime out in the chat or in instant messenger and let me know, and then we can do another video chat like we did on yesterday. So people, that's what I got in the works and stuff. Like I say, I've been looking for other things that I can be able to look at. Let's see if there's any others, because these are the three that I have found. Let's see. Streaming software for YouTube. Okay, so here's some more. So RealStream, I don't like RealStream. I had RealStream. They say #1 for YouTube streaming software, multi websites. Yeah, I had RealStream once before, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all, peoples. No more. So they have the OBS, they have the Wirecast, they have the Ecamm Live, they have the live stream, they have NVIDIA Shadow Play, there's StreamYard, there's RealStream, there's vMix. So a lot of people is using a whole lot of different things. So now the one thing that I see that is not on here, but see, these are only just the ones specifically designed for YouTube. These right here, StreamYard and RealStream. So I got to check to see if Riverside is compatible with YouTube, because if it's not compatible with YouTube, even though it costs less than what I'm paying now, it may not be suitable for me. And then they have another one that they have is Streamlabs. So let's check out Streamlabs and see what's what. Let's check out Streamlabs. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's check out Streamlabs. So what can Streamlabs do? Let's see if we can be able to take a look at something here. Okay, still the same thing as the others and whatnot. Okay, $27 a month. But what can you do? That's the question. See, they tell you all of this juicy stuff, but then they don't show you what the product can actually do. Okay, let's see if we can get a tutorial for Streamlabs. Oh no, I don't want to download that. So here, let me cancel that. Delete that. I don't want to download it because I want to see what it's like first. So let's see if we can get a YouTube tutorial for Streamlabs. Okay, so let's see. All right, so let's take a look at this and see what this is like, people. Okay, how to set up Streamlabs desktop in 2025. All right, cool. It's 2025 Streamlabs tutorials. Okay, let's the video. Okay, let's take a look at this.
Hey everyone, I'm Eric, and in this video, I'm going to walk you through setting up Streamlabs desktop step by step. By the end, you'll have a fully operational streaming setup ready to go live and impress your audience. So without further ado, let's get into it.
All right, people, so let me share my screen a different way. So we're going to do we're going to watch this because we're getting ready to upgrade. Get ready to upgrade the platform, so we're going to do it a different way. So let's take a look at this and see if this is something that we would want to have.
First things first, before even opening Streamlabs desktop, you're going to want to make sure you're familiar with the dashboard on our website. You can almost think of the dashboard like your control center. Here you'll find analytics from your previous streams, an overview of your recent events. You can customize your alerts from here, browse overlays, manage your CloudBot chat moderation, and so much more. Now, a lot of the stuff I mentioned can be controlled from within Streamlabs desktop as well, but it's a little easier to navigate on our website. Plus, you can also access a ton of cool features like a free merch store tool, create a custom website, set up a tip page, join our All-Stars community to receive special prizes, and so much more. So definitely make sure that you check it out at streamlabs.com. Once you familiarize yourself with the website, it's time to download and install Streamlabs desktop. You can easily find the download link right here on the dashboard. Once the file's downloaded, open it and follow the prompts to complete the installation process. This usually only takes a few minutes. When you install Streamlabs desktop for the first time, we'll take you through an onboarding process where you can sign in, connect a platform, add your microphone and webcam, and add pre-made overlay templates. Let's go ahead and click on Start Fresh, create a login, and now you can pick your webcam and microphone. Now that you've gone through the onboarding, you'll see something that looks like this. You're probably asking yourself at this point, where am I supposed to start? But I promise that once you understand what is what and where everything is, it's going to be a breeze. You'll want to focus on your scenes and sources right here. Think of a scene as a canvas where you can arrange different elements for your stream. Each scene can represent a different layout or segment of your live stream. For example, you might have one scene for your gaming sessions, another for chatting with your audience, and another for displaying your webcam feed. In this example right now, this is just called scene. But let's say I want this to be the scene I want people to see when I'm playing games. What I can do is go in and right-click rename and call it something like gaming scene. Now we're going to focus on sources. Sources are the individual elements that you can add to your scenes. Sources can include video feeds from your camera or a game, images like logos, text, alerts, and more. Sources are like the building blocks that create the visual and interactive experience for your viewers. Since this is the scene I want to use when I play games, there are a few ways I can set this up, but here's what a basic configuration would look like. Click on that plus sign next to sources and you'll see all the things you can add to your scene. In this case, we want to add game capture as a source. So go ahead and click on it and feel free to leave it on auto, which should automatically capture your game whenever you start it up. Now click close and you'll see the game capture source included here. We'll also want to capture my webcam, so click that plus sign again and click on video capture. You can name it whatever you want and then click on the cam device from the drop down here and click close. Now you can see my camera is included in the scene right here. And lastly, you'll want to include an alert box source so that when people follow, tip, or sub to you, an alert appears on the screen which will help you thank your viewers. We'll get into how you can customize your alerts a bit later in the video, but for now, this is your basic setup for a Go Live scene. One thing that's important for you to note for your sources is that these act as layers. So for this example, my alert box is on top of my webcam and game capture, meaning my alerts will appear on top of those sources on my screen. If I move my alert box below my game capture, my viewers will no longer be able to see my alerts, so just keep that in mind as you're adding sources. Now we're going to shift focus over to the audio mixer. This is relatively straightforward. You'll just want to click that settings cogwheel, click on the drop-down for your mic, and ensure the correct device is selected. For audio monitoring, you'll want monitor and output selected to ensure that your audio is making it onto your stream. Now let's get into some of the most important settings you can change to ensure your stream quality looks great. A lot of these settings can change depending on how powerful your computer is, but for now we're going to optimize these settings and ensure that our stream can run efficiently at 720p and 30 FPS. Generally, this is a good middle ground to ensure your stream quality looks good for your viewers while making sure your computer has enough resources to run your game. Luckily, Twitch is a handy guide for their recommended settings, which we'll link down in the description below. We're also using an NVIDIA graphics card, but if you're using AMD, definitely check out that link because a few of your settings are going to look somewhat different. For streaming at 720p and 30 FPS, we're going to go into the settings in Streamlabs desktop right here, go into video, change to advanced mode. First, we're going to change the resolution. You can leave the base canvas resolution as your computer's native resolution, but let's go in and change the output resolution to be 1280 by 720. This will be the quality your viewers see. If you see your computer screen getting cut off in Streamlabs desktop, just go ahead and right-click on the screen, click on transform, and hit fit to screen. Now let's get to bitrate. A higher bitrate takes up more of your available internet bandwidth. Increasing your bitrate can improve your video quality, but only up to a certain point. For our stream, we're going to adjust this to 3000 kbps. If you have good enough internet and want to bump the quality, you can try 4500 or 6000 here, but for a stream of 720p and 30 FPS, 3000 for the bitrate should generally be fine. For rate control, go ahead and leave this on CBR. For the preset, leave it on medium quality, and for keyframe interval, you can do 2, and for max B frames, you can also do 2. Next, let's go into video settings here and change the frame rate to 30 FPS. At this point, you're pretty much ready to go live. If you want, just hit that green go live button, enter your stream information, and you're good to go. And if you want to record yourself, you don't have to go live. You can just hit that red record button right here to save a video. But before we go live, we're actually going to want to go a bit deeper and show you how to customize your alerts and add some different widgets. I've already shown you how to add alerts, but let's go in now and show you how you can customize what these will look and sound like. Again, you can do this from within Streamlabs desktop by right-clicking your alert box source and clicking on properties, which will allow you to change things like the alert image, sound, and layout. But this is a little easier to do within that dashboard I mentioned earlier, so let's go ahead and go back to the website to show you how to do it there. Once you're within the dashboard, go ahead and click on Alert Box from the Streaming Essentials tab here. You should see all the platforms you've connected with and the various alerts you can customize for each one. If you haven't connected a platform yet, you can just go into your account settings, click on platforms, and do that there. Now, back to the alert box. We're just going to focus on editing Twitch followers for now. You can see Twitch is the platform on the left side here, and right now followers is highlighted, so that's the alert I'm customizing. You can upload your own media, which is an image or GIF that will appear on the screen whenever someone follows you. You can also easily change the alert sounds and mess with other settings like alert delay, duration, animations, and a few other things. Once you've customized this to your liking, you can test by clicking on this button right here, and it will automatically send the alert to Streamlabs desktop, so you can adjust the position and confirm that it looks the way that you want it to. Once you're done customizing your alert, just click Save Settings and you're all set. You can repeat that process for any other alerts you want to customize, like subscriptions, tips, and more. In case you have no idea what you want your alerts to be, we also offer a ton of pre-made alerts that you can choose from and look awesome. If you just click on themes here, we'll take you to our library that has thousands of pre-made alerts. Some of the professionally made ones do require a Streamlabs Ultra subscription, but you can type in free and some free ones will appear. Just pick the one that you like, click select and install, choose which ones you want, and hit install. And boom, You have super awesome looking alerts in no time. If you want to switch this out, you can always go back to the alert box dashboard and click on this drop down to switch between themes. This is honestly just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to alerts. There's a ton of advanced functionality here, but for beginner streamers, this should get you started in the right direction. If you do want to learn more about all the things you can do with alerts, I'm going to link an article down below for you to check out with a ton of great information. Now we're going to add a widget. Widgets are fun, interactive elements that keep your audience engaged, and there's a ton of different widgets you can pick from. We have a tip jar, an event list that will display all your followers and subs and things like that on screen. You can add different goals, you can add a spin wheel or an emote wall, you can use chat highlight to showcase a specific comment. There's so much you can do here, so definitely take a look through all of these. But the good news is that adding these to your stream works pretty much the same way across all of them. So as an example, let's click on the widgets tab here and choose Chatbox, which will display all of your chats on screen. Click on add source and name it whatever you want. We'll just leave it as Chatbox. And now you can customize the way it looks, change the delay, disable the animations or platform icons if you want, and then hit close. And now you can see the Chatbox has been added as a source. Now again, you can right click and click on properties to get back into the settings from Streamlabs desktop, but you can always find them on our website and dashboard as well. Now, let's get into overlays. Overlays are graphic elements that are added on top of your gameplay, webcam feed, and other content while streaming. They also come with cool transitions when you switch scenes and overall add a really awesome professional looking touch to your content. This works very similarly to alerts where you can just browse our library, find one you want, click install, and you're ready to go. Some of these overlays require our Streamlabs Ultra subscription, which helps us pay the designers who built these, but you can find free ones again by typing free in the search bar here. So let's go ahead and choose this Streamlabs Neon overlay. Click on install, open Streamlabs desktop, click install again, and boom, your whole stream is set up, including scenes and sources, and it even comes with these awesome transitions when you switch between scenes. Now that your basic stream is set up and ready to go, we definitely recommend doing a couple of test streams to something other than your main Twitch channel to review video footage, just to make sure everything's set up the way that you want and to make the adjustments as needed. But after that, you're ready to start streaming. If you ever run into any issues, our technical support staff can assist you. So feel free to reach out to us on the Streamlabs Discord or create a ticket at streamlabs.com/support. I'll leave a link down below for that as well. But that's it. And remember, anyone can be a streamer with the help of Streamlabs Desktop. Happy streaming.
And what I found out, people, is that's what Trey Gang uses. He uses Streamlabs and stuff. So I'm going to test out Streamlabs. I'm going to try it out for a couple of months and see, and I'm gonna go live on it and see if I can boost my game up and things, and then I'm gonna go and use Riverstream, and I'm gonna check out both platforms and things, and because I'm liking what Streamlabs can do and things, because it gives you a greater platform, greater latitude to be very, very creative and things. This is what a lot of the YouTubers are using and stuff to, do their platforms and stuff. So just being able to set up your platform the way that you want, like I got right here and stuff, and if I wanted to add a couple of things to the side of it or whatever, then I'm able to do that. But, this is just basic for what StreamYard is doing for right now and things and stuff. So, I'm looking at the others. Oh, I forgot to see what the price was for that too. So let's go and check out what the price point for this is as well. So let me go and share my screen again. And then let's see how much it costs. Okay. So let's look at what it would cost for all of this stuff. And let's see. Doesn't give you no prices. Okay. Here's the thing right here. So, wow, only $27 a month. $27 per month for all of that, right? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. $27 a month just for all of this. All right, is $189 per year. So I'm definitely going to look into Streamlabs. I'm gonna do a comparison. I'm gonna log in and I'm gonna get an account with both of them, and then I'm gonna test them out and see. And so when I go live, I don't know how that's going to affect all of you, but I know that Streamlabs is really designed for a lot of the people who do gaming and things. But you can be able to do lives and stuff on it too, and stuff. So we're going to test out both platforms. We're going to test out both platforms this month. So I'm gonna pay it up for a couple of months, and then we're going to go live on both platforms and stuff. So in between, behind the scenes, I'm going to be really looking at the tutorials. So then when I purchase it, then I at least have some basics down and stuff, and I can be able to do some creations and whatnot. And I think that is going to level us up to a whole new different plateau, peoples, because again, I like StreamYard, I really do. And I'm partial to StreamYard, but StreamYard has to come up to what all of these other people. StreamYard has to come up to what all of these other platforms are doing and give you a greater creative abilities. And so instead of spending all of this money just for the basics, I can spend less money and really, be creative with what I'm doing. And so, but like I say, StreamYard, they're coming up because they're understanding that, there is competition out there, and because many people started with StreamYard, everybody pretty much is, partial to StreamYard and things and stuff. But they're moving in the right direction. But will it be fast enough to keep the people? That's the thing. Will it be fast enough to keep the people? So we'll see. I'm gonna be with StreamYard for whatever duration and stuff until I can understand the other platforms, and then I'll make a decision whether or not I want to get rid of StreamYard or if I want to come back to StreamYard. Because I know I left StreamYard for a couple of months, and I did Realstream, and I tried that platform and stuff, but I didn't like it too much, and so I came back to StreamYard, which is pretty much real basic streaming platform. And I mean, it does me wonders and things, but now it's time to really ramp up this thing, and get ready to beef up my computer and get ready to beef up my memory and my RAM, so it make my processor a lot faster. So I'm getting ready to get a new processor. So I don't need to change nothing other than just my processor and my hard drive. Built a built-in higher hard drive and a faster processor. And with that, then I'm set. I'm good. And so I'm going to do that this year. I'm going to do that this year. So I'm going to go down to the Geek Squad and see how much they're going to charge me to beef up my system. And so you guys are getting ready to see some whole new different things up on the live and stuff. A lot more creativity with the lives and stuff. So like I say, I'm into really changing the platform and really enhancing the experience in things, you know. And like I say, I like what StreamYard is doing right now so far. So far, so good and things. And oh, you know, I just clicked on something that I didn't even know that was here. Let me share my screen. I just stumbled upon something new up on StreamYard. And I didn't even know. So I'm just tinkering around with this. And so I have this right here, and then I can transition right here, or I can transition like this. Or I can do this right here. And then over here, as you can see, I'm the host, and so I can adjust my microphone. But this right here, they're doing just like what RealStream has done. So instead of having the things, you know, down here, so whatever I add, then I can just go, instead of clicking it down here in this area, I can just click it right here, and I can just change the setting up my screen. Or I can change it like this. This is speaker view, or I can do my presentation right here, and I can add a new scene. So new scene to the speaker view, and then I'll put it just like that. You know, have that with the background like that, or have that with a different background. So that's cool. So this is really good for what StreamYard is doing. So, you know, they're getting up there, but will it be fast enough for the need, for my need, for, you know, when I want to transition and do some things and stuff? I mean, will it be able to fit my need? Well, we'll see, people. We'll see. But like I say, I'm going to experiment with the others and see, you know, the other platforms to see. Well, let me go back to my other one. Go back to this one right here. I'm going to experiment with the other platforms to see what will work for me and things, you know. And I'm already liking it, so I may just keep both. And you know, toggle in between the two and stuff. You know, I just may keep both. And just keep StreamYard just to see what improvements that they're going to be making. And just keep that, you know, as my default stream. So as I learn the other platform and I get proficient with it, I can still stream upon a platform that I'm very familiar with and things, and still won't skip a beat and still be able to connect with you all and stuff. So yeah, that's what's in the works right now, people. So that's what I got going on behind the scenes. So I just wanted to let you all know that, look, I am here to take this thing to a whole new level. I'm here to do that. Take this thing to a whole new level. And that's all I'm here to do. Take it to a whole new level. And so that's my charge. That's what I'm going to do, and that's what I'm aiming to do and things and stuff. So, you know, I'm happy. I'm excited. I am, you know. So I think I may just go ahead and sign up for this this Riverside today. Check that out first before I do real laps and things and stuff, you know, and go live up on that to see exactly how that platform works and stuff, because it seems like in River Stream, I pretty much can do the same thing that I can do in Real Labs or Streamlabs, but I won't know exactly until I download it and really start playing with it and stuff. But it seems like I can. So then again, it's only $19 a month, so it gives you a lot more than what StreamYard is giving. So shit, even that's a plus. So we'll see, peoples, and hopefully, it will be to the degree to where I can connect with you guys, and whenever I go live, you guys will know when I'm going live. It'll just be on a different platform and things, and we'll take it from there. We will definitely take it from there, peoples. This is part of my engagement with you guys and showing you that, hey, I'm serious about taking this to a whole new level and stuff, and that's what I want to do. So that's what it is. All right, people. So, well, since we're still here and we still live and things, I can go back and play back the video that I was showing you. And let's see what this young lady had to say, people. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Boy, I'm so excited, man. I'm just now, But this month I am going to put it in action. So we are going to see a new platform, and we're going to test it out, peoples. But let's look at this video. Let's go.
First off, Your Honor, I would like to start off with, my name is Sheena Scarborough, SheenaScarbrough.
Thank you. Would somebody move that Elmo to the side, please? Ms. Scarborough, what would you like to say?
I am the mother of Sade. I've raised my daughters. We are light worker people. We are very angelic individuals. For us to even be here, I'm going to have to ask. I wanted to go before my daughter because I need her to be protected by this heavy demonic energy that is residual in this courtroom, this devil and his entire demonic family in this courtroom. It's very heavy to where I can't even talk. But Your Honor, I am asking that everyone in this courtroom be protected through the white light by this devil that sits beside. My daughter referred to you as a man. You will never be a fucking man. You're a pussy ass bitch.
Ms. Scarborough, if you could direct your comments to me, please.
Yes, Your Honor. First off, Your Honor, I would like to thank you and the entire team for what we all had to endure, which was it was freaking torture to even have to be dragged through what we were dragged through. This demon and his whole ass attorney, they knew exactly what he did and what he was responsible for. They took us through extreme agony and pain. We are already dealing with so much trauma. There's no such thing as justice with what you did to my daughter and what you have done to my family. I have bust my ass for over 20 years to raise the best possible angelic light worker kids that do nothing but good. My daughter had to cross your demonic path. You plotted and planned to kill, dismember, then you disrespectfully spread my daughter across the Milwaukee like a piece of trash. How dare you? My daughter was everything. She was everything to all of us. As my baby explained, she had a different impact in each and every one of our lives. There's so many strangers and individuals in the community that I have engaged and met that she has touched and impacted. This has affected the world, the community in such extreme ways. There's no way in hell we should have even ever went through this freaking trial that you drug us through. You knew you were guilty. You're negligent, mammy and pappy, them demons. I'll deal with them later. But I want you to know that you can no longer hurt my baby. She's in heaven. She's protected. We roll deep. My ancestors roll deep. When you touch my daughter, you fuck with the wrong family. We ain't no pussy bitches, and you should have never touched my daughter. My daughter helped everyone. She fed homeless. She worked 2 jobs. Everything Adriana said. The community knows who my daughter was. Everybody knows who my daughter was. How dare y'all even pull that whole shit about that meth? You will not drag my daughter's name down trying to plot and set up stuff. You gonna carry my daughter's name the correct way in her legacy. You and your family will be held fully responsible for the rest of your life. You will be eternally haunted by myself, my ancestors. I know you cannot sleep at night. They have already been at you. You will never get peace. You will never sleep. You no longer can harm and hurt my innocent baby. You took advantage of her. You manipulated her in the worst possible way. You're a coward. My daughter is a hero. My daughter is a hero. She has saved so many other women from this demonic serial killer that there's no telling how many more people that he has killed. If you had any type of decency, but you are a devil, if you had any type of core piece of anything left in your demonic soul, or if your parents, your devil parents had any type of respect, I don't even know how they could sleep at night, knowing what type of demon son they raised, and then tried to cover it up. Y'all tried to flip that house. Y'all done did so much whole shit. It don't make no damn sense. All y'all karma is going to be a bitch. And I'm getting each and every one of you eternally. I'm getting the whole entire family tree. Know that. Your sister, all them, each member of your family tree will be eternally hunted by my ancestors. We're light workers. I don't even have to touch you. The spiritual realm already been at you. I can see it in your eyes. You can't even sleep at night, you hoe ass. Judge, I did want to thank you and the entire community, the officers, the team, Ian, Donner, this whole entire community and team has stood 10 toes behind us. This has been extremely traumatic. This is not even my character. I don't move like this. I've been advocating and helping others my entire life. I come from a mental health background. This was not supposed to happen. This was not a part of our plan. Me and my daughters had goals. They are both very academically gifted and talented. They are overachievers. For this to happen, and we have bust and worked our behinds off in life, and then to have all of this noise about the millionaire murderer's son comes and takes my daughter. I don't give a freak about what your color status or how much money you got. You ducked with the wrong family. Because I don't play. You thought you was going to get away. But I'm going to respectfully request that you confess where the rest of my daughter's crown is, if you have any respect left for me and her father and her sister and the rest of my family in this community. You've already done the worst. You can at least give us that much. You have messed the entire community up. People can't even take walks and go to the park, and everybody's in trauma. This was not your first time doing this. And all your dark is going to come to the light. If you or your devil parents had any type of decency of respect as humans with morals, there's nothing else there's no excuse for what you did to us, what you did to my daughter. My daughter is now protected. You can't hurt her. You can't take advantage of her. But know that you messed with the wrong one. You weren't getting away with this one. And you will be dealt with eternally, like I stated. But your Honor, Judge, I'm asking that this demon be respectfully returned back to hell as soon as possible. That's what I'm requesting through the court. Please return him back to hell as soon as possible. No possibility of life without parole, the maximum. And this devil should not be given any more special millionaire privileges being held in certain populations. He needs to be, not he, but that devil needs to be placed in a population with the rest of the demons that harm and hurt individuals, the murderers, the serial killers, the felons. You are not on no special privileges. Your money is not going to protect you. It's a done deal. Sade's justice is just now beginning, and you and all of your family will eternally pay for what you did to us.
Thank you, Ms. Scarborough. Relative to sentencing, I have a job. And what my job is to do is to hold you accountable. That's to punish you. It's to protect society. It's to find a way that you never come back here again to rehabilitate you. And it's to deter others from engaging in like behavior. At the point of sentencing, I have to look at different factors. I have to look at your past record. And I'll agree with the defense that the prior record on its face is not as egregious as many cases I see in my courtroom. Quite often you see a background filled with felonies and violence. But what I said was on its face. When you look at the record as it's worked through in the pre-sentence investigation, I'll agree with the state that there are some red flags that jump out at you that, that show a level of violence that maybe it may have been a precursor. You know, when you look at the original case mentioned from Pewaukee from March of 2010, it looks like it's an underage drinking party. And when the officers come in, they find a bunch of people hiding and they indicate they're about to do a search. And later there's people saying that they were being held in the home against their will. Kind of a weird comment to have on an underage drinking party. Ultimately, they find Mr. Anderson hiding behind an entertainment center. He's belligerent. He tells the police, "Fuck you, I hope you're proud to serve your country this way." He's then very coarse and his comments are obscene. He then urinates in a police vehicle and calls a female police officer a cunt. Inappropriate. Then we have the 2014 case where that involves the mother, where officers are dispatched to a location. They enter the home, they see They make contact with the mother. She indicates that her son was in the kitchen. Officers approach and the response is, "What are you going to do? Shoot me?" And he runs out the door. He then jumps into his mother's vehicle and apparently steals the mother's vehicle and drives off. The mother indicates that when she returned home from work, he was acting strange. He was sweating profusely. He argued, he punched a vase, he caused it to fall to the floor. She calls her ex-husband. He pushes the mother into a room and shuts the door. He prevents her from exiting. He then breaks the phone. He's continuing to scream and yell and throw things, at which point she calls the police. Ultimately, what we find is that he returns to the residence. He gets into a physical altercation with Mr. Foos. She's informed that he had crashed her vehicle into the deck at the rear of the residence and fled on foot. Ultimately, we find that the mother's fiance confronts Mr. Anderson and he throws that person to the ground. He's able to get back in the house and to prevent Mr. Anderson from getting in. He suffered 3 to 4 broken ribs as a result of the altercation. Ultimately, they have to meet with Mr. Anderson at the hospital because it appears he suffered a broken collarbone. He's convicted ultimately of disorderly conduct because he says Mr. Foos pushed him down the stairs as he tried to gather his belongings. It's interesting when you see Mr. Anderson's comment about that because he just says that Mr. Foos just poked him. Sounds like a bit of a discrepancy there. Then we go on and we find the issue with the grandparents. And the grandparents call the police and they say that he needs someone to talk to about his mental health and that he's smashing a glass in the sink, causing it to break. He goes in the basement, he punches a hole in the wall.
This video right here never really existed. It got over 8 million views. It's one of the first videos that is completely AI generated, that has gone viral and is making its owner hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. The AI revolution is here. You can either cry about it or you take advantage of it because I've created a simple free training video that shows you exactly how you can create videos with AI. 99% of the work is done for you and how you can make money with that. Just click the link down below and get it for free.
He breaks the other phones. They have to go to a landline at a neighbor's, ultimately to call the police. It just sounds like he is to some extent out of control. He's ultimately on probation. He's given conditions of no drinking. He's given conditions of having anger management counseling. He tells the agent other people probably deserve to do anger management. I don't. He then goes on and tests positive repeatedly. To look at his explanations are ridiculous. At one point, he claims that he accidentally grabbed someone else's Red Bull that had liquor in it. But going through the repeated indication, it sounds like Mr. Anderson's the guy that does what he wants, when he wants, and he follows his own rules, not the rules imposed on him. And that's a frightening thing. You know, I read through the defendant's version of what happened. And it starts off by indicating that he was skeptical to meet with the pre-sentence investigator because he did not receive a fair trial. And there's no reason to believe that this writer's report would be fair or impartial. You know, speaking about the trial, you know, there's a constitutional right to a trial. Every person charged with a crime has a constitutional right to a trial. And we do not in any way penalize anyone for going to trial. It's also a constitutional right to be represented by counsel. And Attorney Cotton did his job, which is just his job to represent Mr. Anderson. That's under our Constitution, the rights that exist. Now, you get credit for taking responsibility. You get credit for resolving a case early. You get credit for stepping forward and saying what I did was wrong. Because usually this first step in rehabilitation is taking of responsibility. And we didn't have that here. That's why it's important to read what his version is. So you heard him say today that he didn't commit this crime. What he said about the offense was that they met for food and drinks and they proceeded to his apartment. And that's pretty much all there is to say, he said. He offered no other information as to what transpired that night. He later said that he regretted he did not walk Miss Robinson to her vehicle when she left his apartment, and he believed it was at that point she was abducted by an unknown assailant, quote, either from the alley or from my backyard, unquote. When asked how he accounted for his presence in the area where Miss Robinson's vehicle was set on fire, Mr. Anderson said that he was set up. He stated he was in the area to buy marijuana, and quote, and all it would have taken was for someone to know where I lived and where I'd be in the morning, unquote. He would not tell the writer when or how he made the arrangements to purchase the marijuana, and then instead stated, quote, I plead the fifth. He then went on to point to things that he claimed were egregious errors at the trial. He claimed that there was a video that showed the photos on the phone and that the state only played stills of the video. That wasn't the evidence at trial. Am I correct?
Yes.
He claims that the still photo that showed his hand grasping Miss Robinson's breast was part of a video and it was only a still that was shown. Incorrect, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. He indicated that at trial, it was flaunted, the difference in age. And when I read that, I was somewhat shocked because I didn't really find that that was pointed out at all during trial. I mean, it was mentioned how old she was, but other than that, I didn't think that that was in any way an issue, and it barely even made it into my notes. So I thought my point is, I thought it was interesting how his view of reality seems different from what I find truly transpired. And I found it at numerous points during the pre-sentence investigation. You know, looking through this pre-sentence investigation, his viewpoints were very inconsistent with the reality. You know, I think the first issue relative to the mother's fiance, that was credibility. You know, it sounds like he lied to law enforcement. You know, he's asked, have you ever been involved in mental health treatment? Have you ever been in a mental health facility? Have you ever received treatment? He responds in the negative, but then we have the mother indicating that he was in an outpatient at Rogers. He indicates that he never made a suicidal attempt or had an ideology of said. But then we read about in the Navy how he was dismissed from the Navy due to a medical release, which appears to be related to the suicidal attempt in trying to hang himself. You have him saying about school, I did okay, but then you look at the history of how he did in school and his grades were pretty abysmal. And just odd things, like he talks about how he purchased the home himself for $160,000, but the mother says, no, I told the dad to buy him the home. It just seems like he has a different view of reality than the rest of the world does. So when I look at the criminal history, which I'm bound to do, it reflects low-level misdemeanors, but the facts underlying those low-level misdemeanors are replete with points that raise your concern. I next have to look at whether he has a history of undesirable behavior, and I think I've charted through what basically I found in the pre-sentence investigation. As to his personality, character, and social traits, it appears that he has had employment. That's a positive. It looks like he jumps between bartending jobs at numerous facilities. But who is a person who would do this crime? You know, what's the character underlying that? How can someone get to a point of inflicting such damage on a person, not only killing the person, but then dismembering. And then after that, discarding the body throughout the community. It's unconscionable, is where it comes down to. I did read the letters that were supplied on behalf of Mr. Anderson, and I do agree. They paint a picture of a man who helped his family when in need, who cared for animals, who went out of his way to love and support his family. But they love him, and that's clear. And that weighs on his behalf. You know, the fact that there are people out there that care and love him, that says something good. You know, quite often we do trials or we go to sentencing and there's no one here on the behalf of a defendant, which is really tragic and sad. So it says something good that a family does still care about him. I have reviewed the pre-sentence and I've taken into consideration what's stated therein. I have to look at whether you're remorseful, and I don't think you're remorseful in any way. I don't think that you have gotten to the point of taking any form of responsibility for what transpired. You know, the investigation that was conducted in this case, it was a dedication by numerous law enforcement officers to work tirelessly to put together the pieces to determine exactly what happened underlying this matter.
Welcome to Hitpol, all-in-one media solution center. We offer video converter, editor, watermark remover, voice changer, etc. Empowered with the newest AI tech. Let us record, create, enjoy, share.
With Monday.com's intuitive work management platform, you have the power. Not IT, not admins. You're in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields and choose how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That's why over 225,000 customers love to use Monday.com. Because you have the freedom to build it exactly how you picture it. The first work platform you'll love to use. Monday.com.
You know, I do think that jury trials, they do re-victimize the victims. You know, it's hard to sit and watch a trial. It's hard to see the details, and it's hard, you know, not even to have known Miss Robinson, to wipe from my mind what you saw during that trial. And I didn't love her. I didn't know her, but you did. And that's a hard last thing to have in your minds. So I do understand how trials do re-victimize the victims. So when I look at the character of the defendant, I find the character wanting. When I look to the severity of the offense underlying this matter, I do sit in homicide court, and I can tell you on a daily basis, you don't understand why things happen. You know, almost every case, the victims come in and they want to know why. Why did it happen? Why did you have to do this? Why did you have to get to that point? And more often than not, there's no answer. We never know. It never makes sense. There's never do you walk away and say, oh, I understand why that transpired. It just doesn't happen. I can also tell you that, you know, I've read through all these letters and they talk about give us justice, right? Give us what's due. But I can't give you justice. There's no way you will walk out of here, no matter what I do today, and high five each other. There's no way you walk out of here and you say justice is served, because justice would be having Ms. Robinson back to you. Justice would be having her with you for the rest of your lives. And you never get that. You know, to hear about her, she was an innocent victim. You know, she was a girl that I would hope all young ladies strive to be. You know, to hear about working 2 jobs to reach her goals, to be going on for schooling and further education, but then to hear about how much she was loved in the community by almost everyone that touched her. You know, it was interesting to go through the letters because I got the letters that were from who I expected, you know, the mother, the father, the sister, the loved ones. I also got a letter from the real estate agent that worked with Ms. Scarborough. I got a letter from citizens. And I can't tell you, I really debated whether or not I would share this, but there was a letter from a citizen that doesn't know Ms. Robinson, never met her. And this is what he said, or she said, I don't know. The person signed it as Stargazer. In pertinent part, it says, Sade Robinson was not a torso. She was not evidence. She was a full, living, radiant human being. She had dreams, plans, and a future she was building with pride. She had people who loved her and that still love her, more than words can hold. And she had a right to live, to breathe, to laugh, to grow old. That right was stolen in a way so vile, so deliberate, that it tears at the fabric of what we call humanity. You, Maxwell Anderson, didn't just kill her. You carved her and you discarded her like garbage. And you tried to erase her body from this earth piece by piece. And for what? Not even you had the courage to say. You sat there in court as if you were a man. You didn't snap, you planned. You didn't panic, you dismembered. And still you offer no answers, no remorse, no ounce of dignity that you stripped from her. But here's what you couldn't take. You could not mutilate her soul. You could not silence the scream of justice. You could not prevent an entire community from rising up in Sade's name. We know who she was. We know what she could have become, and we will not let your darkness define her. To the family, there are no words that can hold the weight of your pain, but I need you to know we see you. We mourn with you. We love you. You have the right to tears. You have the right to rage. You have the right to every ounce of justice this system can give. May you feel her arms in the wind. May you hear her laughter in your memories. May you know that she did not die forgotten, she died loved, and we will remember her always. Maxwell Anderson, you are not the center of this story. She is, and she will always be. Sade Robinson lives on in light, in truth, and in love, and you will be remembered only as a man who tried to destroy something beautiful, but failed. You know, I thought that was beautiful. And I think that it shows the impact that this had on the community. You know, that took time and effort and thought, and I think it put together a lot of what the community felt. So going back to what I need to look at. In formulating a proper sentence, I need to look at the character of the defendant. I need to look at the severity of the offense. You know, to take away a child is horrific. You know, you wouldn't wish that on anybody. To have a child not outlive the parents is a horrible thing. But not only did you extinguish her life, but you hid it, and you hid her body to be found. And I can only imagine every time a news report, every time something clicked that another body part was found, how it had to just re-victimize this family, how it had to just be like another shot to their soul. I can't imagine how horrific that had to be. And yet, I wonder which was worse, the not knowing in those first days where she was. You know, I can't even think of a word, horrific. It's beyond imaginable for a parent to think of not being able to know if your children are dead or alive, and then to learn that they were dismembered and disgraced to the extent that this poor girl, her body endured, is beyond understanding. So the severity of the offense, I'll agree. It's definitely at the top of some of the worst homicides I've seen in this court. Looking at the impact on the community, I read that letter because I thought it stated to a great extent what we're here about. You know, what my job is to do, it is to hold you accountable and to punish you. It is also to protect society. And that's about how do we figure out if at some point you're redeemable? How do we figure out if at some point you will change your mindset? You will get the therapy and education to be at a point where you will be safe to have in the community. Now, part of that goes into the fact that you don't take responsibility. You know, I listened to the evidence. I watched what was introduced during the course of the trial. There is no explanation that I've heard that's valid as to why you would be walking away from that burning car. You know, those photos were not of a girl in a video enjoying life. Those photos of you grasping the breast that was ultimately shaved from her body, with her face plastered into that, I don't recall if it was the ottoman of the couch, the way that her body was positioned, there's no explanation for that. I don't need to rehash the evidence. I've gone through all my notes from this trial, and I think that Attorney Vance Cruzan did a nice job of summarizing in pertinent part the details. But there's no answer that you briefly provided in this pre-sentence that makes even a hint, that even resonates with a hint of truth. So how do we protect society from a man who clearly has had darkness in his past, who engaged in behavior that is, it's the facts that you see written in horror novels. That's what we have to determine. And you know, it isn't easy. I can tell you that when you think about, is there ever something redeemable in a person? You'd like to say at some point there is. And I can tell you that at the points in life where I've come to the conclusion that there isn't anything redeemable, you know, you do think about, I think it takes away a little piece of my soul. How come I couldn't find anything good? How come I can't find anything that I can say at some point you'll be a better person? So ultimately at sentencing, considering the seriousness of the offense, your character, and the needs of society. This is clearly not a probation case. Probation would unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense and isn't even allowable under our law. You are sentenced to a term of life imprisonment, and that is what the penalty is for a jury of your peers ultimately coming back and convicting you on first-degree intentional. In this case, I didn't see a restitution request.
We are asking for a restitution hearing, and we've pre-selected a date.
Thank you. We'll be setting restitution off to be determined at a later date. Relative to this matter, I have considered the seriousness of the offense. I have weighed your character, and as I've indicated, I find it wanting. I've also reflected on the needs of society, and are you a good risk? And sadly, you're not. As to my sentence, relative to the nature of the offense, you are not eligible for challenge incarceration. You're clearly not eligible for any substance abuse programming. Restitution will be determined at a later date. You do need to submit a biological specimen to the state crime lab and pay the surcharge thereof. You do have the right to appeal, and if indigent, you have the right to the assistance of the public defender. What you need to understand is that a notice of intent to pursue post-conviction relief must be filed in the trial court within 20 days after sentencing for your rights to be preserved. You have been convicted of a felony. You may never possess a firearm. If you do, you're looking at 10 years of imprisonment, a $25,000 fine, or both. You may not possess body armor at any time in the future. If you do, you'll be subject to 15 years of imprisonment, a $50,000 fine, or both. You cannot vote in any election. I'm going to waive all non-mandatory fees, costs, and assessments. I'm ultimately going to want payment for restitution first and foremost. So we're going to determine that on a later date. But due to that, I'm not imposing any fine. The fees, costs, and assessments will be payable during your term of confinement at a rate to be determined by the DOC. Pretrial incarceration credit.
I'll get that information to you.
Okay. So relative to one moment. Count 3, arson of property other than building. That's a Class I felony. On that offense, you are looking at a fine of up to $10,000 or imprisonment for not more than 3 years and 6 months, or both. Relative to that matter, the maximum is 18 months of initial confinement and 2 years of extended supervision. I am imposing 18 months of initial confinement and 2 years of extended supervision. One moment. As to count 2, which is a charge of mutilating a corpse, that's a Class F felony. That means upon conviction, you could be fined not more than $25,000 and imprisoned not more than 12 years and 6 months, or both. Relative to that, the maximum is 7.5 years of initial confinement and 5 years of extended supervision. I am imposing 7.5 years of initial confinement and 5 years of supervision. Relative to count 1, that is a Class A felony, the charge of first-degree intentional homicide. Relative to that, you shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. And relative to this matter, weighing all of the factors that I must, looking at the Galleon factors, considering your character, the severity of the offense, and the impact on the community, where you stole a truly shining light is what it sounds like. I am ordering that you will not be eligible for extended supervision. Counts 2 and 3 are consecutive to count 1. The date for the restitution hearing will be
September 4th at 10:30.
Have you determined?
Yes, excluding today's date, 484 days.
I will provide you with a written explanation of the determinate sentence for your review. State, what have I failed to address?
I think that's everything.
Defense, what have I failed to address?
Nothing further.
Celeste?
Nothing, Judge.
One moment, and I'll give you a copy. Is there a printer in the paper? Is there paper in the printer?
And you see, peoples, this is the sucker that had brutally unalived and killed the young lady. I'll be back, peoples. I'll be back. I'll be back today. I'm going to be looking into the new platform. I'll probably come under the new platform. I'll probably give another hour and a half to this video. So I'm going to go and play back the live that I was playing back earlier. I need my moderators to come in. So we'll take this all the way up until 6 hours for this video. And then I'll be back. I'll be back later on today, probably about the 3 or 4 o'clock hour my time to go back live and things. And I'll probably go back live under the new platform. I'm getting ready to go ahead and download it now and things. And so try to get used to it. Try to see what I can do and stuff. See, because it's only like $19 a month. So I'm going to try it out for a couple of months and see what it's like and things. And, hopefully can do some great things with it and stuff. I'm not going to do the Streamlabs. I'm going to do the not the real stream, but the river stream. That one. I'm gonna try that for a month or two and see what it's like. So if you guys see something new, something different, then that's what it is. And be a new platform. Hopefully you guys will be able to get the notifications and things, and we're gonna work from there. And moderators, if you guys want to do a video conference and stuff, we can do that within another hour from now. I'm gonna go and get something to eat and things. So it probably take me about an hour or so. So then I'll be back. And I'll be back live, peoples. But for right now, we're going to transition off of here, go back to, I need my moderators to come in. And we're going to go back up on this live for about another hour and a half, make this live to about 6 hours. And then we will depart, peoples, and I will be back live again within several hours from now. And so I greatly appreciate you all for coming in, and blessings to you all. Ain't videotaping it because she had to turn around. People, don't tell me what I don't know. That's the evidence right there. It's in your face. It's in your face. Now, let's look at this. How did she get out the elevator and then come over here and come into this stairway? This is totally out of sync, peoples. You're not going to get out the elevator. You're not going to be over here roaming the halls over here, and then all of a sudden you get out the elevator. It's not going to work that way, people. And then all of a sudden now you're in the freezer. No, it's not going to happen, peoples. All right. Let's take a look at another video. So we already know that this is bullshit right here. Total bullshit. All right. Let's take a look at something else here. See, I'm not convinced, peoples. Half the shit that many of you are thinking has happened, I'm not convinced at all. I'm not convinced that that was Kanika in the hallway. I'm not convinced of that. I'm not convinced that Kanika was ever on this elevator with them going up. I'm not convinced of that. I just showed you that how a person was just merged into that video. You can't make me and get me to believe that she Kanika rode up the elevator onto the ninth floor in this particular video scene and that she was going in that establishment with them. I'm not convinced, peoples. Not convinced at all. So, with that being said, it is telling me something different, peoples. It's telling me something different. So, one of the possibilities is just what, as we've seen in the video footage, that girl got commandeered and never got on that elevator. But that couldn't have been Kanika, because we did see Kanika in the room, but we don't see Kanika on no elevator. So which goes to make me believe that, again, Kanika was not at that establishment in TY's live or Irene's live on 9/9. Still not convinced, people, that Kanika was there on 9/9. Many of you are convinced. I'm not convinced. Because again, when I'm breaking this thing down, people's still not helping me. Now, this is the elevator that they're supposed to be in. Now, see this little small mirror in the elevator? Now, how are you going to get all of that content off of a little tiny mirror that's in the elevator? And then look at the elevator. Now, this is the backside of the elevator that they rode into. And look, it is a narrow view of this officer filming himself. So if we was to look at this, and then we go back and look at that elevator footage, how are you going to get a full view? You're not going to get if you're filming in a little mirror, the scope of what you're going to be capturing is going to be narrow based upon the width of the mirror. But in that video footage in the elevator, they damn near got the whole entire see that? That's why she was standing still. So this is, so let's look at this, people. So let me get a picture of this. Let me get a picture of that. Let's move this right along a little bit. Okay, peoples, I am back. Let's get this party started right here. I'm back. All right, so now, as I have shown you on last night, peoples, as I have shown you with the pictures, I've shown you the pictures of Kanika. Showing you different pictures of Kanika at different stages. Now, when many of you had said that is Kanika walking the halls of that establishment, or that is Kanika, here and there. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. You got to help me to make that make sense. Now, this is the time now, and you guys can really chime out. Because as I've shown you, if Kanika was in a elevator, well, then you would have some type of facial expression. But you don't have no facial expression of the young lady who was supposed to be in the elevator of the name of Kanika Jenkins. I mean, the evidence is in your face, peoples. You clearly see a demonstrated body of Monifa and Shemaya. But when it comes down to the supposed Kanika being in the elevator, help me to make that make sense. How was she in the elevator? When you can't even see her legs. And then when you go to look at her face, the face is the same expression as it was while the video was playing. She was never in the elevator at the time to when they were in this elevator, peoples. And then when we go to look back at this elevator, peoples, this is a double door elevator. So Monifa could not be filming herself in the elevator and have a reflection of herself in the elevator because there is no mirror in there. There's no mirror. So my question is simply this, peoples. If Monifa and Shemaya and Kanika was in the elevator, why is it that only Monifa and the supposed Kanika facing a supposed camera and Shemaya has her back turned? Why would Shemaya have her back turned? For what? What, she don't want to be on camera? Don't you think that's kind of odd, people, that Monifa will be in the elevator with Shemaya and Kanika, but Shemaya would have her back turned? You would think that everybody would be uniform and you would think that everybody would turn the same way. But they're not all turned the same way. Shemaya has her back turned. And the only one who's facing the supposed camera is Monifa and the supposed Kanika. Help me to make that make sense, people. Which goes back to the point that I wanted to make. Let's go back to let's go back to the questions that was raised upon our backdrop. Let me go ahead and share that with you right here. Let me go back and let me share my screen, and let me go back to the questions, because this is all what I've just shown. This is all in line with what I have shown earlier. So let's go back here and let's take a look at this. Let me enlarge this. Okay. So, number one, Kanika snatched in a hallway. The trainee was in that video footage of being snatched. So, how many of you truly believe that Kanika was in a hallway and that Kanika got snatched up in a hallway? And she was supposed to have came to the establishment for Irene's party. Because see, people, if Kanika got snatched up in a hallway when she was supposed to have came to the party, Well, then help me to make this make sense. Help me to make this make sense. Where did they take her? Where did they take Kanika if she was supposed to have been snatched up in the hallway? Little Bo Peep said that she don't believe that. I don't believe that either. I don't believe that Kanika got snatched up. What? So wait a minute. If Kanika got snatched up, well then how did she get to Irene's live if she got snatched up? Because ain't nobody going to snatch you up and then let you go. That's intentional. It's intentional. Who's going to snatch you up only to let you go to go into a room and get drunk? Only to allow you to go and walk the halls of that establishment. Who would do that, peoples? Who would do that? No one. Exactly. Exactly my point. Nobody would do it. It doesn't make no sense, peoples. So my question is simply this, because this is some of the inconsistencies in this case. So if Kanika didn't get snatched up, well then why do you guys think that anybody got snatched up? What, because the video says that somebody got snatched up? Why do you think it's Kanika? And if Kanika got snatched up, what did they do with Kanika? Where did they take her? I mean, if anybody gets snatched up, you would think that the intent of snatching up someone is to keep them. It's to not allow them to go out anywhere or do anything. They will handcuff them. Or they would probably tie them up. They would probably put them in a room, or whatever the case may be. So why would anybody think that anybody got snatched up? What, because the video shows that a person had moved out of frame in the video? Because I remember the video, and they all were supposed to have been walking into the establishment. And when they were all was supposed to have been walking into the establishment, peoples, well, then the thing is, it was shown that Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree had went to the left, and that Kanika had went to the right. Little Bo Peep said that original girl had to have been there since the 6 and the others came after. Okay, so then my question would be this then. Who is the original girl? Because see the thing that I'm trying to get at is, when do you guys think Kanika came? And whatever time that you thought Kanika came, what do you think happened to Kanika? Because if something happened to Kanika before she ever got to the room, well, then you got to answer a question for me. How is it that we see Kanika in the room with Irene? And how could Irene, Monifa, and Shemaya say that Kanika was in there and she got snatched up? Little Bo Peep says Irene's birthday party was on the 5th and really came. Jenkins came first as reported. Hello, Carlin. Carlin. Carl Anthony Jonathan, right? I think I said that right. Carl Anthony Jonathan. It's a blessing to see you, my friend. So I'm just going to call you Carl Anthony. Carl Anthony. So now, my question simply is this, my friend. The people said that Kanika had came to the Crown Plaza Hotel. He came to the Crown Plaza Hotel for Irene's birthday party. But it has been stated that Kanika has been snatched up. And my question is simply this. If Kanika has been snatched up, well, then my question is simple. How is it that we see Kanika in Irene's live? If Kanika came to the establishment and she got snatched up, help me to make that make sense. What say ye? What say ye? See, I at first in the beginning, I thought that Kanika got snatched up, you know, but then after a while of looking at this case, I don't believe that anymore because it doesn't make no sense to me. If somebody is going to purposely snatch up someone, you would think that they are going to keep them, right? If they took the time out to commandeer them, you would think that they would want to keep them, right? But what sense does it make to snatch her up only to let her roam free in the establishment and walk the halls of that establishment? That it doesn't make no sense. So can anybody who's watching the live help me to make that make sense? When do you think that Kanika came to the establishment? And if you think that Kanika came to establishment at a certain date and time, what do you think happened? Do you think that she was on the elevator with Monifa and Shemaya? Because I clearly shown you people from the video footage, you've seen Monifa and Shemaya, but where was Bree? So is this video footage representative of them going up to the room at the time to when Irene was having her live? Or was this some other point in time? Because see, the thing is that Monifa had her speaker, right? Well, two people was missing. Two people was missing in this video footage. The people who's missing is Kanika and Bree. So Mr. Carl Anthony said, yes, they're going up to room 926. Bree was parking the car as well as they were already in the elevator going up. This is the beginning. Okay, so what you're telling me is that Bree was parking the car. So when we first saw that video footage of them walking into the establishment, Bree never got on the elevator with them. Because in that video footage, we've seen Bree, Monifa, and Shemaya. They went to the left, and the person who was supposed to be Kanika went to the right. So are you telling me that Kanika never got on the elevator, or the person who we believe to be Kanika never got on the elevator with them? Carl has said she's the drive automatically. Nope. So okay, so I guess my questions is coming a little too fast and things. So give me your rendition as to what you feel had happened. because you got something going right here. You said Bree was parking the car as well as they were already in the elevator going up. This is in the beginning. You say that she is the driver automatically. Okay. So the video that I have just shown, do you believe that Kanika was in that video? Do you believe that Kanika was going up in the elevator with Monifa and Shamaya? Or are the girl who we believe to be Kanika? People, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat. If anybody wants to come up and come to the panel and talk, you're more than welcome. Friends and foes, you guys are more than welcome. Just keep it respectful and keep it on topic. So what do you think, my friend? Do you think that okay, no, let me ask it this way. Do you believe that was the real Kanika walking into that establishment with Monifa and Shamaya and Bree? Do you believe that was the real Kanika? In that video footage that we have seen many times over, when all of them came into the establishment from the parking lot, do you believe that was Kanika, the real Kanika Jenkins, that walked into the establishment with Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree? What do you guys think? Is everybody here? Everybody is so quiet tonight? You guys got a chance to express what you think, what you feel. So what do you guys think? Do anybody believe that is the real Kanika Jenkins that walked into the establishment in that video? And if you do believe that is the real Kanika Jenkins, well then, do you believe that they all got up on the elevator and went up to the 9th floor to Irene's live? So nobody wants to say anything? Nobody has no commentary? Nobody has nothing to say? All right, so then I'll just go and revert back to how I normally do it. Let me go and let me share my screen and let me go. I'm not going to share this live, so let me go to YouTube. Let me go to YouTube.
I'll be able to help other.
And then we're going to go and we're going to look up Kanika Jenkins. So let me go home. Let me look up Kanika Jenkins. All right, so let me see if I can find the video of them supposedly walking into the establishment. Let's see if we can get a video of them coming in walking. Because see, people's that's the $1 million question right there. That's for me, that is the $1 million question. I mean, nobody wants to take a stance as if that's the real Kanika. Nobody wants to take a stance to say that, you know, Kanika was with Bree, Shamaya, and Monifa. No, nobody wants to take a stance to say that Kanika walked the halls of that establishment. No, nobody really wants to take a stance. It's surprising to me, peoples. Nobody wants to take a stance. I mean, everybody says what they feel, but then when you have an opportunity to come and speak your piece as to what you really think or feel, then nobody wants to take a stance. That's amazing to me. Okay, so let's see here, peoples. I don't believe that that's Kanika. I don't believe that that's Kanika walking the halls. I don't believe that that is Kanika walking inside the hotel. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. And whatever girl that may have, okay, here it is right here. So let's take a look at this video. A little short.
Kenika Jenkins was with friends at a party that took place in room 926 of the Crown Plaza Chicago O'Hare Hotel. Her friends had allegedly left her in order to retrieve a phone from their room. Motion detecting security cameras showed Jenkins staggering, apparently intoxicated, through the hotel's hallways. She spent over an hour walking around without being stopped or even spotted. It is not clear where Kenika was trying to get to. She had consumed alcohol and prescription drug to Pyramate. Many rumors have circulated about her friends setting her up and other foul play taking place, but no clear links have been made. She eventually arrived at the kitchen, where she rounded a corner towards the freezer. The freezer door itself was out of the camera's sight. It is believed she somehow entered it in her drunken state, and in darkness didn't manage to open the push-button door release. 19.
Okay, so we're going to stop it about right here. Let's go ahead and rewind that back a little bit because this is a lot to consume. So let me go ahead and mute that. Now, here we are with them walking into the establishment. Now, many people believe that this is Kanika Jenkins right here, walking into the establishment with Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree. Many people believe that. So from this point, let's just take it from right here. Let's work on this point right here for a moment, if we will. If Kanika walked into this establishment with Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree, if Kanika walked into the establishment with Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree, and many of you say that Kanika ended up getting commandeered, well, then help me to explain that. Help me to explain that. Carl had said Kanika is on the elevator with Irene, Monifa, and Shamaya. Really? Where did you get Irene? I've never seen Irene on the elevator. So what video footage do you have that shows Kanika getting on the elevator with Irene? You must got something. You must got something I've never even seen. Carl had said, then they're coming in the back of the building, which is the parking lot. Now that looks like the real Kanika. Okay. Carl had said when they are coming from the back of the building, coming from the parking lot, looks like the real Kanika. So you just repeated that. So Carl said they're all in the car bumping music in the car while Bree was driving to the Crown Plaza. Okay, so let's stick with the establishment. Let's stick with where you said that Kanika came in with Irene, Monifa, and Shamaya. Well, in the video that I have just shown you, Irene is nowhere in the picture. In the video that I've just shown you, it was supposedly Kanika, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree. You say that's the real Kanika walking in. Well, if that's the real Kanika walking in, well, then Irene is nowhere to be found in this particular video. And it was stated that this particular video was the video of them first coming into the establishment. So what is it that I missed? You said the narrator is saying her name wrong. Okay, let's go back to that video. Let's go back to that video. So when I'm looking at this, I see Bree, I see Monifa, I see Shamaya, and I see the one who you say is Kanika. So where's Irene? Because this is clearly Bree right here. We know Monifa by her black attire and her little ponytail. We know Shamaya because she had on the black pants and kind of like the purple light top. And then the only one is Kanika. So where is Irene in this particular video? So you said Kanika walked into the establishment with Irene. So in this particular video, where do you see Irene? I don't see Irene in that particular video. So you say that you believe that that is Kanika walking into the establishment with Monifa and Shamaya and Bree. My question is simply this: if they're all, if that's really the original crew, if that's really Kanika Jenkins, and we know that to be Bree, Shamaya, and Monifa, and they're all walking towards the elevator, well, then my question is simple: did they all get on the elevator? Or did they not get on the elevator? And if they all did not get on the elevator, well, then who got on the elevator? You said my part on that part. I mean to say Kanika, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree. Irene is already up in room 926. Okay. So now, do you believe that they all got on the elevator? Because if they all got on the elevator, well, where is Bree in that elevator? In that video footage that I've shown you earlier in the live that I was showing. Because in that video footage, we don't see Bree. And we really don't see Kanika because, again, when I show you the video, Kanika is just a silhouette in this video. Let me see if I can find the video. I think I got all of the videos and stuff. Let me go to my backup drive. I'm gonna go to my backup drive. Let me see. Kanika complete files. Kanika live. Let me see. Do I have Kanika videos? Okay, that's my G drive. Let me go to my E drive. Let me look at Kanika videos. Kanika footage. All right. So right here. All right, so this is not, is this the videos? Okay, here is the original footage of them walking into the establishment. Okay, so there we see Bree. There we see Monifa. There we see Shemaya. There we see Kanika. Now this is kind of out of sequence because this is when they first walk in and walk over here by the visibility bar. This is when they came in from the parking lot. Right here. And then from here, that's when we see them walk down that hallway where we just saw. So this is kind of like a little backwards. All right. So when we see them walking in, and you say that that is the real Kanika walking in to the establishment, my question is, did they all get on the elevator? Because here's the other video right here. All right, this is, what is this? This is a let's see, this is going to take me. All right, this is going to just play the other playback. And I think this is just going to play back the what I have just shown. Okay, so now let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Now see, this right here, makes a big difference right here. This right here makes a big difference. Now this changes everything. It changes everything because now see, when you're looking at this video, and I want you to look at this video very, very carefully. And I want you to notice something. Notice who has the speaker. Bree has the speaker. Monifa doesn't have the speaker. Bree has the speaker. Monifa has her bag in her hand and her cell phone. See that? Kanika was supposed to have her keys. And Shemaya had her phone. But Bree had the speaker. But in the video of them supposedly in the elevator, Bree has Shemaya, Monifa. Monifa has the speaker. And Shemaya had her back turned. So then the question becomes, and this is very important right here, because see, the thing is, if they all came on the elevator, when did Bree give Monifa the speaker? Nobody has ever. It just hit me just now. Carl, this just hit me just now, my friend. If they were all on the elevator, well, then you should have seen all of them on the elevator. Okay, so you said show us the elevator, please. All right, so let me go back to my live. I'm gonna go back to my live that I just played. And let me see, because I think I had all of this. I had all of this stuff. So let me go to go here. Let me go to my download, and I should have much of the video. It's right here. Let's call that up right here. So this should give me a little bit more to where I can be able to work with. That is so significant right there, my friend. That is so significant. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks, and it was in my face, and I didn't even know it. Because see, that changes things, because the thing is, they all couldn't have got on the elevator at the same time. Because if Monifa had the speaker and Bree walked in to the establishment with the speaker, well, then that clearly says that Bree did not get on the elevator with them. That's the bingo moment right there. I said that's the bingo moment right there. So I'm looking for the video. I'm looking for the video. Okay, so right here is when they first walked in.
19-year-old Chicago teen Kanika Jenkins attended a hotel birthday party with 3 of her friends to celebrate her new employment at a nursing home. She is later seen stumbling through the...
Okay, so now this is not what I want to play. This is not what I want to play. Because see, he's all over the place with everything. So this is not what I want to play. So let me see if I can find that video. Okay, that's not what I want to play. So let me see. Let me take a look here. Let me take a look here. Let me go to my other one. Let me go to 15. Let me go to my download it right here. Yeah, that's the bingo moment right there. That made the difference. Because if they walk in, okay, let me see. Here's the elevator scene right here, but this is only 8 seconds. Okay, so that was just only 8 seconds of that. All right, let's play that again. Let me see if I can slow it down some. I may have to put it in my editing software, but I'm gonna see if I can slow it down some. Where's the speed at? Play that's the loop. So this is not going to give me a speed thing. All right. Oh, here, wait, let me see. I think this is it right here. Play to share, repeat settings. What is the settings? Okay, so normally this will give you the speed. Play to. All right, so here, we'll do it like this. I do it like this. Let me close all of that up. Let me go to my Pinnacle Studio. And we're going to put this in my editing software. Because I think right here is very, very important. I think this is very important right here. I think we just stumbled upon something. Okay, just waiting for my Pinnacle Studio to initialize and things. So see, this right here is very important, peoples, and this right here is telling a lot. You know, it's really telling a lot, because the simple fact that when they're walking in and Bree have the speaker, but when Monifa and Shemaya and the supposed Kanika was supposed to be on the elevator, well, where was Bree? Because Bree had the speaker. But then on the elevator, you see that Monifa has the speaker. So here, it came up. So now let me go ahead and put that part into, let me put that video in here. So let me go ahead and add that video to here. So where is that video? Then that way we can clearly see. Okay, here it is right here. So we're going to add the video to it right here. Okay, I'm going to add the video. It's only a little clip. And let me change the sound on here. Change the sound. I got to put it to this one right here. So let's see if I can be able to hear it. Okay, so now, good. There it is right there. So now I'm going to play this in slow motion. So I'm going to turn off the sound. I'm going to play this in slow motion, and we're going to take a look at something. So let me play it at a quarter of a speed. Now let's take a look at this. Now look who has the speaker now. Monifa has the speaker. You see that? There is Monifa. There is the supposed Kanika. Okay. Now Shemaya turns around and she looks. Now, I want you to notice something in here. Notice the movement in the camera, and notice how Monifa is not really moving so much. And Shemaya turns around and she faces the camera. Let's watch this again. Now, you nowhere in here do you see Bree Bree. Nowhere in here do you see Bree Bree. And the elevator ain't that big. All right, so now let's watch this again. So I'm going to slow it down even more so you guys can get a feel for what I'm saying. Okay, so let's do a eighth of now let's look at this. Now remember, Bree Bree had the speaker, but in here, Monifa has the speaker. Now you see in the beginning, you see how Monifa spins the speaker around real fast. You watch how, see, she's twisting the speaker, but in her left arm, she's not moving, but the camera is zigzagging and everything, but her hand is still. Because how you know? Because look at the relationship with her phone as it is to her face. Now look at the video. The video is moving real fast. It's a lot of movement. It's twisting, it's turning, and it's moving, it's doing this and that and the other. But she ain't moving the phone. She's moving the speaker, but she's not moving the phone. And so in order to get the video, the effect of the video to be moving so much, you got to move the phone. But if you ain't moving the phone, how are you rocking the video? You see what I'm saying? How are you rocking the video? So look, I want you guys to take a look at this. Watch her move the speaker, but the phone is not really moving so much. See that? There's not a mirror. It's not a mirror. It's not a mirror. This is a two-way elevator. So where is okay, here we go. Look at her face. Look at her face. Eyes are still closed. She's still rocking. Shamaya turns around and look. Where's Bree Bree? Where's Bree Bree? Did y'all see that? Where is Bree Bree? Bree Bree is not in the elevator. Where's Bree Bree? Bree Bree is not in the elevator, peoples. Okay, so we can safely say that Kanika is in the elevator and that this video footage was edited. Because when we looked at the other video, we didn't even see her legs or anything. But in this video, we can see her legs. So we can safely say she's in the elevator. She's in the elevator with Monifa and Shamaya. Kanika is in the elevator. Because now in this particular video, I can see her full body. I can see her legs and everything. I don't see Bree. Okay, so we see Kanika because we see her face, we see her legs, we can clearly see her full body now. Y'all see that, right? In that other video, we didn't see that. But in this video, we clearly see that, clear as daylight. And she's rocking and she has her eyes closed and stuff. But we know that that's really her in here because we can see the facial expressions. See that? Now, does this look like a familiar scene, peoples? You guys remember that? Doesn't this picture right here look like a familiar scene right there? Look at that. Remember when I've shown you the pictures on last night, peoples? And I said it looked like this girl had a black eye. Well, you know what somebody did? Somebody took this screenshot right here of this face of this pose and made it try to seem like she was deceased. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? You guys remember last night when I've shown you this? I've shown you this. Now we got proof and evidence that this video footage has been manipulated. It's been manipulated. Because there it is right there, peoples. There is Kanika right there. Remember the live on last night. I've shown you that. Okay, so now I still got the pictures up. So let me show you the pictures, peoples. See, peoples, this is why you got to be diligent in your work. You know, we can be fooled, but we got to continue to keep talking about this so we can get clarity out of this. Because see, if you don't chime out, well, then you ain't helping me and you ain't helping yourself. I need you to chime out so you can help me and you can help yourself. Bingo, there it is right there, peoples, in your face. In your face. There is the video right there, peoples. And they tried to make it seem like Kanika was dead. And there's the exact picture right there, peoples. And I got the video right there. Bingo to the bingo. We solved that mystery, peoples. Because this is the exact picture right there. And look at the lighting on her face, on her head, on her forehead. And you see how her eyebrows is. You see how her eyebrows is in this picture right here. You see she was smiling at one point, but then she kind of puckered her lips. So with this little video clip, peoples, we can decisively say now Kanika was in the elevator with Monifa and Shamaya. So this is bullshit. Somebody was bullshitting us when they were trying to make it seem like Kanika was dead. But all they did was just cut a scene from the video to try to play like she was really dead. And here it is right here, peoples. Yeah. I was just talking about this last night, right? Didn't I show you this? I've shown you this, peoples. Here it is right here. Now we can definitively say Kanika was alive and she is on the elevator with Monifa and Shamaya. Now, where is Bree? Okay, so let's go back, peoples. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go back. let's go back right here. Let's go back to this video right here, people. I want to go back to this video because, see, this may yield us some information that we desperately need. Not this. Let me bring that down. You're not the one I want. I want to get this right here. Okay. So now let's look for that video when they first walked in. I think that's on I think that's in this one right here. And we go back to the downloaded. Let me open up this section of video. And we're going to put that other piece of video in right here when they first walked in. And I think this is it right here. No, that's not it because that's that guy's video. I think this is it right here. Nope, this is not it either. Okay. I know I got that little clip, so let me see. Let me enlarge this a little bit. And let's take a look at it closely, people. So let's take a look at it closely. Okay, so let me do the properties on this. And how long is this? This is, nope, that's not it. So let's go down. I just played it just a second ago. I think this is it right here. No, that's not it. I just had it just a second ago. I just had it just a second ago. So don't worry, I'm gonna find it. I just had it just a second ago. It may be in this folder or it may be in the other folder, but I just had it just a second ago. So I'm gonna find it. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, people. Now we're getting somewhere. So we know Kanika was alive when she walked in. But see, I want to show you something, people. I really want to show you something because now this is getting ready to shock the madness out of you. This is going to shock the madness out of you. Well, when I show you this, see, I got an eye, people. I got an eye. Here it is right here. Here it is right. I think this is it. I said, I think this is it, people. Let me see. No, this wasn't it, but this gives us some good pieces that we can extrapolate from. So yeah, this gives us some good pieces to where we can extrapolate from. But all right. So I'm gonna put this to the side for a moment. That's not really what I want, but that's good information. But I need to try to find that video that I just played. Was this right here? No, that's not it. I just played it just a second ago. Let me see. I'm gonna find it. Okay, that's this is 14. Let me go back to 15. I just played it just a second ago. All right. Because I'm getting ready to show you guys something, and it's going to be unbelievable. Get ready? I'm getting ready to show you guys something. All right, where is that video? I just had that video. Is this it right here? Just a little clip.
Hello, this video here is
Okay, so Okay, it has bits and pieces of what I want. All right, so what we're going to do is this. What is this video right here? What is this right here? Okay, so we're going to put that in my editing software. I'm just going to have to do it like this and splice it up. Yeah. But this has a lot of what I was looking for. But it's all, so I just have to splice it up. So where is that video that I just showed right here? I think this is it right here. Okay, let me put it in my editing software. All right. So here, let's get rid of that. And this is this right here. Okay. So let's just go ahead and see if there's any movement. Is he playing the video? Oh, here, let me put it on normal speed. Kind of really didn't want to do the editing right here, but I guess I'm going to have to make my point. But you guys see where I'm going with this. Okay, so this is not going to show them moving, but he jumps over. He jumps over. Let me see. No, I don't want to go through all of this right here. Not right now. This is good. So I'll just keep that there. Let me go back to that video that I had of them walking into the establishment. I just played it just a second ago, and yeah, never mute the sound. Okay, cool. Let me see. This is not what I want. That's not what I want. I just played it just a second ago, man. Dang. All right, it's in one of these folders. Was it right here? Let me go this one and see. No, that's the one that I just played. Okay. That's Sneak at Night. That's not it. Let me see here. Dang, I just had it just by itself. I just played it just a second ago. No, that's not it right there. That's not it. Let me go back to 14. It's on one of these, people. I just played it just a second ago. Okay, here, let me shrink this down a little bit. Let me do it like this. Okay, that's 14, and that's 444. That's neither one. I just had that scene by itself. Let me see, what is this one? Okay, it's good. This is when they were walking down by the visibility bar. So this is after they walk down the hall. Okay, good. This is one that I want right here. This is good. So let me see. Where is this video right here? Okay. Let me see. This. All right. This is jumping all everywhere and stuff. No, this is not the one I want. The other one that I just played. Where's the other one I just played? Let me make sure I get the title of it. Okay, right here. Kanika went right, they went left. All right, cool. Let me put that in my editing software. Kanika went right, they went left. All right, so let me. Kanika went right, they went left. Let me see, where is it? Kanika went right, they went left. Kanika went right, they went left. Okay, put it in there. Boom. All right, I got that one. I got that one. Now I just need the other video. I just need the beginning of the other video that I just played because this is all going in sequence right here. So let me look at this right here. Okay, that's not it. I just played it just a second ago. No, that's not it. No, I keep coming to this. That's not it. Let's see. Okay, so was this it? No, this wasn't it. That just jumps. I had it all by itself. Let me go here and see if I've already put it in here. No, okay, so that's the elevator scene. That's oh, here it is right here. No, that's not it. Let's see, what is this one? That's not it. I'm gonna find it, peoples. If I have to go and I just played it by itself. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Okay, so if it's not here, then let me see here. Kanika videos, Kanika footage. And I think it's right here. Here it is right here. There it is right there. Okay, beautiful. All right, so let me go ahead and put this in my editing software. Right there. So we're going to put that in there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so we got that. Let me see. What is this right here? Just want to see this right here. What I got. So what is this right here? Okay, so this is when they were coming in. All right. What is this right here? Okay, so this is where they were coming in. Okay. And what is this right here? Okay, so okay, I got it now. All right. Okay, and then this is right there when it was coming in, and good. All right, so I'm good. Okay, so I got what I need right here. I got exactly what I need right here. So I'm gonna delete this one right here. So this is when they first come in. So let's put this in the correct sequence. So that is right there. And so This is when it first come in. So we're going to splice that and put that in front. Okay, right here is what we're going to splice it. We're going to separate that. We're going to put that one in front, put that one in back. So you go here, you go there, and then from there, where is the other? Right here. Bingo. Okay, so now this is the sequence right here when they first come in. Let's take a look at this. I'm gonna take it off of the, put back on the sound. Now let's take a look at this. This is when they first come in. That's when they first come in. Okay, I see what you sent. I think I got what I need now. Yeah, mine's is a little clearer. All right, so let's take a look at this here, peoples. So now they're coming down, they're walking. Still, Bree has the Bree has the speaker. So they're all walking down, right? They're all walking down. Bonifa still has her phone. So now, so they go down. Okay, right there. So Bree, Bonifa, and Shemaya goes to the left, and then Kanika goes to the right. So now we're over here by the visibility bar. All right. So now this is where the people say that Kanika got snatched up. So now, peoples, let's put this in perspective here. We are going to put this in perspective now. Now since I got exactly what I want to see. I got exactly what I want to see now. Now, let me show you something, peoples, that is getting ready to blow your mind. Let me show you something that's getting ready to blow your mind, because now we got a good, clear understanding. Okay? We got a good, clear understanding. We know that Kanika was alive. We finally got clarity now. We know that those pictures was not of a deceased girl. Remember when I showed you the pictures on last night, right? It's not a picture of a deceased girl. Yeah, y'all understand that now, right? So we got clarity upon that. Now, let me go into the Crown Plaza. Let me go to Google's Maps. Let me go to Google's Maps, because I'm getting ready to show you something, and then I'm coming back and I'm going to tell you what I wanted to tell you. Let's go to Google Earth right here. And then let's type in the Crown Plaza Hotel. All right, so let's go to right there. And we're going, y'all come on and walk with me. All right, so we're there. So I want you to take me into, take me into here, please. Let's see, how do I do this now? Okay, we're there. So let me go to the, trying to see how do I, okay, take me into there. Okay, there we are. We are in the Crown Plaza now. Now let's go back to where they were walking. Here is where they first came in. Let's go back here. Let's take a look at this here. Let's go back here. I'm gonna go back to where they first came in. This is where they first came in. Y'all see that, right? This is where they first came in. So let me go back and play the video right here where they first came in. This is this part right here. That's where they came in. You see the 3 TVs right there. You see they walking up the stairs, and you see them coming down into the visibility bar. Y'all see that, right? And because how you know? Because right there you see the V right there, which is the visibility bar right there. See, there's the V right there for the visibility bar. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right. So we know that they came in from the parking lot from this entrance over here. Now let's go back to Google's Earth. Let's go back to Google's Earth. All right. Where's Google's Earth? Okay, there it is right there. Okay. Now, when we zoom in, y'all see the 3 TVs right there, right? See the 3 TVs right there? 1, 2, 3. And then you see the little machine to do your passcode for your tickets. You can validate your tickets right there. Y'all see that, right? And then you see the entrance from the parking lot right here. And then you see the ramp right there. And then you see this is where they walked up in the visibility bar. Y'all see that, right? Okay, so let me do it like this then. Let me do it like this. Let me open up another thing right here. No, okay, I can do it just like that. All right. So let me shrink that down some. Hopefully you guys can see it. Well, maybe not. All right, let me go here. Let me just not bring it so far up. Okay, do it that way, just like that. So you guys got that screen, and then you guys got this screen over here. So we're going to rewind this back, and then we're going to look at Google's Earth. And then we're going to see there's the 3 TVs, there's the 3 TVs. There's that little machine right there where you see that right there. Y'all see that, right? And then you see this thing right here is where you see this right here. Y'all see that, right? Is it this right here is this right here. Okay, so now let's watch them walk in. Let's go back to Google's Earth. So they're walking in, they're walking up this little area right here. That's where they're going, right there. Y'all see that, right? So now, when they walk in, now where we are is coming down that hallway. So let's walk where they just came from. So we just came from right here, peoples. We just came from right here. So now we're getting ready to go down, and we're getting ready to walk down the hallway. Because see, they just came from that way. This is the visibility bar. So they're going to come down, and then they're going to walk down straight down this hallway, which is this right here. There's the visibility bar. There you see visibility bar right there. You see that? There's the little sticks or whatever. That's where they came from. They came from this area right over here. So now they're getting ready to walk down that long hall. Okay, so let's take a look. See, there's the visibility bar right here. See that? They're going to come down. They're going to come down these stairs. And then they're going to be right over here by the Chicago Fire Oven restaurant. But straight ahead is where you have the front lobby. So they're still up here. All they're doing is just walking down in the visibility bar. You see that, right? They didn't walk the hall. They stayed in the visibility bar. So I want you guys to take notice of that. Okay. See? This is the garden patio, and it's the parking lot down here. This is where they entered into the establishment. This is where they walked in to the establishment. They walked up, and they're still in the area in the visibility bar, and then they're coming up, and they're walking all over in here in this area, because this is the dining area. They're still up on this upper ramp. They're in the visibility bar, because here you see the visibility bar right there. And then they're going to come down here. And then when you see them coming down the stairs, because here's the stairs right here, they're going to come down the stairs right here. They're going to walk down these stairs because they still by the visibility bar. Y'all see that, right? And you know, because you're going to see that visibility bar right here. And this is that long hall that they're walking down. So now let's go back to the video. Now let's look at the video. So let's go back to where they first walked in, and let's take a look. Let's go. So now they're walking in from the parking lot. They're up in the visibility bar, up in the dining area of the visibility bar. Okay, they're all walking in. Now the next camera shows them walking down the hallway. You see that, right? They're walking down the hallway. So remember, this is a little bit out of sequence because this comes before the other scene. So let's do it like this. So we're going to put this in sequence. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to add this first. And then we're going to add that. Because see, when they come from here, they come down in off the visibility bar, and they come right here. And then they're going to come down the stairs, because when you look at this, there's the sign for the visibility bar. They're over here where the stairs is. Now let's see when they walk out from the visibility bar and down the stairs. Now they're coming down the stairs. There it is right there. You see that? Low stairs, and they go right under the visibility bar. You see that right there? Now, let's go back to Google Earth. Google Earth, here we are right here, peoples. This is where they came down. Here's the stairs. There's the visibility bar. There's the sign that they just walked under. They were still in the visibility bar walking through the dining. Now they came down these stairs. Now they're coming down under the sign, and now they're on their way down this hall right here. Let's go back to here. See that? Let's go and let's rewind it back. So now look, they walk in, they're in the visibility bar, they're walking down. Now they're walking down the stairs, and there's the visibility bar sign right there. They walk down the stairs and then they're walking down the hall. You see that? See, that's why it's very important to look at the video footage, peoples. So, and talk about it so we can put it in perspective. Now they walk down the stairs. Now they're walking down the hall. You see that? They just passed. And there is the Chicago, the restaurant thing that I just told you about. Now they're walking down the hall. Now they're going out of the scene. So they go to the left. Kanika goes to the right. But did she get snatched up? Maybe not. Because now, here they go down that long hallway. But they're still together. So Kanika did not get snatched up, peoples. She didn't get snatched up because they're still together. Do you see what I'm saying? So now let me show you, peoples. Let me show you now. Because see, everybody thought that she got snatched up. She didn't get snatched up because see, remember, they're down here and they're going down the hall. They're going down the hall. They just passed the visibility bar. They're going down the hall. So now you got the little double doors and then you got that little door down here. So watch, they're going to go over here and Kanika going to go over there. Look. They go over there. She turns that way. What is down there? What's down there? I'm going to show you, peoples, what's down there. Let's go to Google's Earth, peoples. See, this is why I love doing what I do. Okay, remember, we're down by the visibility bar because remember, they just walked down the stairs. They just walked down under the sign and then they're coming down. Remember, there's the restaurant right there on the fly. But there's the Chicago whatever type of thing right there. The restaurant, there's the restaurant right there. Okay. So they're walking down this hallway. You see that? They walk down. They walk down. They came to the lobby because it ain't no other way to go, peoples. It ain't no other way to go. See, they walk down this lobby right here. Because see, there's the visibility bar right there. There's the restaurant. They're walking down. See that? They walk down. They walk down. And what did they walk in? They walked into the lobby. And so when they walked into the lobby, Monifa, Shamaya, and Bree went to the left, which is over by the front desk. Kanika went to the right here, which is this area right here, which leads you down where? To the elevator. So Kanika did not get snatched up, peoples. She went down and she stayed in this area until they went on and checked in or did whatever they had to do in the front lobby. Do you see what I'm saying? She did not get snatched up. They went to the left, which is the main lobby. Kanika went to the right, which is this area right here, peoples. And she waited for them until they did whatever they did, because in the next scene, we see them on the elevator. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo, peoples, because now look, let's look at this. There's the visibility bar. There's the restaurant. Here they come, walking down. But see, let me show you something, peoples. This is what throws the people off. Let's go back to the other video. Let's go back to the other video. See, this video is the camera that shows right here where the stair is. It doesn't show you the video of them walking down the hall. So what confuses the people is they're looking at this, they're saying, oh, Kanika got snatched up because she went out of view. But peoples, this camera only shows you this area right here where the stairs is. This camera shows you walking down the hall. There is a camera mounted above to where it's showing them walk the same area. This is the same area, peoples, and they walk out of camera view. Do you see what I'm saying? It's the same area. See that? They just walked out of camera view right there. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Bingo to the bingo peoples. It's the camera on here just shows you walking down the same path that is right here, but the camera is not going to show you this angle because the camera is only going to show you this angle right here. This is the same path right here, peoples, which on Google's Earth, let me show you, peoples. The same path. Same path right here. See that? Same path. Now, we're right here where the computer room is. And then Kanika goes and looks in the mirror. She goes and looks over in this area. Okay, y'all see this right here, right? Let's go back to the video. Let's go back to the video right here. Look, she's going to walk and she's going to look over. Now look, she's looking over. See that? Bingo. Look at this area right here and then look at this right here. Y'all see that? She's looking over in this area right here, the computer room. She turns and looks over. Bree Bree still walking forward. You can see the reflection of Bree Bree in the window right here. Kanika is just looking over in the computer room, which is this right here, peoples. Let me show you Google Earth right here. There it is right there. She's right here. She's looking over in this area. And then Bree Bree is up here. And you can see the reflection of Bree Bree's face or body in the mirror. Because you can see the reflection of this right here. You see that, peoples? They're walking down the hall. Kanika did not get snatched up. She just turned to the right while they turned to the left. Here is the area right here. This is the computer room right here. Kanika is right here. She's looking. Let's go back to the video, peoples. Look at Kanika looking. She looks over. Oh, beautiful computer room. Now you still see the silhouette of Kanika's image in the mirror. It ain't nothing nefarious going on. Look, there she is. There she is right there. Let's rewind this back a little bit. We see Monifa. Kanika, Shemaya. There it is. Her reflection, her arm is up, her arm is up. You clearly see that. Y'all see that, right? Kanika's looking. Kanika comes into view. Shemaya still got her arm up. Shemaya still got her arm up in The reflection. Y'all see that, right? Kanika's still looking at the computer room. Now, Kanika's reflection is right here. Shemaya still got her arm up. Shemaya still got her arm up in her reflection. It ain't nothing nefarious about this, peoples. Now, Kanika's reflection right there, and Kanika is looking over to the side, and she's looking at the double thing, and Shemaya's looking over there. And then here's that yellow beam right there. Now, what they do? They walk out of camera view right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Now, where do they go? Where do they go? Let's go back to Google's Earth. They come down the hallway because they just came from the visibility bar. They just came out from the visibility bar down there. Came down the stairs. You see the visibility bar right there. You see the restaurant. They walk down the hall. Remember, you see this right here, right? It's in the video. There it is right there. There it is right there. It's in the video. You see that? The same yellow thing is right here where this is. You see this partition right here? The same partition is in Google's Earth. It's right here, peoples. There it is right there. There is the yellow thing. There is the long yellow thing right there. See that? There it is right there. There it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. That is the hallway that Kanika, Shemaya, Monifa, and Bree walked down, right? Right. There it is right there. Peoples, they are at the Crown Plaza. And so, just a few feet away, look, they are in the main lobby, peoples. And then look right there. There is the camera that captures all of them in this whole area right here in the main lobby. Y'all see that, right? Okay, let's go back here. Okay, let's turn right there. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. What does that look like? There is the camera that is capturing them walking down this hallway. There's the camera right there. The camera is capturing them, peoples, walking down this hallway right here. Do you see that, peoples? You see that, right? So Kanika did not get snatched up. Kanika just went to the right. Bree, Monifa, and Shemaya went to the left in the main lobby. Y'all see that, right? Boy, I tell you, peoples, Edward Joseph is on this shit. Edward Joseph is on this shit. See, peoples, this is why I say you can't listen to the hilarious and nefarious, because if you listen to the hilarious and nefarious, they're always going to steer you wrong. Let me turn this thing off. So now the question is simply this. Now the question is simply this, peoples. The question is simply this. Was that Kanika Jenkins? Was that the real Kanika Jenkins? Or was it someone playing Kanika Jenkins? All right. I'm glad that you asked that question. I'm glad that you asked that question, Edward Joseph. Hello, Sissy 1986. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Mariah Lavender, I just asked the question. Sissy said, I said all of this in the beginning. Sissy, I'm glad that you did, because people have been saying Kanika got snatched up. Well, we all thought that she got snatched up. But I told you that I have studied this video over and over again. And the only way to get clarity out of confusion is to come back and start from what they gave. Now let me go back, Sissy. Let me go back, Sissy. Let me go back to what Gina had given us. Is that all right, people? So let me go back right here. Let me go back right here, because see, now the people can't say Kanika got snatched up because she didn't get snatched up. I just debunked that myth. I said, I just debunked that myth, peoples. So you can stop going around saying, oh yeah, Kanika got snatched up. Kanika did not get snatched up, peoples. No, she didn't. Not Kanika Jenkins. She didn't get snatched up. Nobody got snatched up. Nobody got snatched up, peoples. I just shown you that. So now let me go back to what Gina had sent. Let's go back here. Is that all right, peoples? See, that's why I want to have a conversation with you guys so we can all be on one accord. Because see, peoples, we got to be on one accord. If we're not on one accord, then all we're doing is just fooling ourselves. Look.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm not trying to play this.
Let's talk the line.
Okay, look, I'm not trying to play this. Thank you. I want to show this right here. Is that all right? So now let's go back right here, people. It says, and see what it says. It says, Kanika Jenkins inconsistencies. Inconsistencies, right? And then the first question was, Kanika snatched up in the hallway. The trainee was in that video footage of being snatched. Now that is the poignant question right there. The trainee, was that Kanika or was that the trainee? Peoples, I submit to you. Now you can say whatever you say, and you can feel whatever you feel. And this is why I want you all to be here, because I want to show you something. I want to have a conversation with you. Now, you don't have to take what I say, but give me your input. That wasn't Kanika Jenkins, peoples, that walked into that establishment with Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree. That girl, or that person that we just seen in this video footage right here, this person right here is not Kanika Jenkins, peoples. This person right here that you see right here is not Kanika Jenkins. That's not Kanika Jenkins. It's a trainee. It's a he, she. It's a guy. You don't believe me, huh? I'm glad that you don't believe me. I'm glad. Let me prove to you, peoples. Let me prove to you now. I am so happy you don't believe Edward Joseph. Let me prove to you, peoples. I am so happy that you guys believe that this is Kanika Jenkins, and it's not. Let me show you, peoples. Let me show you. Okay. Let's go right here. Let's try to get. All right. Let's do it like this. We're going to take it step by step, peoples. Okay. The one thing I want you guys to notice about this training is simply this. Look at the hair. And you see how the hair is, right? See how the hair is. So this tuft of hair is part over the shoulder, and this tuft of hair is part over the shoulder, and then there is a tuft of hair that comes straight down the back and down to where the tag of the person's pants is, right? Y'all see that? Clearly see that. Clearly see like, right? Okay. That's number one. Hello, Tay Moneybag. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Yeah, see that? I want you to clearly see this. I want you to clearly see this because I'm getting ready to prove to you something, peoples. Now, that's number one. Number one, look at how the hairline is. It comes what? To the person's tagline or the patch that's on the person's pants, right? And then the hair is evenly distributed on each side. In the hair, it extends all the way down. Y'all see that, right? That's number one. Number two, I want you guys to look at something. Get a good look. Look at the broad shoulders. Look at the broad shoulders. Okay, y'all see that? Look at the broad shoulders. I want you really to focus. Listen to me. Look at the broad shoulders. Now, if you disagree, and then tell me why you disagree. But just hear me out first. Look at the broad shoulders. Now, let's go ahead and twist it on to another part right here. Now, look at the thickness of this person right here. Broad shoulders. Look how the hair is. I want you to look at the calf. Look at the calf. Look at the calf of I know it's kind of blurry, but I'm I wanted to try to bring it up to where you can kind of see a little bit. Look at the calf. Look at the calf. Look at the waistline, but then look at the calf. Look at the calf right here and look at the calf right there. Men's calf is built like that. Real women don't have calves like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Look at the calf. Look at the if I can be able to draw, then but you can clearly see for yourself. Look at the calf of the person's legs. All right. I want you guys to see that, right? Okay. So now the next thing I want to show you, peoples, we're going to go back, play this a little bit. Okay. I want you to look at the way that the person is walking and look at her stance or his stance. Look at the stance. Look how she is standing. See that? Look how she is standing. And still, you can still see the hair. It comes down to the tagline on the person's pants line, right? Kanika wasn't that big, peoples. She wasn't that big, and I'm fit to show you. Now, let me show you the switcheroo. Because see, this is where they fooled you. Remember, peoples, let me go back for a moment before I reveal the reveal. Remember back when they had told you that they wanted Kanika to play herself? They wanted Kanika to play herself, and then they wanted another person to play Kanika. Y'all remember that, right? Yeah, y'all remember you remember back in the beginning because this was one of the taglines. Remember, they had Kanika to play herself, but then they had another girl to come and play Kanika. Y'all remember that? Yeah, I'm sure you heard that before. Well, let me explain to you why the trainee did not follow Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree. Because it was at that particular point is where the trainee came out of scene. Do you understand what I'm saying? Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree went to the left. The trainee went to the right. So the trainee got out of Dodge just momentarily. Because see, y'all thought the real Kanika walked into the establishment. It wasn't the real Kanika. It was the trainee. Now, let me show you something, peoples. This is getting ready to shock you. Now, let me go back to the video here, peoples. Let me go back to the video here. We're not finished with this. Let me go back to the video here. Okay. Now, let's look at this, and we're going to look at this in somewhat of a slow motion. So let me slow this down some, peoples, because this is where a lot of the people get confused. Well, I don't want you to get confused. Now, let's look at this. I want you to really focus upon the supposed Kanika. Look how big this person is. Broad shoulders, swinging the keys, turns their head. And why did the person turn their head? The person turned their head because of the simple fact that they knew that the camera would get a clear-cut shot of the face. Now let's watch. See that? Head still turned, head still turned, head still turned. Bingo right there. Now, I want you guys to take a look at the face right there because the video is not altered. Now, do that look like a Kanika's face? Do the face look oval? Do the face look round? No, it doesn't. It has a long, distinctive, it's not round, and the head is square. So let me show you, peoples, because see, Kanika, and let me show you Kanika. Let me show you Kanika, peoples. Look at Kanika. This is Kanika, peoples. This is Kanika right here. Look at Kanika's face. Kanika's face is rounded. It's round. It's oval. You see that, right? Okay, let me show you another picture of Kanika, peoples. Look at this. This is Kanika, peoples. And this is Kanika. Look at Kanika's face, peoples. Kanika's face is what? It's round. It's round. It's an oval shape, right? You clearly see it right there. Okay, so let me show you another picture of Kanika, peoples. Let me show you another picture of Kanika. Oh, where's my pictures? I just had them up. Where's my pictures? Where's my pictures? I just had the pictures up. I just did something to this right here. Okay, there it is right there. All right. There it is right there. Look at Kanika's face, peoples. Kanika's face is what? It's round. Right? You see it, right? Kanika's face is round. All right, so you see 3 different pictures of Kanika, and you can clearly see her face is round. Now let's go back to this right here. Does that look round? Does that face look round, peoples? Exactly. And look at the body. Look how thick and big this person is. And that ain't the only thing, people. So I'm getting ready to show you something. Getting ready to show you something. Look how big and thick those calves is. Okay, right here. Let's look at that right there. Is that a round face, or the face is look? Is you know how a man's face is kind of the cheekbone is long. This is not a round face, people. Even if this supposed to be Kanika, the silhouette should be round, not elongated like this. This person has like a long cheekbone. It's the picture of a man. It's the picture of a man, peoples. Clear as daylight. I mean, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. But see, you've seen okay, so now let me prove my point even more so. Let me prove my point even more so. Okay, so you don't agree. You say, okay, it doesn't matter. That's still Kanika. All right, so let me prove my point right here. Let me do the bingo to the bingo right here. Let's go back right here. Let's look at this picture. That's Kanika. Her face is what? It's round and oval, right? It's round. So let's do it like this, people. Let me do it like this. Okay, so let me do it like this, people. So let me go ahead and let me get my snippet. Let me get my snippet. Because I still see that there's some non-believers. There's some non-believers, but I ain't finished, people. Let me go to my snippet. Snippet. Okay, open up my snippet. Thank you so much. All right, so let me get this right here. Snip that. And then we're just going to save this as, we're just going to save you as, KJ. KJ Snip. Okay, and so we're going to put you on the desktop. KJ Snip on the desktop. All right, so we got that. So now let's go here, and then let's snip this. Okay, right there, and then we're going to call this KJ the trans. KJ trans. Snip. and then we're going to save you on the desktop. All right. So we're going to compare those two first, real quick. So let me close these out real quick. Close this out real quick. So let's look for KJ Trans. Where's KJ Trans at? So my desktop on here. So KJ Trans, there we go, right there, KJ Trans. So let's have that, and then KJ Snip right there. All right. So now, I don't like this. So here we're going to open this up in. We're going to open with photos. Okay, see, I can enlarge it right here with photos. Okay. And then we're going to open this up with photos. All right. So, peoples, you got to agree that if a person's face is rounded, a person's face will always be rounded, even if it's a silhouette. The face will be rounded. Look at the difference in between the two. This face is not rounded, but this face is rounded. Do you understand what I'm saying? Kanika's face is rounded. This face is not rounded. So if this was Kanika, the silhouette should be rounded. If this was Kanika, it doesn't matter how many pictures you take. Your silhouette should always match your face. Kanika's face is rounded. So let me go let me go prove my point right here. Let me go prove my point right here, peoples. All right. Okay, so look. Trying to move this without closing it up. Okay, well, just close it up. All right, so let me go to another picture of Kanika because I just closed them down. So let me open up a couple more pictures of Kanika. Okay, I just closed them down. Where is the pictures at? Okay, there they go, right here. Okay, so now let's open up this one. Okay, so we're going to open this up and we're going to open this. Look, we're just going to open. I don't want to do that. I'm trying to open up and let's go full screen, but open it up and we'll just close it. Let me go here to Kanika and let me just change the way all of this opens up. So we're going to choose another. We're going to open all of the photos up in photo always. So change all the photos to photos. Okay, cool. All right, so let's go and let's choose another picture of Kanika. Okay. Let's choose another picture of Kanika. All right, let's choose that one right there. Okay. And then not only are we going to choose that one, let's go and get another picture of Kanika. Let's choose that one. Okay. Not only are we going to choose that one, but let's get one more picture of Kanika. And let's see. We got that. We got that. We got that. So let's try to get a different one. Okay, right here. That one right there. Okay. So let me No, and I want to open this. I don't want to open this up in that. I want to open this up in that. So we're gonna open this up with photos. Choose another photos. Always. We're gonna change everything like that. All right. So we got 3 different poses and pictures of Kanika. So aside from this right here. Okay. All right. So we got Kanika right there. We have Kanika right here. Okay. Then we're going to raise that up. We got Kanika right here. Write that down. Okay. And then we're going to bring that. And then we got Kanika right here. Uh-oh. Didn't want to do that. Let's go back. Come on. Okay. We got Kanika right here. Let's bring this down. All right. Okay, so we got different poses of Kanika. Y'all see that, right? Now, in all of the pictures of Kanika, you clearly see you clearly see there is a very distinguished look to Kanika. There's the part in her head, and she has a rounded face, as you can see. Let me bring this down some. Yeah. Okay. Part in her head, rounded face, right? Okay. Part in the head, right in the center, rounded face. Okay. Part in the head, right in the center, what? Rounded face, right? And then look, rounded face. So it doesn't matter what picture in what color or however the picture was taken, the silhouette of her picture will always be a rounded face, right? It doesn't matter. So we got different pictures and different poses. But the most distinguished thing is a rounded face and a part in the center of the head. Her hair is parted down the center. You see that, right? Okay, so peoples, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back and let's call this up. Now, do that look rounded, peoples? From the first picture, do the head look rounded? It doesn't. Okay, now let's go to the second picture. I said, do the head look rounded, peoples? It doesn't. Okay, peoples, let's go to the third picture. Okay, do the head look rounded? It doesn't. So now, peoples, let's go to the last picture, peoples. Let's go to the last picture. Does the head look rounded, peoples? It doesn't. So, peoples, I've shown you 4 different pictures in 4 different tones. One is very bright. One is somewhat bright. One is somewhat dark. Very bright, somewhat dark, and then somewhat very dark. And the most distinguished thing about all of these pictures is simply this, peoples. None of these pictures matches a silhouette of this picture here, which is not a rounded head. Not a rounded head. Every picture that you see up here, the head is rounded. and has a part in the center of the head. But in this picture, peoples, it doesn't matter. If it's Kanika, she should have a rounded face, right? Well, it ain't nothing rounded in the face. It ain't Kanika. People, I said it is not Kanika. Even the girl in the elevator has a rounded face, just like the girl right here, just like the girl right here, just like the girl right here. And she is much alive, peoples, because we've seen the video of her in the elevator. But he did not get in the elevator. She did. So the question was, it's simply this, peoples. Who in the hell was they trying to set up? See, now it changes. It changes things, peoples. Who in the hell were they trying to set up? Because they were trying to set up somebody. And guess what? Kanika knew who they were trying to set up. Kanika knew. She already knew, peoples. Kanika knew the play. You didn't hear what I said, peoples. I said Kanika knew the play. So, Lady J-Nam 1, I'm going to be nice, and I'm only going to be nice once. Okay, because now, you know, I don't need hilarious or nefarious people in my chat or on my live talking this crazy madness and things. Okay, so I'm only going to say this, and I'm only going to say this once, and the next time I have to speak to you in this manner, I'm going to block you. Now, you're welcome to come in. You're welcome to participate. You're welcome to, come in and stay focused on the live. Don't come in with this hilarious and nefarious bullshit and nonsense. Is that all right, ma'am? Or sir, or whatever, whatever you are. Don't come into my live with the bullshit and nonsense. I'm only going to say this once, because the next time I have to speak to you like this, I'm going to block your ass. So now, you can give commentary, but keep your commentary on the case. Keep your commentary on Kanika. Keep your commentary on Monifa, Shemaya, Bravery, or Irene. Don't come in with this hilarious and nefarious bullshit. Now, this is your final warning, because the next time I have to talk to you in the manner to which I'm talking to you now, I'm going to block your ass. Now, you don't have to agree with me. I don't give two rats asses. But don't come into my live with all of this bullshit and nonsense in the manner in which you're speaking. Is that all right? Now, this is your final warning. Now, peoples, the people said that Kanika got commandeered. And I've already proven to you unequivocally and undeniably, Kanika never got commandeered. She didn't get snatched, because it wasn't her in the beginning that ever got snatched. I've shown you unequivocally and undeniably how, when they entered into the facility, into the establishment, peoples, they walked down the hall and they were all on camera. In the he, she, that is not Kanika, did not go with Bree, Shemaiah, and Monifa because she went to the right while they went to the left. But guess what, peoples? They was in the main lobby. They went to the front desk. They went to the front desk. And the she went to the right because the she had to get out of the scene. Now, this is where it gets interesting, peoples, because see, nobody has ever told you this, but I'm getting ready to tell you this. I'm getting ready to tell you this. Remember when I had asked you, was Bree? Remember when I had asked you, was Bree in the scene with Kanika, Monifa, and Shemaiah? Well, Bree was not in the scene. Okay, so let me go back to right here, peoples. Let me go back right here so you can clearly see for yourself. Look right here, peoples, and I want you to look closely. What do Bree have in her hand? Bree have in her hand what? The speaker. This is when they first come in. But guess what, peoples? Guess what? Now let me bust your bubble on something. Can I bust your bubble on something, people? Can I really bust your bubble on something? Let me bust your bubble on something. And this is what's getting ready to amaze all of you. This scene right here that is playing out is the reenactment. This is not the enactment. This is the reenactment. Kanika was already there prior to this happening. Kanika was already there days before they did this reenactment. That's why they were in the same clothes. Okay, so I'm getting ready to prove to you, people. Look. Bree had the speaker, right? Okay. Let me show you something. This is getting ready to shock you guys. Y'all hold on for 1 second. I'm getting ready to shock the mess out of the whole Kanika Jenkins community because y'all thought that all of this stuff happened on the same day, and I kept telling you for years it never did. Sissy, let me tell you, man, this is getting ready to shock the world. Sissy 1986, let me tell you, let me show you something right here. Let me show you something right here. Let me bring this down right here. Let me bring that down. Okay, no, this is not it. I need the video. So I'm fit to lock this and I'm fit to block this out. So now let me go to the video. Where's the video? I just had it. Is this the video? Nope, that's not the video. Is this the video? This is the video. Okay, I want to show you guys something. Look, I want to show you guys something. Look at this video right here. All right, play. Who has the speaker? Who has the speaker, Sissy 1986? Monifa has the speaker. Bree don't have the speaker. Monifa has the speaker. Why? So Sissy 1986. If Bree walks into the establishment with the supposed Kanika, Monifa, and Shemaiah, Why do Monifa have the speaker and not Bree? If they're all walking in together, why did not Bree get on the elevator with Monifa, Shemaya, and Kanika? Because it's just like what Carl said. Bree never walked into the establishment with Monifa and Shemaya and Kanika. Bree was already in the car when the real Kanika walked into the establishment with Monifa and Shemaya. Bree never had the speaker on the original day when Kanika came in. Did you guys hear? Did you guys hear what I said? Now let me prove my point. Let me prove my point. Here it goes right here. Now I want you to look at Kanika. Look at Kanika. What is in Kanika's hand? What is in Kanika's hand, peoples? What is in Kanika's hand? Wait a minute. What are you saying? When the trainee came in, the trainee had keys in that hand. You guys remember that, right? When the trainee walked into the establishment, the trainee had keys in this hand. Oh, you don't believe me? Let me show you, peoples. Let me show you, peoples. Let me show you, peoples. The trainee walked in with keys in that hand. Okay? Let me show you. So let me close this up and let me lock this. And let me show you, peoples. Let me lock this and let me show you. Let me unlock this. And let me show you when the trainee walked in. Okay, so when we look at this right here, peoples, what do you see in the trainee's hand? I want you guys to watch that. What you guys see in the trainee's hand? Okay, I want you guys to look at that. What do you see in the trainee's hand? Right there, bingo. What's in the trainee's hand? Keys and tissue. Y'all see that? Tissue and keys. Do you see that, right? Keys and tissue. Tissue, keys. Not a cell phone. Not a cell phone, peoples. Peoples, not a cell phone, keys and tissue. Now, let's look at this video right here. Watch when the trainee walks in. So, tissue, keys. You see the keys dangling right there. You see that, right? See how the keys is dangling? You see the keys dangling, right? Tissue. See the tissue? Keys, tissue. Y'all see that, right? Tissue. Okay. Now, let's block that out. And then let's go with this one right here. And let's look at this right here. Now, let's play Let's block this video and let's play this video right here. Now, I want you to see what's in Kanika's hand and what's not in Monifa's hand, what's not in Shemaya's hand, and what's not in Kanika's hand. What is that, peoples? It's a cell phone. Where's the keys? Where's the keys? And then I want you guys to look at Kanika and how thin he is. Look how thin he is. See how thin she is? Do you see broad shoulders and things of that nature? You don't see that. So if Kanika never walked into the establishment with no cell phone, but had tissue, where's the tissue? I said if Kanika if Kanika never walked into the establishment with tissue, where's the tissue? Remember in the video, the girl that was walking the halls of that establishment had tissue in her hand. And a cell phone. When did you ever see Kanika walk into the establishment or walk here in the elevator with tissue in her hand? You never seen it. You never seen tissue in her hand. And then where was Bree? Because Bree was the one who was carrying the speaker. So why would Bree go ahead and give Monifa the speaker when Bree had the speaker? Bree walks, she had the speaker. They go to the front desk. Bree still had the speaker. But in this scene, Bree ain't nowhere to be around. But you see Kanika, you see Monifa, and you see Shemaya, and Monifa has the speaker. Where is Bree? Boy, you guys are not listening to me. Why did Bree give Monifa the speaker? Because it wasn't the same day. It was not the same day, people. It wasn't the same day. That's why they kept saying reenactment. So what are you acting out? You're acting out something that had already taken place. And Bree, Carl, is nowhere to be found. Oh, I can tell you where Bree is, but I'm not there yet. I tell you what Bree is. I'm not there yet. See, that's why they said reenactment, Carl, because they did reenact that of what had already taken place. Carl, they reenacted that of what had already taken place. Remember when Jeffrey Feiger said that the family has been there at the time to when Kanika came up missing to what? At the time to when Kanika was found. That's what he said, Carl. Since 1986. Jeffrey Feiger had already told you that the family was there at the time to when Kanika came up missing, to at the time to when Kanika was found. That's what he said. Ain't that what he said? That's what he said. So people, my question is simply this. Why would Bree give Monifa the speaker? Because see, that's where they messed up. That's where they messed up, people. Bree wouldn't have given Monifa the speaker. Because Bree would have went up in the room with all of them. There's no reason for Bree to come and disappear. For what? For what? They came together. They supposed to what? Live together, right? Well, at least that's what you guys say. You know, we come as a pack, we leave as a pack. I recall in the testimonies in the case files when they said that, you know, wherever we went, Kanika was always with us. Well, no, peoples, no. No, peoples, no. That's what they said, but that's not what happened. Now, let me go back, peoples. Let me go back because I showed these pictures for a reason on last night. Let me go back to those pictures. Peoples. Okay, wait. Before I do that, let me call it this picture again. Now, I want you guys to notice something. Notice Kanika in the distinguished look. You see the recessed tooth in her mouth? And you see the recessed tooth in her mouth? You see the little gap right there? That's how you distinguish the real Kanika Jenkins, people. And you see right here how the tooth is a little shorter than the other. And you see how the tooth is a little shorter than the other right there? That's how you distinguish Kanika Jenkins, peoples. That's Kanika Jenkins. Do you understand now, right? You get it, right? Kanika has a recessed tooth, and one tooth is shorter than the other. Kanika Martin has perfect teeth. People! You're not listening to what I'm saying, peoples. You don't get what I'm saying, peoples. I said Kanika Jenkins has a recessed teeth, as you can clearly see. And Kanika Martin has perfect teeth. You understand what I'm saying, peoples? Oh my God, boy, you just opened up a can of worms that were Joseph. Kanika Jenkins is smaller in stature than Kanika Martin. Kanika Martin is taller and thicker and fuller and almost like an Amazon. Kanika Jenkins wasn't that tall. Kanika Jenkins was about 5'7", maybe 5'8". It's just what they said. What in the case files? It is what they said. What in the report? 5'7", 5'8". What 135? And Kanika was 165, heavier. You remember the report that they made, right? They gave you the description of Kanika Jenkins. We can go to the case files, people. The case files will give you what they said. They said that she was 5'7", 135. And she was wearing blue jean jacket outfit with gray Jordans. That's the description that they gave, right? Okay, so people, let's go back to Kanika. Let's go back to Kanika right here. Let's look at Kanika, people. Look at Kanika. Let's look at Kanika on Local Day, peoples. Because if Kanika is 5'7", 135, ain't no way that you're going to have a 165-pound girl on a gurney. That wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Could have been Kanika Martin, but it definitely wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Right here. Let's go to Los Day. Does she look like an Amazon, peoples? She don't look like an Amazon to me, right? She look about 5'7", right? And she ain't thick. She ain't big. She definitely ain't no 165 or 167, as they said in an autopsy report. Y'all see that, right? I mean, you can clearly see it, right? So when the people say that, well, there is a discrepancy, and they said that she was 5'7", 135. Okay, so let's see if we can find that part to when they gave the description of her approximate height and weight. Because that's what they said in the case files. That's what they said on the police report, right? Okay. So let's take a look at this here, people. So let's open this up. And let me go back to Kanika. Let me go open that up. I want all my pictures to open up and I don't want no more pictures to open up in Power DVD. I'm going to change everything to photos. Now you understand the difference between Kanika Martin and Kanika Jenkins, people. And when they said Kanika was 165, it wasn't Kanika Jenkins that was 165. It was Kanika Martin that was 165. Oh boy, now it's beginning to really sink in to what has happened, people. Now it's really beginning to sink in. Because ain't no way that you're going to be 30 pounds heavier. Okay, so age 19, female, black, 66 inches and 159 pounds. Kanika Jenkins was not 159 pounds. Okay, so let's do it like this, people. That's the autopsy report. There it is right there. It says Kanika Jenkins, 66 inches, 159 pounds. But when we go and we look at what the case file says, so let's see what the case file says, people. Now it's beginning to get a little juicy because now you beginning to see the different girls who was playing Kanika, but it was really Kanika, but it wasn't Kanika Jenkins. And it was several girls who played Kanika. Now you see why the reenactment. But the description that they gave was accurate because Kanika wasn't that 159 pounds. Peoples. Let me see if I can find that. Because we clearly heard them. Let me see if I can find the audio to the let me see if I can find the audio to the report. All right, so before I go and do that, let's look at this right here. Let's look at this picture. Let's look at this picture, peoples. Do that look like Kanika Jenkins, peoples? Do that look like Kanika Jenkins? Do that look like the pants that she was wearing, or even the jacket? And so look at the hair, peoples. Now let's look at this one. Let's look at this one. Because remember, I say it's the same girl. Okay, let's look at her. Let's look at her. Look at these hips. Look at these hips. Look at just the body style itself. Look at the body style itself. I mean, you're women. You know how women are, and you know you can understand the different sizes and shapes of a woman. So let's go back, peoples, and let's go and let's call up this picture, the trainee. So let's get a picture of the trainee, and let's compare the body styles, peoples. So let's go back to the video. Because see, now it's beginning to make sense. A lot of the stuff that they've been hollering and screaming and oh, this and that and the other. Oh, what? I mean, shit, it's beginning to make sense now, doesn't it? Okay, so let me see here. Okay, so we're gonna do it like that, and I'm gonna snip this, and there's going to be several things I want you to see right here. So let's go ahead and snip this, and then we're gonna call KJ Trainee number 2. Snip. KJ. Let's save it. KJ Trainee number 2. Snip. KJ Trainee snip number 2, and we're going to put that on desktop. All right, so we got that. Okay, so now let's go ahead and let's compare. Let's compare those pictures, people. So let's bring those down. We're going to compare these two pictures right here. We're going to come back to that. All right, so let's take a look at this here, peoples. Now, you guys are women, so you know body shapes and sizes and styles and stuff like that. Let's take a look at that, and let's take a look at that. Now, again, what is it that you see, peoples? What is it that you see? So the one thing I want you to take a look at, peoples, is the shape. Look at the shape and look at the shape and look at the shape. Okay, y'all remember that, right? Okay, so let me call up that other picture of when the hair. Let's call it the other picture. I think I took a picture of that, but no, I didn't take a picture of that. So let's go back. Let's go back right here when they were over here, and then let's get a picture of the hair. Okay, is that a good picture? That's a good picture of the hair. All right. So maybe let me fast forward a little bit right there. Okay, that's beautiful right there. So let me get a snip of this right here, people. So we got that. Now let's get a snip of this right here. And now let's call this KJ training snip number 3. Okay, so KJ snip number 3. Okay, y'all see that, right? All right, so we got that on the desktop, so we got that, so we're gonna close that out. We're gonna close that out. Okay, so there it is right there, snip number 3. All right. So we're going to put these together, and we're going to put these together. So I'm going to put that over there. We're going to put that over there. Okay. We're going to put that over here. I'm going to put that right here. All right. So what I want you to see, peoples, is this. Now, one can argue, because it depends upon the way that the photo was taken or something like that. One can argue that the hair length on here is approximately the same. Okay, the hair length is approximately the same. Okay, one can argue that. One can argue that the body style. You have to tell me because your name didn't pop up. Almost the same. One can argue. That's why we argue. One can argue that. Okay. You see that, right? Now, the big difference is clearly this, people's. Oh. The big difference is clearly this. Look at the white patch on the shoulder. Where is the white patch on the shoulder? And I can play the video back. You got an open patch right here. Just like this right here. See the same type of patch. See the patch right there? The patch right there? Where's the patch right there? No patch. The patch doesn't match. Peoples, I said the patch doesn't match. There is no patch. You can clearly see the patch right there, and you can clearly see a patch right there, but it ain't no patch on the shoulder. And there's a white patch right there, but there's no white patch right there, people. You see what I'm saying, right? See? All right. So now I want to show you some, people. Now I want to show you in this picture, this person has on a shirt with a long black band right here and a long black band right there. This is attached to the shirt. This is the way that the shirt is made. Now, we're going to go and take a look at the video of the person getting off the elevator to see if there is a long black patch shirt right here or right here. Because did you see it right here? Well, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But now look at the face, people. Look at the face and look at the face.
Boy, that's
oval, elongated.
That's what they do. Well,
I know you're saying, oh, well, you know, it's a different angle and stuff, but people, you know, the bottom line is simply this.
I think Blue, yes.
It doesn't matter whether, however the picture is taken, your face will never change. If your face is round, your face is going to be round. If your face is square, your face is going to be square.
Very personable.
If your face is rectangle, your face is going to be rectangle.
You know, showing hearts and stuff like that. So I don't know.
Look at this person.
You know, I mean, from the looks of what I'm seeing, you know.
Look at this person. Look at that person.
Craziness that they're doing.
Now, I want you. Okay, I want to keep that there because now I'm not finished. Now let's go here. Let's go here, people. Let's go here. Let me show you something. Big, distinguished. Where is the black thing on the shirt? And y'all say that this is Kanika. Where's the black thing on the shirt? There's no black thing on the shirt. I said there is no black band around the bra line. And the patch on the jacket doesn't even match. There's no patch. But there's no black band on the shirt. All she got is an open bra. She has a rounded face, but this doesn't match this. And this doesn't match this. And then look how full her hair is over her forehead. And look how her hair is receded back from her forehead. And look how the hair is more forward on the forehead, and this is receded back. Rounded face. I don't know what kind of face this is, but the hair doesn't match people's. The attire doesn't match people's. And guess what? Look, he's in the photo with Monifa. And that clearly demonstrates and clearly tells you and shows you people reenactment. It means that they reenacted trying to play Kanika and put her in what she already been. Do you guys understand now why I say there were 6 girls who played Kanika? Do you guys see it now? I mean, you clearly see it. I mean, it ain't no mistake in the bacon, peoples. The attire don't match. It don't match. The person walks in with a black band on the shirt. There's no black band on no shirt. This is covered. You see how the shirt is? It goes like that, and then there is a like white broad thing over here. Where is the whiteness around here? Her bra and her biddies is hanging. This is not hanging. This is. Where's the whiteness over here? You can clearly see it right there. Where's the whiteness right there, people? It ain't the same person. It ain't Kanika Jenkins. And the one who's been fooling you for the longest time is Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina. Belly button ring. Look at small her. Look how small. Look how small this girl is. Look how small it is right there. Y'all see that, right? See how small she is? She's small. Now let's go and I'm gonna show you something else. Let me show you, people. Let me show you. Because see now I got your attention. I got your attention. I said I got your attention. Okay. So now let me show you here, peoples. All right. So when we look at the pants leg, the pants has the little jean kind of rip thing on the pants, right? This is a frontal view because the person the police, you know, I forgot the name that you call him, the technician. You see the pants leg on the right hand side because this is the right hand side of the pants, right? You see how this right here is attached. And you got 2 strips is going across on the thigh. You see that, right? Okay, so now when we look at this picture here, peoples, the supposed Kanika, why is where the thigh is and is attached, this is broken. See that? And then this is a gray, this is more denim blue. 2 different girls. Reenactment. They've been telling you it was a reenactment, and it was a reenactment. I'm showing you it's a reenactment. Do you understand now, people? Do you understand what Eric Joseph has been telling you for the longest time? And you listen to Trey Day. Trey Day don't know what the hell he's talking about. Peoples, I am showing you proof to the truth. This is the proof. This is the girl in the freezer. This is a girl in the bathroom with Monifa. 2 different girls the attire don't even match people's. And Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Mendina said that this is Kanika. That's what she said. This is Kanika. People's, how in the hell could that be Kanika? And this is supposed to be Kanika. And then look how small frame this person's body is compared to her body, compared to her body. Compared to her body. God damn. I mean, how many body styles do we have compared to his body? Look at the thick frame, small frame. Small frame. Small, thick. Peoples. You women know sizes. You know body shapes. So we got all of these different body shapes. We got different attire. We got slightly different jackets. And most of all, people, so let me show you something here. Let me show you something. This is the bingo moment right here. Where is the black band? He has on a gold watch. He has on a sort of kind of gray watch with a red band. Where's the black band? He's not wearing a black band on her wrist, peoples. And then another thing is her jacket goes way up above her wrist line. You see that, right? Okay, so right here, peoples, she's got on a black band. And she has on a black watch. You see that, right? There's the black band. There is the black watch. You see that, right? Where is the black band? It ain't no black band on. She has on a gray watch and a red thing. And a gold watch right here. Or gold bracelet or gold whatever. But it ain't no black band. Okay? So now, peoples, black band, black watch. Where is the little red thing that was on this young lady's wrist? Okay? Let me show you, peoples. See? Gray watch with the red band. Black band with a black watch. Black watch. Because if it was gray, it wouldn't be black in color. Do you see what I'm saying? I said if it was gray, it wouldn't be black in color. And see, the thing is, peoples, on this is a frontal view of this girl in the hall by the elevator. And this is a frontal view of the girl in the freezer. And on the same arm, she has on a black watch, but on this arm, she has on a gray watch. The same arm. Gray watch, black watch. And then over here, she has what? She has on a gold type of watch or bracelet or whatever. So on the same arm, three different girls. 3 different girls, people. Gold, gray, and black. Gold, gray, black. It's in your face, people. I said it's in your face. You can't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about when I have been showing you forever in a day. There were 6 girls who played Kanika. 6 girls who played Kanika. The people didn't believe me. Oh, you believe me now? You believe me now because, see, Trey didn't tell you this. Casey Coy, Over, Sanchez, Mendina didn't tell you this. He Sway, Custom Designs didn't tell you this. Bossman and Eric Lossman and John Quirk Q didn't tell you this. 54 Keys didn't tell you this. King Rob and Chosen King did not tell you this. Lord Footage and Leave No Witness did not tell you this. Mike Larry did not tell you this. Beach Beauty did not tell you this. And all of the other YouTubers. Tiffany Draper did not tell you this. Edward Joseph been telling you for 7 years. 7 long years, and nobody wanted to listen to me. But you're listening to me now. Because the proof is in the pudding right there, people, and it's before you, and it's in your face. It's in your face. And if you go back and watch the live from I said on last night, go back and watch the live on what I said on last night, people. I said, and let's go back. Let's go back, peoples. Let's go back. Let's go back, peoples. Because see, this is how the training looks. I did a kind of like drawing a diagram like thing right there. There it is right there. Okay, so how do you get how do you get this from this right here? Let's go back to these pictures. From there, let's go back to the pictures. There, let's go back to the pictures. There, let's go back to the pictures. There. Okay, so we got all rounded oval shape. How do you get that shape from that right there? See that? How do you get it, people? Not exactly like that, but you can clearly see how the chin goes and dip down. Because see, if I was going across the face, well, then the line would go across the chin. But as you can see in my diagram, it goes downwards. Hers is rounded, rounded. It doesn't go downwards, people. That is a trainee. That is a fella. You guys hold on for a moment. Okay, peoples, I'm back. So you can clearly see the silhouette doesn't match a rounded face or what they call oval. Doesn't match. Y'all see that, right? Clear as daylight. Okay. And even the attire, peoples. Even the attire. Okay, so gold bracelet or watch or whatever you want to call it. So you're walking into the establishment with tissue in your hand. Where's the tissue? Where's the white fingernails? White fingernails. Remember, Diddy with the white fingernails. Do you guys understand the ritual now, peoples? Now, did this girl in the freezer have white fingernails, peoples? Let's take a look. See, I'm touching up on a whole lot of stuff, peoples. That Trey Gang and all of these people did not even tell you. So this is as crystal clear as we're going to get. What do you see? White fingernails. And even more this white fingernails. White fingernails, peoples. Remember, Cassie had to wear white fingernails. They had to wear white fingernails. It's part of the ritual. Who else? Who else was at that party wearing white fingernails? I mean, did you guys, y'all chime out? Did anybody that you see wear white fingernails, peoples? Did you? It's a part of the ritual. I told you this was a satanic ritual, peoples. It was a ritual night. A satanic ritual. A murder mystery game. And that was the game that was played, peoples. Did she have on white fingernails, peoples? Who else had on white fingernails, peoples? What was it? Only the girl who played Kanika? If I recall, didn't Irene wear white fingernails with one red nail in the middle? If I recall, if I recall, did Irene wear white fingernails? I mean, here let's go back to Zach's TV. Let's go back to Zach's TV thing when Zach had interviewed Irene. Let's go back to Zach's TV. Let's call it Zach TV, peoples. Okay, let's go back to home. Let's go back to Kanika Jenkins. Call it Kanika Jenkins right here. No, let's go to Zach TV. Zach TV, Kanika Jenkins. All right. Okay, so what is it that what is it that you see? I said, what is it that you see? White fingernails and red fingernail is the indication of our pink. Pink is like the softness for, you know, a woman, but it also can represent blood. And look where she has the pink or red fingernail. Look where she has the pink or red fingernail, and it's on both hands, peoples. But she has white fingernails. Do you guys get it now? Oh my God, peoples! I think I'm going way above your head. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit because I think I'm overwhelming you. Because I got a lot more. I got a whole lot more. You are not understanding, but you will understand when I get through. You will understand because none of these YouTubers never spoke up on this. Let me turn on the volume. Now look. See, the thing is, peoples, the thing is clearly this. White fingernails never really been an issue until the thing happened with Diddy. And then when Diddy came out and Cassie had to wear white fingernails, now you started to understand what the elites make these people do and what they make them wear. Cassie could not come out the house without white fingernails. Why is it that Irene has on pure white fingernails? And just one finger is painted pink. It's a reason for that, people. It's the reason for Irene to wear all pure white fingernails and one pink nail on both hands, peoples. The reason for that. You guys didn't believe me. You didn't believe me. But I'm here to tell you. Here to tell you, peoples. So she's got on pure white nails. She's got on pure white nails. See that? You see it right there. She's got on white, pure white nails. Oh my God, people, you are not listening to me. I bet you're listening now. Did I get you guys' attention now tonight, peoples? Did I get your attention tonight? See, you can listen to Trey Gay and listen to all of this bullshit and madness of what he's been speaking and stuff. But Trey Gay ain't never did what Edward Joseph did. Y'all can listen to Casey Cloy, Overa Sanchez Mendina, and Mike Larry, King Rob, Chosen King, Custom Design, T-Slay, Nosy Bug, and all of these other YouTubers that ever talked about the Kanika Jenkins case, but you ain't never had nobody break it down in the manner to which I am breaking it down now and told you and showing you unequivocally and undeniably. I have already shown you and I've already told you there were many girls who played Kanika. I've already showed you the common denominator between all of them. They have white nails. They all have jean jacket outfits. And they all have a certain type of weaved hair. Okay, so do you understand? Do you understand? Okay, so I think you still don't understand. So let me show you, people. So let me show you. Okay, so let me show you right here. Right here. Right here, peoples. I just gave you the common denominator. Okay, so let's look at this right here. Let's look at this right here, peoples. I want you guys to see this right here. The Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa is a he, she. Mona Lisa wasn't a man. It's just like Victoria's Secrets. Victoria is a man, but produces lingerie for women. That's why they call it Victoria's Secret, because it's Victor. But in his feminine is Victoria Secret, because that's the secret. Is Victor Secrets, but in his feminine side is Victoria's Secrets. And see, the thing is, people, many of you women wear Victoria's Secrets. You wear the lingerie made by a trainee, by a man. And the man knows the anatomy of a woman. And he wants to dress like a woman. Put on lingerie like a woman. But he has a penis. He doesn't have a V-cat. He doesn't have a kitty cat or a taco or a vagina. He has a penis. People. Do you get it now, people? Do you understand, peoples? Baphomet is a demon transgender entity. It's what Diddy worships. It's what the Illuminati worships. It's what these people worship. Baphomet. A transgender demon. That's why all you got in the Kanika Jenkins case is trainees. You remember the white guy that acted like a woman, but it was a guy and he had a little patch thing on his head to try to make it seem like he was a woman, but he was a man. You remember the one who was running all around the hotel? That was a man trying to be like a woman. Oh, you guys are not listening to me. You guys are not listening to me. Joel Comm said she had a rough weekend. Who is Joel Comm? Joel Comm owns IBM, the internet. He's sitting up here making parodies and fun of Kanika. Joel Comm. He X'd out her eyes and he made googly eyes and he put question mark, question mark, question mark. Why is Joel Comm making fun of the death of Kanika Jenkins? But not only Kanika Jenkins, but other girls who played Kanika. And then, most importantly, peoples, why did Joel Comm make this on 9/11? September 11. 911, how can I help you? You can't, for I am already dead. I've been speaking this forever and a day, people. Nobody wanted to listen to Edward Joseph. Y'all thought that I was crazy. Y'all thought that I was ebonics and all like this. But now I think I caught your attention. I think I've already proved to you and have debunked the myth that the supposed Kanika Jenkins peoples has been commandeered. She never was. Peoples. I had asked the question many times, many days, how did Kanika Jenkins get out of Irene's life? Well, nobody has ever answered that question. Nobody, no YouTuber has ever answered the question, how did Kanika Jenkins get out of Irene's life? And you guys said that Kanika Jenkins was in TY's life. That wasn't Kanika Jenkins' people. Because how could Kanika go from Irene's life and from what Monifa and Shamaya had said that they took her out the room, they came back in to retrieve her phone and keys, but lo and behold, Bree had Kanika's keys. Because see, the thing is, peoples, Kanika was already gone days before the reenactment. So that's where they messed up when they said that they came back for Kanika's keys. Because see, Kanika couldn't drive TM's car. Momifa didn't have no driver's license. Shamaya didn't have no driver's license. Bree did. That's why the ticket that was dated for the 6th was in the car. Irene's birthday was on the 5th. They celebrated Irene's birthday on the 6th. The first day of the 6th. 666. The demonic. The day when Kanika came to celebrate Irene's birthday. The 7th. Remember, when God had created the heavens and the earth, he did it in 6 days. And on the 7th day, he rested. The 7th, the number 7 is very, very important in Christianity, peoples. It is the day, it is the number of completion. Well, guess when Kanika got killed? Kanika got killed on the 7th, which is the day of completion. Oh my God, peoples, you guys are not listening to me. That's why they had to reenact that of the death of Kanika. So you ask the question, peoples, who had the wherewithal, who had the money to put this whole grand scheme together? None other than Bill Murray. Because Bill Murray was the only Hollywood star that paid for the funeral of Kanika Jenkins. He was the only one. Out of all of Hollywood, Bill Murray was the only one who offered to pay the money. Why? Because this was a Bill Murray production. And I'm going to go into that too, and in great detail. Y'all don't think Bill Murray had anything to do with it? Okay, well, keep thinking that. Keep listening to these crazy YouTubers who's shucking and jiving you and telling you stories day and night for 7 years, and every week is something new and something different. I've been saying the same thing for 7 years, people. My track record is already sealed. You can watch any of my lives. And the various things I'm telling you now, I've been saying. Now, did I get it totally like this? No, because there was many times that I believed just like all of you. But the one thing I stood 10 toes down on is I said Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. That's what I said. I said that on Facebook, and then I came to YouTube and I said it, and I got ridiculed, I got scorned, I got talked about, I got everything, but I still stood 10 toes down because I knew these suckers didn't know what the hell they were talking about. And I said, that's fine, you know, let them talk. Because see, the thing is, peoples, they would never have me on their live, and then they would never share my live. They would never play back my live. Why is that? And why would they never come on my live to challenge me or talk to me about the Kanika Jenkins case? Why? Because they cannot do what I am doing now. They can't. They absolutely can't. So, see, the thing is, peoples, I don't have to ask for money. I don't have to ask for fame and clout and stuff. I just shoot my shot and I just show you what I know. And I show you. And you be the one to decide whether you believe what I am saying or not. But it really doesn't matter to me whether you believe it or not, because the evidence is clearly in your face, people, and it ain't no denying that. You cannot deny what I am telling you right now. You absolutely can't. And if you got a better scenario, narrative, or whatever, come with it. I'm ready to listen. I'm sure everybody else under the sun is ready to listen. People's, the stuff that I got on TM will blow your mind. And see, the remarkable thing is, people, they're telling you in your face, and you still can't understand it. They told you it was a sacrifice, and you still don't understand it. The preacher told you it was a sacrifice, and you still don't understand it. And you got all of these TM lovers. Oh, well, why are you talking about her? Because she sacrificed her daughter. As Jesus sacrificed his son. Oh my God, people, you don't get it. Teresa Martin sacrificed her daughter as God has sacrificed Jesus Christ. The only difference is that he rose with all power in heaven and on earth in his hand. But Kanika has never risen again. Boy, people, I got so much. I got so much to talk about. It is incredible. It's incredible. I needed to go ahead and show you unequivocally and undeniably, people, that of what these people have been saying for all of this time did not, shall not, could not ever happen. It didn't happen in the manner to which they said it did. It didn't happen like that, Carl. It didn't happen like that. That's why the staging of the body. That's why the decomposition. That's why having girls that looks alikes and stuff. That's why you have all of these actors and things. So you ask the question, why would anybody go to great lengths to go ahead and pay all of these actors to react all of this stuff? What was so special about it? Because just like Cassie Ventura is just like Kanika Jenkins. Kanika had connections. Not only did Kanika have connections, Kanika's father had connections. See, you guys sat back here and listened to all of this madness about, oh, Kanika saw a murder and they put her witness protection program and all like this. People, that never happened. Because if they put her in witness protection program, she'll still be alive today. Because the government wouldn't have allowed anybody to do anything to her. But you ask the question, why did not the government do anything? Oh my God, peoples. Do you really want to know? The government, the FBI, the CIA, the local, the Chicago police didn't even bother to do anything. They left it in the hands of Rosemont Public Safety Department to handle an death investigation. Public safety. Rosemont Public Safety is not official police, people. Understand that. I need you to get that. If you don't get anything else in the Kanika Jenkins case, people, understand that Rosemont Public Safety Department is not official police. Oh my God, peoples, man, you guys still don't get it. Who had the power and the money to prevent Chicago Police Department from taking over this case? Who had the power and the money to keep the FBI, the CIA, any government official from taking over this case? Who had the power and the money? Remember, the beverage manager family member was the ambassador for Israel. You guys didn't hear what I said. I said the beverage manager family member was the ambassador for Israel. And if you know anything about that, these people are high into human trafficking and organ harvesting. Chicago is the mecca for human trafficking and organ harvesting. Do you understand and see the connections now, peoples? Do you understand and see the connection? And do you understand and see why they made the people sign non-disclosure agreements? And do you understand and see why certain people in this case end up getting unalive? All of these boys and some of the major players, family members. Do you understand that now, peoples? Do you understand the dynamics? Rico, supposed to be Kanika's boyfriend, he ended up getting shot in broad daylight at a bowling alley. Shamaya's brother ended up getting shot and killed. I don't know which one it was. He's the killer. One of them ended up getting shot and got paralyzed. And then a host of other characters that was at the establishment that was a part of this ended up getting shot and killed. And then the host of girls who played Kanika never walked out that establishment. So it's no different than Diddy and all of the people that surrounded him. And you heard what Jaguar Wright had said, and she listed a whole host of people who end up was with Diddy, and they all died. And died of the same similar circumstance, ammonia. And then they tried to take out the Winans boy, but his documentary is coming out in a couple of days on the 10th. So you guys be thinking that this shit is all far-fetched. You guys see, people's, it's bigger than Kanika. Kanika was just the poster child for all that had transpired, but it's bigger than Kanika. This shit is bigger than Kanika. And people's, if I had my way, boy, see, for the longest time, I have really been wanting to come and break out with everything I got and talk about Bill Murray and crew, the good old boys, Jeffrey Feiger and all of the elites. If I had my way, but see, I got to be very careful how I tread water. See, because when I started to home in on that previously, my lives got taken down. They start to mess with my lives. You know, I got threatening phone calls. I got food sent to my home that was poisonous. That's why I took the time to go ahead and beef up my computer and really beef up my security on my computer, because I refuse to go through the shit that I went through. So if I'm going to talk about it now, I got a fortress on my computer. They can't get to me. I spent good money to revamp my computer. And the people who ever been following me for quite some time, they know the shit that what I've been going through for the longest time. You didn't see Trey Gang go through it. You didn't see Casey Cloyovera, Sanchez Medina go through it. You didn't see all of the other YouTubers go through it. I've been going through it. I had channel after channel after channel taken. but I fought and I got them all back. Everything back. They thought that they were going to silence me. They couldn't. They couldn't. Every channel that I got taken down, I got it all back. And they laughed at me. They talked about me. Oh, they ridiculed my name. They threw me in the mud. But I still came back and I still was here. And I fought and I fought and I fought and I got it back. Everything that they have taken, I got it back. They couldn't silence me. So I said, you know something, people? I said, this time around, let me go ahead and do it my way. And I beat up my shit. I got security after security all around my house, my computer, everything. I pretty much got my computer rebuilt. I didn't get a new computer, but it's almost like a damn new computer. And now I said, this time I'm taking the gloves off, and I don't give two rats asses whether people like it or not. Whether they want to watch me, however they want to do it, come on. I'm ready. This time around, people, I said the gloves is coming off. I'm going to talk about this Kenneka Jenkins case like none other, and I am going to expose things that many of you did not even know. And I'm sure a lot of the stuff of what I said tonight, you didn't even know. But I got your attention tonight. And I got more, peoples. I got more. And I told the people, I said, when I come back, I'm going in hard and heavy. And I'm going to do it my old way, the way that I used to do it. Get in here and talk about this case. And not only just talk about it, but thoroughly walk it down and show you unequivocally and undeniably what these other YouTubers failed to understand, failed to realize, and failed to tell you because they did not know. That's why they never came onto my channel. That's why they never challenged me. That's why they never would have me on their channel. That's why they only can talk about me. So instead of sitting here and trying to challenge me up against the case of what I know versus what they know, they come with personal attacks. They want to come with all of this degrading madness, come into my live and come into my chat and come on my panel, talking a lot of this crazy nonsense. But I had enough of it. I had enough of it. I don't need the moderators to silence anybody now. I said, come into my live with all of this bullshit. I'm blocking your ass. Because I had enough. I've been through it for years on end, and I had enough. If your ass don't want to hear it, don't watch me. But I'm going to break this shit down like none other. Now, why Kenneka is deeper than what you think. It's deeper than what you think. And I'm just going to take it slow. I got time, people. I don't know about you. I got time. I'm not going to give everything out in one night. You won't be able to consume it, and you won't be able to understand it. I got time. I'm off tomorrow. I'm off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I got time. I'm going to be here. I'll be live tomorrow. I'll be talking about this. We're going to go in a little deeper in things. But I had to get your attention tonight because I had to show you all of what you guys thought that was or that is not. You guys keep thinking that is on these certain days. And the reason why you think that, because they tell you that. They tell you anything, you still believe it. They tell you the sky is gray, the sky is green, the sky is purple, you still believe it. Well, I've shown you there was many girls who played Kanika, but you believe it now because I've shown you. The evidence is in your face, and if you can't see with your own eyes, peoples, I don't know what to tell you. I can't force you to believe anything, peoples, and I say don't believe me. Don't believe nothing that I say. Do your own research and then come back and have a conversation with me. You got people who sat up here for all this time saying Kanika never was at the establishment, never was at the Crown Plaza. You had this lady sitting up here saying that she was a psychic or whatever and that she tried to help KJ. You had this other content creator sit up here and say KJ has never been at the Crown Plaza. All of this stuff happened at the Marriott. People, if there's one thing that I won't tolerate in this community, is when you sit your ass up here and just blatantly lie when the evidence is in your goddamn face. The evidence is blatantly in your face. You ain't never seen no video, not one picture of Kanika at the Marriott. Jemiah, Monifa, Irene, Bravery at the Marriott. You ain't never seen it. I don't care if you watch them, but when you want to sit here and you want to try to make mockery of the people who's been talking about this case, see, the thing is, peoples, anytime I talk, I show you what I am saying. That's the difference. But you, many of you hilarious and nefarious suckers, don't listen. You sit and you sit at the feet of Trey Gay and all of these other people. Then you got the audacity to go try to call everybody else stupid or crazy. When I sat my tail down here forever and a day tonight, and I walked this shit down, I walked it down. And I dispelled the myth. I debunked it. You got people who, well, I don't like the word debunk. Who cares what you like? So, I frankly don't care whether you watch me or not. Doesn't matter to me because I'm always going to be around. See, the thing is, people, what I have learned is that people don't like your talent. And I'm talented. I'm very talented. I'm very gifted. And I don't have to brag and boast about what God does for me, but he just does for me. And I got people who works with me, not against me, but with me. You got people that get mad at me because you know, I'm saying what I'm saying and I'm doing what I'm doing. But if you think that you are right, well, then come to my live and talk with me and show me up if you can. If you think that your narrative supersedes that of what I am showing you and telling you, come debunk Edward Joseph if you can. You can. You can't. That's why these suckers will always sit on their live and talk about me, but they will never confront me. You know, suckers will all the time talk behind your back instead of coming into your face and saying something, because they know that I will make mincemeat out of them. and I would debunk them to no end and send them home to their mama and tell that woman to sit down there, slap them upside the head, and then give them a bowl of cereal. Never out of the 7 years that I ever been talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case have I ever had anybody to stand 10 toes down to come on my live and challenge me on the Kenneka Jenkins case with their narrative. But I had people to come on to the live to try to talk about me, to twist and get it off the Kenneka Jenkins case and do personal attacks and all of this stuff. You know, oh yeah, they talk major shit on their channel. But they never come on to Edward Joseph channel and just talk with him and challenge him about the case. They'll never do that. And I've always yielded the challenge to any YouTuber. Humongous D, Casey Cloyo Vera Sanchez Medina, Boss Man and Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q, Mike Larry, King Rob, Chosen King, and all of the other suckers out there. Can we find Bree Bree? Carl, you want to find Bree Bree? Okay, hold on for a moment. Let me turn off this here. Bree Bree. Bree Bree. You heard many people talk about Bree Bree. All right, people. So I'm gonna give you a little bit of I'm gonna give you a little tidbit on tonight. I'm gonna give you a little tidbit on tonight and stuff because, like I said, I can't go ahead and just try to expose and consume everything in one night. But let's walk it down. Let's walk it down. All right. Let me do this. Let me go ahead and share this with you peoples. And and this is going to help you guys out right here. Let me go to my videos. Kenneka Jenkins footage. Okay, I think this is, okay, let me see. Kenneka Jenkins mix. See, I just got my computer back, people, so you know, I got to kind of see where's everything at and stuff because I don't have everything. I don't have everything, so to where I knew where everything was. Okay, so here, I think it's here, people. So let me check and see here. I'm looking for something specific. Okay, let me. Okay, yeah. I want to show you guys something in the process. All right. Do you guys see? Do you guys see? Okay. You see this girl? And you see this girl? This is the true, real, authentic Kanika. This is a different girl because remember, she got booty lips. People, she's got a dimple on her lips. And then this girl is different. And then they're trying to say that this is Kanika in the casket. I don't know who this is. Can't really tell you. But I can tell you these are 3 different girls who had died at the Crown Plaza. People. 3 different girls, as you can clearly see. Now this is debatable whether you guys believe this is Kanika or not or whatever. I'm not going to touch that, you know. But this is the 3 different girls who had died at the Crown Plaza. And they say this is to 2 girls, but I just don't understand how they can say that this girl looks like this girl, or this girl look like this girl, or this girl look like this girl, when you can clearly see people's there's no resemblance in none of these girls. All of them look different. But I let them tell it, you know. So if you guys think that all of these girls are the same, okay, well, I mean, if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. You know, hey, I mean, what do I know? I just only can tell you what I can tell you. But there's a oh yeah, and then let me show you this one right here. This girl is this girl right here. There she is right there. Same girl who played Kanika. There she is right there, people. Same girl who played Kanika. Monifa's friend. And then as you can see, her head is recessed back. And if you really look at her hair, you see the hairline is way back from her forehead. She really doesn't have a real good hairline. Her hair is receded back. There she is right there. Just like you see right there. The hair is receded back. Y'all see that, right? That's who played Kanika in the reenactment. Okay, so Bree. I want to ask you guys a question. Did any of you ever see Bree in any of the video footage other than Irene's live? Did you see Bree in TY's live, peoples? Did any of you see Bree in TY's live? And did you see Bree walk in the halls of that establishment? Because see, the thing is with Bree peoples, how much time did you see Bree in any of that video footage? And how many times did you see Bree leave? I mean, you seen Bree. You seen Bree periodically, but you didn't see Bree throughout this whole entire time to when they were supposed to have been at the establishment, right? You see Bree over here, you see Bree over there, she disappears. Then she comes, she disappears, she comes back. And so the people's testimony is Bree, okay, This is the same person. This is what I was looking for. Now I'm finding all of my files and stuff. See, this is what I'm looking for. Now you can clearly see people for yourself. This is a guy right here, because this is the same photo, just a close-up shot of what I did. Same person. See that? Look at the body. Same person. It's a guy. You okay? All right. All right. Let's go right there. Let's go right there. So Carl said that Bree left with Mike, then came back by herself. So what was Bree the transporter? What was Bree the transporter? What see Carl, this is the thing that I will never agree with the people. I would never agree with the people, because a lot of people say that, you know, Bree went to the store, Bree went over here, Bree went over there, you know, Bree was flying all over town and so on and so forth. No. Bree had specific instructions. Bree has specific instructions. Well, when the people say that Bree left the hotel and Bree was all over here and over there and things, well then show me, get some type of surveillance video footage that was out in the community, because you know it's free. If you know how to do it, you can get surveillance video footage from those poles that they show out on the streets and stuff. Break down the narrative of what the people were saying. They were saying that Bree did not want to drive the car with a donut to Rosemont, right? That's what they said, right? That's what they said. They said that one of the cars had a donut on it. So whose car that had a donut on it? What was it? Teresa Martin's car that had a donut on it? Or was it Kanika Jenkins' car that had a donut on it? Because if the car had a donut on it, well, then the thing is, and Bree said, well, I don't want to drive that on the easeway or the causeway or whatever Chicago called that stretch of highway. If Bree don't want to drive the car to Rosemont, well, what makes you think that she was driving the car all around in Rosemont? See, it doesn't make no sense, Carl. It doesn't make no sense to me. If Bree don't want to drive a car with a donut on it, whose car was she driving? Whose car was Bree driving? You said, do you have the video of them, Bree, Mike, Mariah? She was by the window in the room, all three walking out the front door in the lobby. Yeah, I've seen that. I don't have that video, but I've seen it. I know what video you're talking about. I believe I do have that video. I do believe I have that video. I like I say, I just got my computer back, so I don't know where all of my files is and stuff. That's why I'm not showing much of anything, because you know everything is everywhere. You say that's the first round, exactly. But see, but then it goes back to my question, Carl. Whose car was Bree driving? I mean, just because she left out the establishment with them, It's not to say that she drove. You say second is when she came back by herself. Again, it's not to say that she drove. There is no proof from anybody that can ever definitively tell us that Bree left the establishment. Now, you did know that they had rooms at the DoubleTree. You did know that they had rooms at the Marriott. And you did know that they had rooms at the Crown Plaza. And so when the kids kept going outside in the parking lot, they were going outside in the parking lot where? To the DoubleTree. They wasn't leaving the establishment. When you see Bree, Monifa, and all of them, remember when they were out in the parking lot, because we caught them on surveillance video footage out in the parking lot. But they ran across the parking lot. But they ran in the direction of what? The DoubleTree. So why do people think that Bree left the establishment? I need some substantial proof that Bree was driving the car and leaving the establishment, going to the store or anything else. That's some narrative that some people have put out there, that Bree left the establishment and taking these people all around, being in the taxi and things. Did you ever see on any surveillance video footage when Bree left out of the establishment with Mike and Mariah and all of them? Did you see them on the surveillance video footage when they left? You saw them left out the front door, but did you see any surveillance video footage of them walking in the parking lot, getting in a car and leaving? You saw that with certain people, but did you see Bree leave? You didn't. And that's my point. That's my point. Now, let me go ahead and connect a little something for you here, my friend. You said Bree had the ticket because she parked the car. She was probably trying to escape from paying up. Irene had the $200 when dude passed Irene the money. Bree went back up and trying to get the money. Yeah, but why would Bree want to try to escape? Escape for what? You got to remember that Bree's family was there. Mr. Love and all of them was there. So Bree wasn't nothing going to happen to Bree. Bree was protected. But you made a good point. You said that Bree had the ticket because she parked the car. Don't you know what you just said? And you didn't even know what you just said? You said that Bree was there on the 6th because, see, Carl, let me tell you something. What the people is trying to get you to believe is that they were there on the 9th and they had tickets from the 9th. No. Kanika drove the car. Kanika originally had the ticket. In the car. But see, that's why I was asking, who car was Bree driving? Because whose car had the donut on it? What was it? Kanika's car, or was it Teresa Martin's car? Because remember, Bree wasn't driving the car to Rosemont. So whose car did Bree have? I'm trying to answer your question. If Bree didn't drive Kanika's car, and TM said, I need you guys to bring me my car. Well, Kanika didn't drive the car back home to Teresa Martin, right? Bree drove the car back to Teresa Martin, right? So whole car did Bree have? Teresa Martin's car. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. I said bingo to the bingo people. Now, does it make sense now, Carl? Do you understand now? So when the people said that Bree had disappeared, Bree didn't disappear. Guess what Bree was? Bree was out there with Teresa Martin. Bree was the lookout because they had to unalive the other girls. Bree was the watchman. That's what Bree was. She was the watchman. That's why she was all over everywhere. You get it now? Do you get it now? That's why Bree kept going in and out. Remember, Teresa Martin had called the girls. She called the girls before the supposed Kanika had came up missing. But they already knew Kanika was already gone. Kanika wasn't there at the time to when all of this stuff was happening. He was already gone. Guess who they had to take out? Not Kanika Jenkins, Kanika Martin. Kanika Jenkins was already gone. The setup was for Kanika Martin. That's why Bree kept coming back in and out periodically. That's why when Teresa Martin, when they said that Kanika came up missing, remember, Teresa Martin had called the girls at around 2 o'clock. Kanika Martin was still alive. Kanika Jenkins has been gone. Kanika Jenkins has already been dead. They've been gone. Kanika Martin was the one who was still alive. Bree was the lookout person. Because Bree was the one who kept coming back to report to Teresa Martin. Teresa Martin was already at the establishment. And guess who was working with Teresa Martin? Mariah and Mike. Teresa Martin was already at the establishment with James Coleman. That's why I asked you, what was Bree? Bree was all over that establishment. That's why every time you look at Bree was here and there and everywhere. Bree come out with a jacket. Bree come out with some type of drink in her hand and whatnot. It wasn't for Kanika Jenkins, peoples. That's why I asked the people, how did Kanika get out of Irene's slide? Nobody can answer that. And the reason why nobody can answer that, because Kanika was not there at the time to when the reenactment was happening. All that had played out in Irene's life happened days before the reenactment. That's why nobody can ever answer the question, how did Kanika get out of Irene's life? Because Kanika wasn't there. All of that shit played out days before. That's why Jeffrey Feiger said that the family was there at the time to when Kanika came up missing till at the time to when she was found. Kanika was already dead days before the reenactment. That's why when I've shown you the girl who played Kanika, Kanika was already deceased. What the hell? Now do you get it, Carl? What the hell going on? Do you understand now why that girl played Kanika? And why Monifa was in the same clothes? Why everybody was in the same clothes? Because see, Carl, it doesn't make no sense for Kanika to be at the establishment and in the bathroom with Monifa and Shemaya, and then turn around and you have Monifa with a different girl who is not wearing the same attire as the original Kanika. I've shown you that. Here it is. I just shown you. There it is right there. It's in your face. That's why they had to reenact to try to make it seem like the original real Kanika was at the establishment. The attire doesn't match. The body doesn't match. The look doesn't match. She didn't even wear a black scrunchie. Where's the black scrunchie? Where's the black scrunchie? I said, where is the black scrunchie? She didn't have it. She didn't have it because it wasn't Kanika. The real Kanika had a black scrunchie on. The real Kanika had a gray watch on. The real Kanika had that little red band around her wrist. And the real Kanika was in the bathroom with Shemaya and Monifa. Now, do it make sense now? You asked what Bree? Bree was out there with Teresa Martin being the lookout. That's what Bree was. Bree was out. She was in the lookout because see the thing is, Carl, and this is how you this is how, and this is what I'm going to get into. This is what I'm going to get into because I can't consume everything right now because I don't have all of the videos and I don't have all of the case files and things. I'm just now learning where all of my stuff is. But I'm gonna tie this thing down. I'm gonna tie it down, and I'm gonna tie it down so tight because see, they told on themselves in the case file. Do you understand what I'm saying? They told on themselves in the case files because see, look. See? Here's the other fake Kanikas. Remember the little tuft of hair that was behind her head? Now look at how a big bush is behind the head, and it doesn't even come to the waistline. It doesn't even come to the waistline, Carl. And then this girl hair doesn't even come to the waistline. And then the booties is different, Carl. Oh, the hair doesn't come to the waistline, and the booties are different. And look at this big blob of hair on his head. They fucked up, Carl. Oh my God, boy, Carl, man, look at here, my friend. Look at here. Look at here. I told you. I told you what I was going to do. I said I told you what I was going to do. Now, let's look at this one right here. Let's look at this one right here. Now, they say that this was Kanika. Look at that body, Carl. Look at the body. Do that look like a body of Kanika? Hey, look at the hair, Carl. The hair doesn't even come down to the waist. And they said that this was Kanika. They said it's supposed to have been a fight out of the door. But this guy is looking at the camera and he has his hand over his face. You know how they do, like, don't say nothing and stuff. What fight was going on outside the door, Carl? Who was fighting? Because they said Kanika was fighting. Oh my God. Come on now. Come on now. Did you guys see this person in TY's lives? This person right here? This big person right here? Did you see this person in TY's live? No, you didn't. And the reason why you didn't, because you didn't see all of TY's live. Oh my God. Oh my God, peoples. You didn't see all of TY's live. Because a lot of people that you see in some of these screenshots, you did not see in the actual, 5 or 6 minutes of TY's live. And all of TY's live was just clips. And what they did was they took the beginning to the end and took the end to the beginning. And then they mixed up the middle. They try to make you think that TY's live was just only 5 minutes and stuff. Boy, they did a number on it. They did a number on the people, Carl. And then, Carl, look at this right here, my friend. Look at this right here. Now, another different girl playing Kanika. And look at the big, gigantic part. Look at the big receding hair and look at the ape-like face. And then, Carl, look, the hair doesn't even go down to the waist. You see that, right? And then if you look at the top, you look at the top of Kanika's wig or any of the girls' wig, it doesn't have an O-ring shape. You can already tell that that's a different wig. You know what I'm saying? That's a different wig, Carl. There it is right there. It's in your face. Look how the light is shining on the wig. You show me any of the girls that played Kanika, light shines on the wig. This is a different wig. That's how you know the difference in between. See, she was all in a white shirt and everything, and then she changed clothes, and then she started to walk the halls of that establishment. Same girl. Playing Kanika. There it is right there, Carl. And she put on a wig and trying to play like she was Kanika. Boy, I told you I was going to tear this up. I told you I was going to tear this up. So when they did TY's live, they spliced TY's live up They spliced TY's live up. Because the thing is, people's Kanika never was in TY's live. That's why they had all of these people playing her. But the one who was in TY's live was Kanika Martin. She was the one who was sitting in the chair. Let me show you people's right here. There she is. Kanika Martin. Not Kanika Jenkins. Peoples. And the thing is, in TY's live, remember when Tanasia said, I'm going to give that girl this cup. They never gave her a cup. Because remember, this girl, this trainee, what was already sitting on her, and she was trying to get her up off of her. She couldn't get her up because she was already drugged up on something. Kanika Martin right there, peoples. There she is right there. Not Kanika Jenkins. And this is who Teresa Martin, this is why she was out in the parking lot, because she had to get rid of the second Kanika. Kanika Jenkins was already taken out. That's why the reenactment. That's why all of the girls playing Kanika. Because now Kanika Jenkins is out the way. Now we got to get Kanika Martin out the way. Remember, in the beginning, peoples, Teresa Martin called Kanika Martin. But then it subtly changed to Kanika Jenkins. You guys remember that, right? You guys remember in the beginning, Teresa Martin never said Kanika Jenkins. She was always referencing her as Kanika Martin. But then it changed to Kanika Jenkins. Where on the obituary, peoples, did it ever say Kanika Martin? It never did. It said Kanika Jenkins, peoples. There she is right there. That's Kanika Martin. This is the girl who was in TY's live. Right there. Because see, and let me tell you something, peoples. Let me tell you something. Because I know you don't believe me, but I know you don't believe me, but I don't care. Because see, the thing is this. The thing is this. If that was Kanika Jenkins, well, then how in the hell did she walk the halls of that establishment and she is being sat on by this girl? And she was supposed to be left out of Irene's live. Because remember, according to Shemaya and Monifa, they took her out of the room. Bingo to the bingo. I said bingo to the bingo, Carl. Because see, if that was Kanika Jenkins, would then Irene, Shemaya, and Monifa lied because Kanika is sitting down in the chair instead of walking the halls of that establishment. You can't have it both ways. Either she walked the halls or she was sitting down in the chair, hooked up on some stuff that Tanaja had gave her. You can't have it both ways. Girl, they are not listening to me. They are not listening to me, but they're listening to me now because you can't put Kanika in where she's never been. Carl, you can't put Kanika in where she's never been, my friend. You can't have it both ways. That can't be Kanika Jenkins, and then she is in here on a chair, but she was supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment while TY's live is going on. Because remember, in the case files, they were still sitting there partying when the supposed Kanika was supposed to have been walking the halls of that establishment. Kanika was deceased. She was already dead. That's why Teresa Martin was there, because Teresa Martin had to get rid of Kanika Martin. I told you it was bigger than what you think. It's bigger than what you think. All of this shit was planned, people. This shit just didn't happen overnight. All of this shit that happened in this Kanika Jenkins case, this shit was planned. That was the sacrifice. The preacher told you, Teresa Martin, I need you to sacrifice your daughter. What do you mean? She sacrificed her daughters. Are the girls who she was the guardian of. So, Carl, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that the Martin family never said anything? Why is it that the Martin family never said anything? Did you ever see the Martin family or the Jenkins family go online and protest about Kanika Jenkins or Kanika Martin? You never did. The only one who protested was Teresa Martin, Lenore Harris, and Jay Money was behind the scenes. And then you had the few cousins of Teresa Martin's sister, who had ended up getting unalived because she got tired of her sister's antics. So they had to take her out, just like Diddy took out all of those other people's. That's why she's dead. You tell me, Carl. Tell me any of the family members ever took to social media to outwardly complain or protest about Kanika Jenkins or Kanika Martin. You never seen it. You said something very important. Yeah, that was the whole plan right there. Because remember, you heard that Kanika was supposed to play herself They end up killing the girl, but then she end up getting killed. Well, guess who was end up getting killed? Not only Kanika Jenkins, but Kanika Martin. I was like you at one point. I thought Kanika Jenkins was still alive. Kanika's dead. Both of them. Yeah. Remember, because see, Carl, what I told you, they put this shit in your face. They put this shit in your face, and they tell you, and the people don't believe it. But you already you heard the story. Kanika was supposed to play herself. She was supposed to get paid. She was supposed to play herself. They end up taking her lookalike, which is supposed to be her sister, but then she ended up getting killed herself. That's why Teresa Martin was down at the establishment all of that time. That's it. And see, Carl, I can go even further, my friend. That's why I was telling the people, if you guys even knew, did you know that you can track the people by their cell phones? Did you know that you can track the people by their cell phones and track their location? So what we're going to do, Carl, what we're going to do is we are going to break down Teresa Martin's testimony because she revealed her ace card. She fucked up. And what she fucked up is when she got on the Dr. Oz show and Lenore spilled the beans. And not only did she spill the beans on the Dr. Oz show, she fucked up when she went on to the Breakfast Club. She told on herself. Because remember when on the Dr. Oz show, Nancy Grace had asked her, "How could you be so calm? How could you be so calm?" And what did Teresa Martin first response was? No. Mariah Lavender, didn't she say that? She said, "How could you be so calm?" And the first response out of Teresa Martin's mouth was, "Because I know." And everybody stood there for a moment and just looked at her like, and in her mind, she said, "God damn, I fucked up." She said, "God damn, I fucked up." Isn't that what she said? She said, "Because I know." See, Mariah. This is why TM never said anything about me. She talked about all of the other YouTubers, but Teresa Martin never, ever said anything about me or mentioned my name. She talked about all of the other YouTubers, but she never talked about me. And there was a reason why she never talked about me. Because she knows I know. She knows I know. We are going to break down. We're going to break down every nook and cranny of Teresa Martin. Because I truly believe, people, there is a live. I went so hard and heavy upon Teresa Martin. I did a live. I went so hard and heavy on Teresa Martin. I went so deep. And I think her sister saw that live because they all the time watch my live. And 3 days after I posted that live, her sister was dead. I kid you not. I made several lives and I talked about that. 3 days after I went so hard and heavy in on Teresa Martin, I believe her sister watched that live because, see, when Teresa Martin made that live and she was crying in the car playing that music and stuff, and she was talking about her sister and she was saying her sister, you know, she couldn't forgive her. She just all of a sudden changed upon her because she wanted her to leave Kanika alone, but her sister couldn't leave it alone. But Teresa Martin wanted her to leave it alone. She wouldn't leave it alone. And her sister died 3 days after I dropped that video. Let me see if I can find a video of Teresa Martin talking that. And then we're going to take a look at the video for the Dr. Oz show. Let me go back to my Teresa Martin. Teresa Martin, Kanika Jenkins. Let's play that video, peoples. When she was sitting in her car crying. Boy, peoples, man, look at here. You guys just don't know. See, what I did was, peoples, I tracked Teresa Martin down by her hairstyle. Because remember, she had her hair in weaves, she had her hair in braids, she had her hair in all like this. But when she made the sacrifice to Kanika Jenkins, she had her hair gold. And when she had her hair gold, that is the that is the sign for ritual. And see, she had her hair gold when she was to come in there and take a look at Kanika. And then this is what happens when she after she finds out that Kanika is supposed to have been dead. But see, the thing is, people's, and that's the bullshit right there. She goes and take to social media, you know, hey live, how y'all doing? My fucking daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. Ain't nothing happened. She was left at the party, but ain't nothing happened to her. What are you talking about? Ain't nothing happened to your daughter, but she was left at a party. Really? Ain't nothing happened to your daughter, but she was left at a party. I'm trying to. No, this is not the video. I'm trying to find it. Wait. See, there's her hair and braids, peoples. There's her hair and braids. Now there's her hair in gold for the sacrifice. I told you, you guys will listen to me one day. I'm trying to find that video. I think what we're going to do, people, is I think we're going to go back to I want to see something here. Okay, I guess that's just a person giving a narrative. All right, so I'm good on that. Ooh, man, I got so. Oh yeah, here's the yeah, this is the short video. And see, here's what they're trying to say. Last video of Kanika Martin. Y'all see that, right? Okay, okay. Last video of Kanika Martin in blue jeans jacket in the hotel room moments before her killing. Wait a minute. So now it's Kanika Martin? But I thought it was Kanika Jenkins. Because he's right. The last video of Kanika Martin, but it wasn't the last video because that girl wasn't Kanika Martin and that girl wasn't Kanika Jenkins. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? The last video was in TY's live of Kanika Martin. See how in the beginning it was Kanika Martin and then it just all of a sudden start turning into Kanika Jenkins, peoples? See, you guys are not listening to me, man. Y'all not listening to me, but that's okay. That is okay, peoples. I told you. I'm still looking for that video, peoples. I know I got it, but I got to get my videos off the cloud. So this is probably about the quickest, easiest way of getting it. And this is the sucker that I'm going to talk about right here. Okay, so peoples, let me bust your bubble. Can I bust your bubble, peoples? Can I bust your bubble real quick? Let me bust your bubble. You see the young lady on the gurney in the kitchen. You see that, right? See the young lady on the gurney in the kitchen. Now, I want you guys to take a look at one thing. And I want you to always remember this. If you don't remember anything else, remember this right here. It clearly says, peoples, Teresa Martin, but God, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. So they're going to comb the girl's hair out, take it out of twigs and braids and stuff. Look at the girl's face right here. Look how smooth her face is and everything. But I want you to notice one important factor, peoples. Look at her lips. Her lips is already charred and scabbed. You see that, right? Charred and scabbed. Okay. She's got a mark on the side of her mouth right here. Look at the bruising on the side of her face and her eyes. Look at the bruising in her eye right here and around her eye. And then look at the bruising on her forehead right here and on her forehead right here. This is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. Okay. But then when we go back to the video, peoples, this is how her babe looked when she was at the Crown Plaza on a gurney. But guess what? It wasn't her daughter. Now look how gray that girl is. Decomposed. See, I'm gonna find a video to when they were taking the body out and they lifted the head up. And when they lifted the head up, you can clearly see the face. And you can clearly see the face is decomposed. People, how are you going to go from a decomposed, gray-looking body and you are over here celebrating, saying, "Look, y'all, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home." So what they go do is they're going to go in, they're going to take braids out your daughter's hair. Really? Really, peoples? So she's gray, but yet she's brown. How could that happen, peoples? She's gray, but yet she's brown. Look, and I don't care about the color of the picture. Look at the tone of the face. She's gray, but she's golden brown. Peoples, if she's been in a freezer and it's been from the time she went up missing until the time that she was found, so that was almost what, 19 hours or whatever, 21 hours that they proclaimed. How is she still going to be looking fresh? So they go and take her body from the Crown Plaza. They take her body down to the funeral home, and then she goes down there and take a picture of her. So she can't see the body at the Crown Plaza, but she can see the body at the funeral home. Really, peoples? Really? I mean, I want you guys to think about that for one moment. Think about that for one moment. She ain't paying attention while she's at the Crown Plaza, but when she goes to the funeral home, oh, I got a picture. She's so happy because now she's at the funeral home, but she's all golden brown. But she is gray, ashen on the gurney. And then, insult to injury, peoples, you're going to sit here and try to say that this young lady right here is the same girl in the freezer. This girl right here is supposed to be this girl right here. Really, peoples? Really? Look, peoples. The markings on the face and the bruising. Where's the bruising? Where's the bruising on the forehead? Where's the bruising on the cheeks? Does these people even remotely look like? So they're going to take her to the funeral home. They're going to take her eyelashes off. They're going to take her hair off, and then they're going to comb out her hair. And then they're going to lay her on a gurney, and then they're going to allow her to take one picture while they are supposed to be prepping the body, peoples. So wait a minute. If she's looking like this at a funeral home, when did she have an autopsy? When did she have an autopsy? People, because the longer she's out of a freezer, the darker she gets. How did she get from here? How did she get from here to here to here? When did she have an autopsy? When did she have the autopsy, peoples? Because see, the thing is, they have to have the autopsy. And the autopsy, it takes some time to do the autopsy. And then after they have the autopsy, then they got to go prepare the body and take it down to the funeral home. You're not going to go and just go immediately to the funeral home, because remember, Cook County Medical Examiner's office was supposed to have had her body, right, to do the autopsy. So it takes time for the body to come from the Crown Plaza to the Cook County Medical Examiner's office to have an autopsy. Once you have the autopsy done, then it takes some time for them to go and take the body to the funeral home. And so when they take the body to the funeral home, Is the body still looking fresh? See, people's, this is what I say. Oh my God, boy. This is what I say, peoples. See, this is how I know, and this is why the people will never challenge me. Because I am way too damn good, peoples. I've been filming funerals for over 20 years, peoples. How in the fuck could Teresa Martin get a picture of Kanika at a funeral home before an autopsy? I said, I'll wait. And how in the fuck did Kanika be looking so goddamn fresh in a funeral home picture? And she was supposed to have been in a freezer that wasn't supposed to have been on. So that literally accelerate the decomposition. Because remember what Lenora had said, it was hot as hell in that freezer. So if it was hot as hell in the freezer, decomposition happens rapidly. That's why the girl on the gurney was so decomposed, because it wasn't Kanika. Teresa Martin tried to make you guys think that she was so concerned about her daughter after the fact, but she didn't play her cards right, because at the time to when she should have been showing some type of emotions, whether it was her daughter or not, at least it made the people think that, oh yeah, okay, you got some feelings. But look at the chain of events, peoples. Right after she was supposed to have found out that Kanika died, she goes run immediately outside to Live and say, hey, Live, how y'all doing? My fucking daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her. Ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. She was left at the party. Who does that? So you gotta so remember, based upon what Teresa Martin's own words was, we had to wait 5 hours for them to defrost the freezer. Okay, so that's 5 hours of decomposition. Then you had to wait for the people to come out to pick up the body. Further decomposition. Then they had to transport the body to the medical examiner's office. Did they autopsy the body immediately? Further decomposition. Then you had to transfer the body to the funeral home. So were you waiting at the funeral home to snap a picture? Further decomposition. But people's all of this time, and I want you guys to take a look at that picture again, peoples. The body is way too fresh for any decomposition to happen. Did I just break that down, peoples? I said, did I just break that down? See, the thing is, peoples, this is why the people cannot challenge Edward Joseph, because see, the thing is, peoples, I got skills. I videotape funerals for over 20 years. You can't tell me what I don't know. How are you going to challenge somebody who have experience videotaping bodies and know the protocols, processes, and procedures? See, while you guys ranting at the mouth, going 20 miles per hour and trying to get the people to believe the bullshit that you're saying, I'm over here just sitting back. Woo. You got stupid people who's talking about a case that they don't know shit about. And they're trying to convince the people that they know what they know. And to be honest with you, these people are stupid because they don't know shit. Talking out the side of their neck while Edward Joseph is sitting here showing you and proving to you unequivocally and undeniably, peoples. What can you say to me? You can't. How are you going to debunk Edward Joseph? You can't. You are foolish if you think that you can stand up and give your stupid but narrative and thinking that your narrative is going to outshine the various things that I am showing you, and I am telling you, and I am proving to you. You ain't never heard this from no other YouTuber. Nobody has ever broke it down the way that I am doing it now. Because you got stupid people talking. Peoples, from Teresa Martin's own lips. So, how could Kanika Jenkins' body be so fresh after all of these many hours of waiting for a freezer to defrost, waiting for the examiner to come to redeem her body, waiting for them to go and give her autopsy and then go and take a picture and then prance it online and saying, this is how my babe looked when I saw her at the funeral home. But this girl looks so goddamn fresh and she's decomposed on a gurney. But understand, and this is what I'm trying to get you to understand, people. The girl on the gurney is not Kanika Jenkins. And because Kanika Jenkins' body looks so fresh, that is indicative of the fact that Kanika had died earlier than this girl died. Those pictures was taken right after Kanika died because Kanika was way too fresh. That is proof that Kanika died before the night. I said it's proof, peoples, that Kanika Jenkins died before the night. Kanika Jenkins, not Kanika Martin, Kanika Jenkins. That's where they fucked up. When they showed the picture of Kanika at a supposed funeral home, looking fresh on a gurney. Proof positive, peoples, and it backs up my statement that I've been making forever and a day that Kanika was already deceased before the night. Already deceased before the night, because Teresa Martin's own testimony does not line up with that of what you're seeing in the photo. It doesn't line up. Boy, people, you guys are going to listen to me one day. You're going to listen to me one day. If I didn't already prove my stance right now, I don't even know what to tell you. This is where experience comes in, people. All of these so-called YouTubers who gets up here forever and a day and night, and talk about the Kanika Jenkins case and talk all of this bullshit and madness. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They just go on every whim. They're not analytical like Edward Joseph. They can't break this shit down. Why? Because they don't have the experience. And let me tell you something, people. Their own narrative literally contradicts the various things that they say. Because even the timeline that they give doesn't even match up with that of what they say. So again, if that was Kanika Jenkins and TY's live, well, it totally contradicts and debunks everything that Monifa, Shamaya, and Irene said. Totally contradicts it. Because they said that they took Kanika out of Irene's live. Well, if they took her out of Irene's live, how in the hell did she get in TY's live? How in the hell did she stand up and pass and let Tanasia pass by her and go give a cup to a Kanika that's supposed to be sitting in a chair? How in the hell did Kanika get out of Irene's live if she was supposed to be hoosed up on some type of barbiturates? How in the hell did Kanika walk the halls of that establishment for over an hour, like the person said, and nobody even sees her? How? Because I've been asking the question forever and a day. How did Kanika get out of Irene's live? And why, peoples, after all of this time that these people were supposed to be deceased, why when we look at these photos, they're so fresh? I mean, fresh. Fresh. That's where they fucked up. Every death photo is fresh. Fresh photo. fresh photo. Peoples, if you're going to be dead, peoples, and all of this time was supposed to have elapsed, because remember, Teresa Martin said they waited about 5 hours to defrost the body. When 5 hours, the body is decomposing, because if they're defrosting the freezer, that means that the body is lying in a freezer in a environment that is hot. Because if you're defrosting something, that means it has to be some type of heat that is being administered, right? So if heat is hitting a dead body, guess what, peoples? The body is decomposing rapidly. Do you understand what I'm saying? Peoples, if they're defrosting the freezer, the body is decomposing rapidly. So that means that the girl is deceased. She's not on ice. She's not in a refrigerated type of environment. So the color, the tone of the person's face and everything is going to be darkened. Does this girl face look dark to you, peoples? Been in a freezer that is defrosting for 5 hours? Does this body right here look like it's been in a freezer defrosting for 5 hours, peoples? You know, goddamn it, use some goddamn common sense for a change, peoples. For a change. Stop listening to these bullshit YouTubers who do not know what the fuck they're talking about. Oh my God, peoples, man. I just debunked every goddamn thing Trey Gang has ever said for all of these 7 years. And all of these other YouTubers that ever said for all of these 7 years. You ain't never heard nobody break this thing down like I just did tonight. If this is not wholesome, old-fashioned common sense, peoples, I don't know what is. And the only reason why I can break it down in a manner to which I can, because I had the experience, peoples. If I never had the experience, well, then I never could talk about it. But I videotaped funerals for over 20 years. So I should have some insight as to what they do with people's bodies and what the protocols and processes and procedures is. People's. I can go and I can show you a whole host of different bodies, peoples, that don't look as fresh as these two young ladies. Boy, peoples, I don't know what to say. I tried my best. I tried to educate. I tried my best to try to break it down. I tried my best to try to prove to you and get you a greater understanding so there won't be no confusion. Because if you're ever going to come step to me correctly and know what the hell you're talking about before you ever come talk to me about anything. Let's have a conversation. Because see, if you come to me and start to try to step to me sideways with your mantra, your narrative, your thoughts and views, your hilarious and nefarious theories, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna laugh at you. Because that is foolishness and nonsense. And then I'm gonna say, prove me wrong. Everything that I have said and shown tonight, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. How could a girl go from 135 pounds to 100 and what? They say 159? That is significant difference, peoples. And I know some of you people's got your theories and stuff, but doesn't mean nothing to me. Because at the end of the day, all I'm just going to ask you is one simple question. Get Kanika out of Irene's life. Get Kanika out of Irene's life. So I think on tonight, peoples, I think I have already covered number one. I think I already covered number one. Think I did a very good job in covering number one. For what Gina had given peoples. I think I did a good job in covering number one. Let's see what number two is. Let's go back here and let's go to our downloads. Number one was Kanika snatched in the hallway. The trainee was in that video footage being snatched. Well, so we already debunked that theory because the real Kanika was never in the hallway and never got snatched. As you can see, I've already proven that false. I've already proven that false. And I've already touched upon a couple right here. 4 Kanikas in Crown Plaza hallway. There was 4 to 5 girls or more playing Kanika Jenkins in Crown Plaza hallway. I've already touched upon that tonight. A little bit, but not fully. So we've kind of touched upon that. We haven't even touched the basement under the kitchen. Family members at the Crown Plaza, we haven't touched that. Kanika arrival time, we haven't touched that. But we did touch upon number one, Kanika snatched in the hallway. And then we touched upon Kanika in Crown Plaza parking lot. But only to a certain degree. We only just talked about the kids running around across in the parking lot. So peoples, are you satisfied? Are you satisfied now? This is the Kanika Jenkins inconsistencies, peoples. This is what Gina to you had put together for us to talk about. We got more to talk about, peoples. We got more to talk about. And We're going to talk about it tomorrow. I'm off work. Give you time to digest all of this goodness on tonight. And I say that all of the people who proclaim that you know about this case, all I say is come to my live and come prove me wrong. If you can. If your narrative is as strong as you say, well then, you know, be my guest on my live, and then come and prove me wrong. And then show the people that you know what you're talking about. Anybody. All right, people, so I'm gonna get up of here. We're already at the 7 o'clock mark. I got so much more to talk about. And I really want to break down a little bit more, but I think 7 hours is good. I think that I gave you guys a good head start up on some things. There's more that I'm going to bring, and we're just going to take our time, people. Don't get so antsy and get all, whatever and stuff, because we got so much to talk about. It's so much to cover, and it's so much to break down. So much to break down, people. And it's so much to reveal. But you got a little tidbit on tonight. You guys got a little taster teaser. But now I think that you got a greater understanding upon some things that a lot of people was proclaiming that they know. And that of what these people were speaking of is not actually what is. Because all I say, people, is simply this. If the people going to speak it, let them share it. Let it break them down. Let them show and tell, break it down, and break it down to the manner to which the people can understand. I did that. I've shown you. Now, if anybody can do better than that, then be my guest. I mean, and like I say, people, you ain't got to believe me, so it ain't no need in getting mad with me or attitude with me or coming into my live and talking all crazy and things and stuff. Nah, you ain't got to do all that. All you need to do is just come and prove your stance. Whatever you think, however you feel, come prove your stance. That's it. Nobody needs to have no attitude, and nobody needs to get mad. Nobody. You heard what the content creator said. This is the last video that Kanika Martin was in before she died. But what the content creator did not know was that wasn't Kanika Martin. And that shows you how much that person knows. That person wasn't Kanika Martin. And so if you get into the habit of just calling everybody Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin and things like that, well, then that just tells me how much you know. Because the one thing about me, I've always been consistent. And one of my consistencies was Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. And when I say that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment, What I am basically saying is she did not walk the halls in the manner to which they are proclaiming she did. That is not Kanika Jenkins roaming the halls, all staggering drunk and things like these people had proclaimed. That wasn't Kanika. Now, if you feel that that's Kanika, well, I'm not going to argue with you. Okay, it's Kanika. You know, so and then I'm just going to ask you a simple question. Well, if you feel that that's Kanika, well, then help me to make this make sense. Get her out of Irene's life. So if Kanika is walking the halls of that establishment, get Kanika out of Irene's life. And then let's see what you have to say. Is that all right, peoples? All right, peoples. I'm going to get up of here. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to go through to try to find all of my videos, all of my files and stuff, and look where my case files is and things, and you know, kind of tie some other things together and stuff. I know we went in hard and heavy tonight, but we're going to go harder because now we got to touch on the other bullet points and take it from there. You know, we'll piggyback upon this of what we had did tonight, because there was a few more things that I wanted to cover with you guys and stuff. But now you have a greater understanding. And again, people, you know, again, you don't have to take my word for anything that I said tonight. If everything that I've shown you and everything that I've told you, if it doesn't make no sense to you, then my only thing is come to my live and help us make sense of it. If you got the answers, come to my live. I don't care if we had been beefing and whatever and stuff. If you are the one who's passionate about the Kanika Jenkins case, put all of that bullshit and nonsense aside and let's politic. Many of you guys are way too deep in your feelings and stuff, and you let your feelings take over and speak for you. And that tells me so much about you, because I've never seen anybody who can sit back and hold grudges forever and a day. But it doesn't matter to me whether you come on my live or you don't, whether you talk or whether you don't. I'm still going to be here, and I know you're still going to watch regardless. So at the end of the day, you know, I'm still going to say what I need to say. Is that all right, people? Greatly appreciate each and every one of you. You know, you guys be blessed, get your rest and stuff. And if the Lord says the same, I'm going to see you guys on tomorrow. And thank you to my new subscribers and stuff. Thank you to my moderators who came in on tonight. Thank you, Gina, to you for the beautiful outline and presentation that you have done. Thank you for all of the people in the chat, because I'm not going to try to call everybody by name because I may miss everybody and stuff, but you know who you are. All of the people, all of the participants who chimed in the chat and things, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I greatly appreciate you. This is what I'm talking about, when we all can come together and we can engage. And always feel free to share whatever you feel. Whatever you feel free to share. Feel free to share. Because I tell you one thing, peoples, and then I'm going to get off of here. The evidence is in your face. And that's the one thing that these people are good at, is putting it in your face. Now, when it's in your face and you still can't come to a greater understanding, well, then it ain't upon them, it's upon you. It's upon you. Because people can lie, but evidence that is undisputed never lies, peoples. Science doesn't lie. And that of what you see, it doesn't lie. Never, ever in the history have you ever seen fresh bodies and all of these different narratives to try to prove something that never happened. Those young ladies' faces told a story. And if you can't understand that by now, peoples, well, it ain't upon them, it's upon you. So whatever you think, however you feel, if you can't sleep, if you can't think, if you feel some type of way, well, then blame yourself, because their faces, their pictures is painting a picture as to what happened. And if you can't read that, then, you know, it ain't on them. It's on you. So you continue to feel whatever you feel, whatever you think. You can't sleep, can't sleep. You got nightmares, have nightmares. If you still sickened today, stay sick today. Because if their faces cannot tell you what happened to them, then it ain't upon them. They're at peace. You're tormented. And so keep running to all of these hilarious and nefarious people who's going to give you a good storyline. And can't bring that of what is plausible. Now, I don't know exactly how Kanika died. I don't know how Kanika Jenkins or how Kanika Martin died or how any of the other girls died. But one thing I do know, peoples, is that the story that many of you was telling, you ain't telling it. You're lying. You're lying. Because you can't have all of these different narratives and have all of these fresh faces right here in the time frame which you're trying to incorporate all of this madness. If you don't understand that these pictures was taken at or close to the time to when these girls had died, I don't know what to tell you. They're not stupid. You are. For believing the madness that these people want to try to share with you. You know that old saying, no face, no case? Well, you see the face. You got the case. But don't go down in disgrace. Conjuring up and talking all of this mess and madness that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And it don't make no sense. People, if you can't sit and you can't analyze this, then it ain't upon me. Don't get mad at me. Blame yourself. Because science doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. They are fresh-faced people. All three of these girls who we see deceased are fresh-faced. So what is that telling you? What is that telling you? And when you sit down and listen to the bullshit and nonsense that TM says, Trey Gay says, and all of these other hilarious and affairs YouTubers say, ask yourself the question, how did all of this happen and they still fresh face? Think about that for one moment, peoples. That the next time that you talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, and whatever narrative that you choose to give, think about the fresh face. Fresh face, peoples. Because everything takes time. And time is of the essence when you're talking about this case and trying to incorporate all of this madness and these people supposed to have undergone and went through all of this stuff, but yet you still doesn't give an account as to their fresh face. Peoples, don't be stupid. Think about what you say before you ever say it, because when you open up your mouth and you start ranting and raving about this and that and the other, it doesn't make them look stupid. It just makes you look stupid. Is that all right, peoples? Let's get out of here.
God, from my mother's womb, you have chosen me. Love has called my name. Now I've been born again into your family. Your blood flows through my veins. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. Oh, I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through. My feet are drowned, perfect love. You ransom me so I can stand and say, I am a child of God. You split the sea so I walk right through. My feet are perfect love. You rescue me so I stand and say, I am a child of God. Oh, I am a child of God. You unravel me. Can you shout and say reverse by fire? Lift up your right hand. Say today, any voice that reinforces negativity around my life, thunder, shut up.
Well, peoples, we have come down to the end of our journey on today. And this has been an absolute magnificent live. And I greatly appreciate each and every one of you who had stepped in and who had joined the live and things. Again, people, I've always say, if you don't agree with my narrative, that's fine. You don't have to, because I never asked the people in the beginning to believe anything that I say. But I just only have to speak my truth and I show my proof. And so if any one of you can come to the live and ever show your proof to your truth, well, then be right ahead, be right ahead. Just tell me to drop the link and you can come in and you can shoot your shot as much as you will and things. But until then, peoples, don't bring the negativity to my chat or to my channel and things. I really don't give two rat's asses what Trey Gay say or do on his channel. But I will always speak out up against that madness that they speak. Now, Mr. Odell transformation, I really don't give two rat's asses whether you listen to Trey Gay, believe in Trey Gay, or whatever and stuff. You're always welcome here to my channel because I never had no beef with you, my friend. But don't ever come to my channel to tell me what I can do or can't do. That's a quick ticket out of here forever. Is that all right, my friend? So if you agree with Trey Gay, well, then you can go ahead and you can agree with Trey Gay. But see, as far as I'm concerned, I don't agree with Trey Gay. And so there it is, my friend. So until then, peoples, you guys be blessed and you guys get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will see you soon. Is that all right, peoples? So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, Mr. Odell Brown transformation, whatever Trey Gay got going on that channel over there, that is Trey Gay, and that's not Edward Joseph. Like I said, you're welcome here, my brother, but you got to keep all of the noise down, because coming in a manner to what you do will get you exit out of here for all eternity. Is that all right, my brother? All right, peoples. We will see a new platform sometime this week. I'm not going to go with the Riverside thing, but I am going to go with the Streamlabs and stuff. So I'm gonna get that set up. I'm gonna still have StreamYard, but I am going to be going on Streamlab and I'm going to be testing it out. But I will be doing that this week, and so you guys start to see a lot more creations from me this week. So again, peoples, be blessed, get your rest, and if the Lord says the same, I'll see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.